Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom. The fireworks are not done.
We're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for his service watching.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt that.
Literally not true.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It is great to be here with you this morning. I almost did not make it. Oh, my goodness. It's been a morning and a half. What a day we have in store for you in court. Oh, my goodness. Kouri Richins sentencing today. We're going to be going to that in just a moment. As a matter of fact, we're waiting. We're waiting for everyone in court right now. But we'll be going there in just a second. Also, Alec Murdaugh, or Alex as we like to call him, got a new trial. His conviction was overturned. You can thank Becky for that one. Thanks, Becky. We get to do that all over again, so we get to hear a couple things a lot. Something like this.
Alex stole it. Alex stole it as well, and Alec Murdaugh stole it.
Yeah, we're going to have that all over again, so that's going to be exciting. Yay. And then we've got some other cases to follow. We've got some other stuff going on, so wow. All right. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? When it rains, it pours. Isn't that the... Oh, look at this beautiful carpet in the courtroom. Oh, you can't see it yet. Hang on. Never mind. I'm looking at it on a different feed. That's why. Okay. We are running live on Top Mark Media as well as here on Recovery Addict. So Top Mark Media should have a clean feed. We're just going to try to verify we've got good audio over there, and if not, we have problems. But we should have audio here. We've got our HyperDecks rolling. We're using our additional live streaming kit today. That one's streaming to Top Mark Media for us today. It's very blurry right now, so you're not missing anything. It's not your glasses. It's not your eyes. It's the camera. We'll save you guys the headache. Let's see. I've got to get you guys. I've got to let people take a seat. That's what I need to do. I forgot to make you, and I made you stand all morning. So add to the craziness of court this morning. I had to run and do my my little jog down, to a half an hour south of here to let a repair guy in to fix a printer. His third visit, my fifth for the same printer. This printer new is $279. I swear, just buy a new one. I've spent that much in gas already just driving back and forth. Still wasn't able to fix it. So shout out to Xerox and Lexmark for that. But on the way back, got a nail in the tire. Yeah, and made it home without a flat. So it's flat in my driveway right now. So that's the sort of day I'm having. Hopefully, Kouri's won't be any better. And there we go. We're all set and ready to go. Nice cameras at play here. Looks like we're getting a couple camera feed going. Can't tell if that's a Sony. I think it's a Sony. That was a day old tire. Yes, new tires yesterday. Today we get the nail in the tire. That's how it works. But we are just happy to be here and make it home safely. There's one other thing, and I apologize for this. I apologize. If you've never been here before, plug your ears for like the next 30 seconds because this is tradition. Every Wednesday we have to...
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. We made it all the way to the midweek. I'm sorry, that's all I've got. We also have to sing happy birthday to people who are having their birthday today. We've had a lot of people who have been with us for not just days, not just weeks, not just months, but years. And many of them are having birthdays today, a few of them anyway, and we need to celebrate those. So as we're waiting for court to focus, join with us on the birthday song. What a great day, too. What a great day. Way to start your day. Got 2 thumbs down from my youngest child.
Happy birthday.
We're going to sing happy birthday, and then we'll kick off our court watching experience, which is currently blurry. So, and still no audio yet from court. We're hoping they get that fixed very quickly. Yes, and it's my anniversary. Thank you for pointing that out. It's my wedding anniversary today. So, Mrs. R.A., happy anniversary. What a day. You got to love it. All right, let's see. Do we have any birthdays to celebrate? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I'm not a camel.
Let's see. I'm not seeing anything yet, so. Josh had them. Is Josh? I'm not sure if Josh is current on the timeline. He seems to be a little bit behind on the live stream. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Birthday today. It is Eric Richins' birthday. That's the thing. Oh, that's the court calendar. I wanted to see what was on that. If you could zoom in one more time. I know that was a white balance, but if you could just take a closer gander, that would be great. Still waiting for audio. Oh, there it is. Oh, lots of days crossed off. The days that are crossed off are not visible or not working. Okay, we're just singing to Sarah and Stephanie. Happy birthday to Sarah and Stephanie. So wherever you are, not just Sarah and Stephanie, that's plenty to sing to. Wherever you are, if it's legal and you're able, here's what you do. Stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room.
You look good.
Blend your voice with your neighbor and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. That's going to work. It's going to work. We'll sing a quick happy birthday rendition and then we'll kick off this court watch with Kouri Richins and everything else. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sarah, Stephanie, and Eric Richins. Happy birthday to you. Eric Richins, tragically, not here to celebrate, and that is why we're in court today with Kouri Richins. But for Eric's heavenly birthday, he might just get the best present of all. We'll see what happens here during sentencing. But to everyone who's celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday. I realize there are many wonderful days, but today is your special day. And there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you and make your day just a little more special. Or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. Jean, happy birthday to you as well. Happy birthday, Jean C. To everyone we missed on the song, please consider yourself sung to. There we go. What was that loud ringing noise? That was the buffer sound as the mods came in and said happy birthday. All right, the dancers are busy doing their thing. The pancakes are being served hot. The birthday pancakes are ready. So thank you for all of you. Less than half an hour before I have to leave. I hope they hurry up. Cheryl, you might want to reschedule whatever it is you have to leave for if you can. It might take a bit longer than that. This is going to be an interesting day. I do see, is that Connie from formerly Court TV, now Law and Crime, ready to do a mic check. That's not Connie. That's somebody else. Still not getting audio. Last verse, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Sorry. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Gene C, Miss Bree, and Doc and Rock and Doc. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Sorry, we missed that a little bit, but it's a bit of a hectic morning, so I do apologize for that. Let's see, do we have live stream on the stream? We do. Okay, one other thing we have to do. Aurora Fed, congratulations.
2, 3.
Oh, we
Mic
got you.
check.
Gotcha.
1, 2, 3.
We're good. We're good on that.
I know Boris is on the phone with Darren.
Yeah, thank you. Yep.
We got it now?
There we go.
Oh, thank you.
Boris, Darren, thanks for figuring that one out.
Okay.
We'll get this.
Well, wait. Okay, time's a ticking.
And we have audio on Top Market Media as well. That's beautiful. All right. Thank you all for the gifts and the membership milestone. Sloth Life, 28 months as an attorney. Thank you very much, Sloth Life. I'm celebrating my membership anniversary. Yay! It's a good day. It is. I missed a couple more here. Let me go back and get those as we're finally at least have audio from court, which sounds good. Thank you once again. Law and Crime is a pool provider on this for the media pool. Couple memberships. Ooh, it's loud. Let me just put a little limiter down there in case they decide to drop the mic again. One quick reminder for everybody, if you'll indulge me, we have a lot of people here who have a lot of different feelings about the case, and that is great. We appreciate it. Here on the Recovery Addict channel, we love watching true crime. We love watching justice be administered. We love watching the process of justice. Sometimes it doesn't go the way we want, and sometimes it does. I'd ask that everyone just keep their opinions to be respectful, both the people in court, the defendant, family members, the judge, the attorneys. I'm a bit fair game, but I do ask you to be nice. I have soft feelings. And definitely, 100%, if the mods make a decision, I stand behind it.
So we can send this link out.
Okay. It's...
And keep it right there on the seal, yeah, right where you are sitting.
They're now going to show us the seal in a blurry vision in just a little bit. So we do have 2 cameras running today, which is great. That'll give us a little better view. Let me see what link they're sending us here. I think that might have been Tanya. All right, a couple things here. Let me get through these while we're waiting for court. Galileo May gifted a membership. Thank you very much. French Toasty, member for 3 months. Hump day and KR sentencing plus a milestone day. That's a great start to the day. It is. Thank you, French Toasty. Odie Marie, member for 30 months. OG. Original GOAT, greatest of all time. Your time has come, Kouri. Today is the day for sentencing. Sloth Life, we got you there, 28 months. Thank you very much for your attorney-level support and much more. Leanne Simbolnik, looking forward to this. 4 months. I think you've been here longer as well. Thank you for that. Lindsay Bay, member for 26 months, also makes you an OG, as well as Chris H. 36 months. That's 3 years. You have the red courthouse by your name. Thank you for your support, Chris. And then to celebrate your 3 years, you gifted 10 memberships as well. Thank you for that. Kim R. said, did you read what our kids had to say? We did yesterday. We read the filing from the state on sentencing, which had comments from the kids. And let me say this about that. Especially the 2 younger kids had expressed feelings that I would say were beyond their years. And it makes sense that they had assistance, most likely through a therapist, to wrap up feelings and words which might not have carried the weight that it did the way it was written that way. So I understand that. Yes, an adult helped them write that. This was not Eric's family writing something mean about Kouri or just trying to pile on. I believe this was the kids doing what they did. There's Miss Nestor and counsel, I forgot her other name. Attorneys show up for the defense. Deidre Tyler, member for 4 months, says hello, no better group to be with. Thank you. Love My Wings, member for 35 months, 1 more month, and you get that red courthouse. OG, Love My Wings, thank you. AZ Sun Devil, 29 months, also an OG, says happy anniversary, RA and Mrs. RA. I hope your day's a special one. I do as well. I hope we get a fixed tire today. Susie, 64, member for 26 months. Happy birthday, Eric. Thank you. OG, Susie. Colleen Dahmer, welcome to the gallery. Colleen, thank you very much for not just clicking the subscribe button, but for becoming a member. We should have told you that it's a one-way door. Now that you're here, you can never leave. I probably should have mentioned that earlier, but it's okay. You're among friends. You'll never want to. Jay McCarthy's World, member for 1 month. Time's flying. TYO Toys says free Farag. Phil, good to have you here. Member for 37 months. You got to follow Phil on Twitter, on X. He's quite entertaining, even though he clips my worst moments and shares them with the world. Shannon S., member for 27. Phil, you're an OG. Shannon S., also an OG. All these original goats. Greatest of all time. Shannon S., 27 months, says this will be a good day. It sure will. Jennifer Juniper, member for 27 months as well, with the pink hearts. Thank you, Jennifer Juniper. Also an OG. Whew. And there were a few gifts in there, laughing disco balls and such. The GOATS trophy was handed out a couple times, I believe. And thank you all for your support. Now, whew, I think we're all caught up. Everything is running well, or as best as it can. Running 2 live streams in and 2 live streams out right now, so we're filling up the internet. Good thing we've got that beautiful fiber. Wogger, member for 14 months, says one more. Let's see. I've been here since Scott Peterson's trial in Florida. Wow. Will we be watching the new Alex Murdaugh trial? This is the year of retrials. I know, between Letitia and Alex, that'll take up like 6 months. That is, depending on how they'll probably overlap, honestly. But we'll see. I've got a prank call right now. Don't have time for that, unfortunately. We'll have to take one of those later. But let's see. Mary, member for 17 months, says, in my opinion, after knowing every single lie, it's worse than entitled Boone. Oh, man. We watch retrials on Recovery Addict too. We need to have a retrial channel just for that. Yes, news this morning, Judy. Alec Murdaugh gets a new trial. That's just down in South Carolina. Maybe we'll go down for it. I don't know. Someone's plugging something in. Let me go ahead and I'm going to put a little limiter in place on the top end. What that does is if there happens to be a really loud noise, say, for instance, somebody accidentally brought a cannon into court and discharged it. It could happen. Not likely, but it could happen. That noise would blow out all your eardrums. This prevents that from happening. It basically says, we're only going to let you turn the volume up to 9, not to 10. And anything above 9 will just get clipped. So I'll ride that and make sure it doesn't affect the audio very much. But also, if they're playing with cords, you don't want to hear cords get plugged in when the mics are hot. Michelle Sarr, 6. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you, Michelle. Did the defense file a sentencing thing as well? I have not seen one from the defense yet. Let me go back to Utah courts.
Alex stole it as well.
Alex stole it. Okay, let's close those down. Don't need this one. I think we're good. Wayne Hatchell, member for 38 months, says, thank you for the wonderful coverage that you do with these trials. Wayne, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's a joy to be able to bring this to you. I love what I do. So, to my mods that are over on the Top Market Media site, which we're running for some of our partner friends, if you have any issues with audio as far as low or anything, can you let me know over here or in mod chat? That would be great, because I can fix that on my end. All right. Where did we see Attorney Nestor before? At the Tyler Robinson hearing. Yes, she's also representing the accused shooter in the Charlie Kirk trial, which is ongoing as well. Will Kouri be in a jail suit? No. Caroline Tater, even though she's convicted, and it's beyond the point where a jury has any interaction in the outcome, she should be in civilian clothes, because is that Ramos? It is. Attorney Ramos is there. Her lawyer, way back when, filed a motion asking for her to be in jail clothes for all hearings, including possible sentencing. And that was granted. So unless the judge has sort of revoked that we didn't know about, she'll be in civilian clothes today for the last time. The state's sentencing memo was damning. Mother of Papillions, what I expect today is a longer version, more in-depth version of the children's letters. Most likely not read by the children. Most likely read by a victim advocate or an attorney or something like that. But I expect those parts to be read and more as we go through the impact statement. Mr. Dramos is present. Didn't they try to reschedule because Ramos wouldn't be there? Yes, and I think a lot of people were saying that Kouri wanted it moved off of Eric's birthday because, you know, her deceased husband's birthday is today. And, you know, what better gift to give him? She thought that maybe that wouldn't be fair. The judge said, I have no problem being fair in this situation. We want to see her in jail clothes. We'll probably get a mug shot eventually when she's in prison, moved to prison for good. I did lower my voice just a tiny bit. I can crank it up, Dennis. There's the kombucha. Yes, Mr. Ramos, or Dramos, as many people have called him, did have a swig of kombucha early in the trial, which looked like a little brown bottle that he pulled out of his pocket and looked and drank from when no one was looking. And it was a humorous moment. We had to identify what the drink was. But it was not courage in a bottle. All right. Thank you, Amber, for reminding us to stick to the names used in the court trial to support the objective of being respectful and objective. The reason we ask for that is because a lot of times in some of the courts that we seek access as media partners, we have to supply video evidence of what we do, and sometimes just the URL to our live streams that we've done in the past. And the powers that be can review that and make decisions based on how we behave in court, how I behave, and how chat behaves in court. So we do ask you guys to be respectful that way. It does help us get access to more trials, and that is what we want. Let's see. Kurt, I saw you there. You were sneaking in. This is sentencing, right? Why would she be in street clothes? Pre-trial motion by her previous lawyer, the one who, Sky, asked that she be able to appear in civilian clothes throughout for all hearings, the trial, and possible sentencing, and it was granted. So unless they didn't get the memo, that's our understanding. We will have a court watcher in court today. We appreciate her being willing to call in. I will say that not everyone here, including some of our court watchers, share my opinion of the outcome of this case, and we ask that everyone be respectful. Regardless of that, we're just asking our court watchers to give us that vantage point that we couldn't see on camera, what they observed in court, that was sort of outside the frames of the picture. So thank you for that. Look, all defense attorneys are there. They play games. They're all there. If they said they weren't going to be there, they moved it. And honestly, this is good advertising for you, right? You're a big name lawyer. Do you know how much money lawyers spend trying to get their names out to possible clients? How much advertising dollars it takes to get your name out there? This is great exposure. Win, lose, or draw, it's great exposure. There are no draws, but I don't think they'd miss it. Frida Lee, good to have you here. Welcome. I'm getting behind in chat here. See, what time does it start? We've got 3 minutes on the clock, and the judge has been fairly prompt throughout this trial, so we expect it to start on time. Trying to monitor my both streams at once to see what's happening. Blue Rose, thanks for the kind words. Right, there's a variety of places you can watch trial, and we hope that everyone feels welcome here regardless of their opinion, whether they be right or wrong. Right? I still say it was ginger beer. Oh, I like a good Stewart's ginger beer. That stuff it cures the common cold, I think. Not really, but it's good stuff. Kouri will probably be in shackles this sentencing. Most likely. Wasn't she shackled during the trial as well? When is the Murdaugh trial? Tom, I don't think they've announced the dates yet. I saw the Supreme Court just barely ordered a new trial, which means it goes back to the court to schedule. So we probably will hear about when that will be in the next couple weeks. But don't be surprised if it is, just this fall or something like that. I imagine it could be very quick, right after summer. All right. Ginger is a miracle drug. It's good stuff. Free to be, congratulations on 37 months. Free to be in the house. OG. All right. I'm excited to read that ruling. I think we can go over it this afternoon. The Alex Murdaugh ruling from the Supreme Court. I think it's out there. I'm not looking forward to Murdaugh Part 2 or Stout Part 2 for that matter. Stout would be a tough one for me.
Murdaugh stole it.
Thank you, Judy, for that. Stout would be a tough one for me, but I'd be more inclined to see Alec Murdaugh a second time around. Obviously, we're not going to get the same judge, so it'll be a completely different experience. Yeah, that judge will not be there. You will bring this guy, right?
If you will bring the jury.
Yeah, Judge Newman retired. He's done. So many good judges are retiring this year. As we look around the country at some of the judges we like to follow, we've got Judge Middleton is gone. Judge Stephanie Boyd, or Judge Middleton is leaving. He's in his final courthouse, a little temporary old courthouse for his last few months. Judge Stephanie Boyd down in Texas, who has a trial going right now that we're going to be following this afternoon. She lost her re-election, so she's out. We've got Judge Penny. Yep, from the Johnny Depp trial. She's gone. Judge Simpson is... When is Judge Simpson leaving? I thought he had a little bit of time left, like a year or something. But a lot of judges just basically age out of the system. You can't be a judge when you're too old, or else you get more pontificating than you want. Pickle Lover found RA midway through this trial. How does one obtain gift membership? I love RA Hooked. Thanks for the kind words. There's a setting you can turn on YouTube to let them know that you would appreciate or would accept a gifted membership if one is given. We can put the link up in chat of where that setting is. We just want to make sure the button is slid to the right on that screen, and that's right there. Then come right back. And then, unfortunately, we can't control whether or not you get a gifted membership. It just puts you in the pool of eligibility to receive one. Let's see, if Simpson leaves, so do I. Let's see. Yeah, Judge Penny had a couple big trials in the last couple of years. She was great. Just shattered my soul that Judge Boyd is leaving. Oh my goodness. She lost her election to, well, she lost in a primary, I believe, to another individual who basically ran on the idea that courts should not be live streaming on YouTube. That was the whole platform. And I'm not a fan of that, obviously. I don't think you should kick a judge off because they live stream on YouTube because of transparency. Of all things to get a judge kicked off the bench for, being too transparent is not one of them. And Judge Boyd has just been, I mean, she hasn't been perfect, but no judges are, but she's been amazing. And I think she honestly is one of the few judges that really, has the defendant's, life in the forefront of mind, what would be best for them, while also maintaining that what does the public require, what do they need, and what would be best for the defendant. It's like getting a sentence from your grandma, but she's strict. So it was sad that she's gonna be leaving. She's the one that has the purses every day that her mom gives her, and flowers. We have actually sent flowers to Judge Boyd as well. I don't think Simpson's leaving. I think that was a rumor trying to be started by Greeners. I don't know of any dates of when he's done. Alturic says, I don't understand how people, in this case the voters who voted for the new judge, seem to think public recording is somehow protected or private, or you have rights against it. Yes, I can understand that when we're filming court, almost every single time we film court. Hang on a second, I have to take this call. It's somebody's worst day. Okay, guess what? That was my Xerox printer repair guy. We're getting a new printer. He can't fix it. Sorry for the delay. I had to take that call. It's something I've been spending weeks on. All right, we have a view from court now, just waiting for audio. We won't have that till the judge comes in, but let's see, we're seeing some familiar faces. His family is
00139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Can I have counsel for the state make their appearance?
Good morning, Your Honor. Brad Bloodworth, Lindsay Shervinack, and Margaret Olson for the state.
She's in a jail
And for the
jumpsuit.
defense.
Wendy Lewis, Catherine Nestor, and Alex Ramos for the defendant, who is present.
Very good. This is the time
tweak
set
the
for
audio.
sentencing. The court plans to proceed as follows. First, I need to address 3 administrative matters. The setting of a restitution hearing, which the court proposes would include discussion of the state's request for recoupment of defense costs at that time. The state's request for a continuous protective order and any alleged inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report. Second, I'd like to hear from counsel for the state and from those who wish to present a victim impact statement. Third, I'd like to hear from defense counsel and those that defendant desires to present information regarding the appropriate sentence. And finally, the court will give Ms. Richins an opportunity to speak if she so chooses. Any objections, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor. I have one other housekeeping matter, if I may.
Please.
Your Honor, the defendant previously waived the jury as it relates to the domestic violence finding. I cannot recall, or finding the record, whether or not the court has actually made that finding, and the state would ask the court to do that today if it hasn't.
I can't recall whether there was a stipulation about their status as cohabitants made on the record during trial.
That's the issue,
right.
Your Honor. And I think that
it doesn't impact the decisions today. It just impacts the record for any future offense that might be committed by this person.
that is
Right.
Your
well, Your Honor, one thing, it will affect the analysis as it relates to a continuous protective.
Oh, understood. No, I understand your position. Yeah.
Your Honor, I do believe we put that on the record during the jury instruction conference.
Okay.
We discussed specifically the cohabitant issue, and you got us to make a statement on the record.
Okay, very good. So, I think there's a stipulation among counsel that the record includes a stipulation of fact recorded for the record that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins were cohabitants under Utah law at all relevant times. Anything further, Mr. Blair?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, any objection to how the court intends to proceed?
Yes. No.
Okay. Fair warning to everyone inside the courtroom. As with the time when the verdict was read, everybody in the courtroom deserves our respect while they are in the courtroom. So, there can be no outward reactions to what's said today. This is an emotionally charged situation, reasonably so, but the bottom line is no outward reactions. If you feel overcome with emotion, please look down, keep your hands folded in your lap. Moreover, to those that might be coming to the podium to make statements today, please make sure you're addressing me, the court, not other people in the courtroom. You're of course allowed to reference other people in the courtroom, but speak to me. All right. Let's talk about setting a restitution here. What makes sense from the state's perspective?
The audio from court is terrible. I've got it boosted as high as I possibly can, and it's still...
Your Honor, the restitution amounts that the state is seeking are well known in the record, or the defendant are well known in the record. So we can proceed in very short order. I don't know if there's going to be much dispute on the amounts.
Okay. From the defense team, what makes sense, Ms. Nestor?
We need an opportunity to brief these issues and do a little bit of research. We were surprised by some of the requests that came
The
from us.
recoupment issues?
Yes.
Fair enough.
So we need to look into that. I know that I'm going to be out of town the first 2 weeks of June. I'm going to be out of the country, so if we could do it before or after, that would be helpful.
After would work far better for me.
Okay, same. So, other than that.
Brittany, what would you recommend? Is there an afternoon on which we don't have a ton of stuff set on a Friday afternoon?
I've got... If they fix the audio from court, it's going to deafen us.
One moment, counsel.
We'll all go deaf together.
Ms. Nestor, the afternoon of July 10th.
Ms. Lewis will be out of town, and that is the week we are doing the preliminary hearing in my case in Utah County.
Understood.
That's the Tyler Robinson case.
Well, maybe July 31, you said.
July 31 works.
That work for the state?
What time, Your Honor?
That'll work, Your Honor.
All right. We'll say 1:30 p.m. on July 31. Ms. Nestor, would you like to appear in person or by WebEx then?
In person, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set a restitution hearing to include discussion of the state's arguments regarding recoupment as made in their sentencing memorandum on July 31, 1:30 p.m. in person. Okay, anything further on that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's request for a continuous protective order. I looked hard at this. Let me relate some of my concerns and then have you respond to them, and then we can go from there. I looked at the cases cited by the state, I looked at the statute, considered the absurdity doctrine. It seems to me that the legislature has adopted a policy where a convicted person's First Amendment rights are reasonably restricted in domestic violence cases to prevent the survivor of domestic violence from being re-victimized by contact, either direct or indirect, by the convicted perpetrator. And it seems that the legislature has recognized that a survivor of domestic violence can be re-victimized by the perpetrator contacting their family members or other household members. The statute contemplates that. But here, or in a situation like this, where the Domestic Violence Act does not have a survivor, rather it has a decedent, it seems from the face of the statute and other statutes involving criminal actions causing death that the legislature has reverted to the First Amendment being the baseline, and also that there are other remedies available to the family members of that decedent, such as stalking injunctions, if they are receiving contact that constitutes a course of conduct that would cause an objectively reasonable person to suffer emotional distress. Moreover, the juvenile court has tremendous authority to determine whether and how much, if any, contact a parent in this situation should have with the children of the decedent. I'm not sure that I have the authority to enter a continuous protective order in this case. I acknowledge this may not be what the legislature intended, that maybe they didn't see around this corner when passing the statute, and I appreciate the state's position that maybe they should take a hard look at it, but the act says what it says today. Respond to that for me.
Your Honor, the state questions the court's kind of read of the act, and when the court relates members of the victims, any harm to members of the victim's family relating back to the harm to the victim, causing the victim harm. I think the plain read of the statute is, and it's 78 Bravo-7-8043D5.
Right. Necessary to fully protect the victim and members of the victim's family.
Correct. The plain read of that sentence, Your Honor, does not say that the protection for the members of the victim's family does not, it does not relate back. It is a separate clause. It does not relate back to protection of the victim. And I think within the scheme of the statute, the legislature envisions protection for the victim, separately protection for the victim's family as an option of this court. And I think that's kind of consistent. This statute's odd. I think it's subsection B, which has a preamble on legislative intent.
Right.
And I think consistent with that preamble on legislative intent is the legislature's grant of this court, any court, authority to protect the victim's family under the statute as well, because of the unique nature of domestic violent crimes.
An argument the state didn't make, maybe because it just doesn't believe in it, but it seems that a strict reading of the statute would say, I'm required to enter the continuous protective order and set a hearing, and then let the defendant make the argument that...
Your Honor, procedurally, I think that's right, because of the threshold inquiry of whether or not the victim, decedent in this case, reasonably apprehends a harm.
Right. Practically, though.
But practically, I don't know that, I mean, it seems to me as the state brief that that is evident, that a decedent cannot reasonably apprehend harm.
Okay. Let me hear from the defense counsel for a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, we agree with the court's original statements. We think this request for a continuous protective order is outside the purview of the statute. It's outside this court's authority. We believe it violates her First Amendment right. If these communications are not threatening, this would basically mean she could never send her sons a birthday card, a Christmas card, any type of communication.
Well, pause there for a minute. Let's take the 3 boys out of it, because there's a whole separate set of concerns there, right, given that her parental rights have not been terminated.
Right.
And I don't have authority to do it.
Correct.
Juvenile court does.
Right.
But if we would talk just for the moment about the adult family members of Eric Richins.
Well,
it would mean that she could never reach out to them.
Right. Well, and that could create problems if they're the guardians of her children and there's an issue if she is given any type of parental input to major life decisions, to medical care, to anything like that she would not be able to communicate would be problematic. She has no intention of communicating with them outside of matters that have to do directly with the children. I also think this, well, you said you're setting the boys aside, so my other arguments, I'll deal with them. But as far as I can see, there's another courtroom where this could happen. There's another venue under which this could happen, and this is not the appropriate place to do it.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth, any additional thoughts regarding the state's request for a continuous protective order?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, in full transparency, I don't like the result, but under this court's reading of Utah Code 78B 7804, subsection 3, the court determines as a matter of law that it cannot issue a continuous protective order in this case because it is evident that the victim of the domestic violence charges, in this case for which Ms. Richins was convicted, cannot possibly have a reasonable fear of future harm or abuse.
But the absurdity
It very well may be that this is not the result the legislature intended, and I would encourage the legislature to take a hard look at 78B 7804 subsection 3 to fill this gap explicitly. But they haven't done it yet. They know how to do it, and the court is not persuaded that this result is so far outside of what they could have possibly intended, given the overlay of the First Amendment, that the absurdity doctrine requires a different result. And so while the court hopes the legislature will make a legislative change that would provide protections for the members of the family of a decedent in an aggravated murder case like this, they haven't done it yet. The court simply, in my view, does not have the authority to issue a continuous protective order in this case. In so ruling, the court expresses no opinion whatsoever, one way or the other, as to whether Eric Richins' family members might qualify for issuance of a stalking injunction in the future, and expresses no opinion one way or the other as to whether the juvenile court will put in place restrictions regarding Ms. Richins' communications with her 3 boys. Anything further on that, Mr. Bloomberg?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Nestor, may I ask you a couple of questions regarding the pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review it?
We have, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to review it with Ms. Richins?
We have, Your Honor.
Okay. Are there any inaccuracies in the PSR that we need to address?
We submit there are inaccuracies. They're all related to the factual recitations, which this court presided over the trial and is very familiar with. we have confidence the court remembers what happened at trial and remembers what was presented, and we would submit.
Okay. For the purpose of today's hearing, to the extent there are any factual inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report regarding the factual background of this case, the court determines that those factual inaccuracies are not relevant to the court's sentencing decision and do not affect the court's decision regarding the appropriate sentence one way or the other. Anything further on that, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodearth, how would you like to proceed?
Here come
Your
the
Honor,
impact
the
statements.
state's prepared to present.
Please.
Summation first and then impact statements.
Your Honor, on Valentine's Day 2022, Kouri Richins tried and failed to murder her husband and the father of her 3 young children, Eric Richins. Over the next 17 days, she did not think, what have I done? Rather, she thought, how can I do better? And then she murdered Eric in the presence of their children, using poison and for money. Such a person should never again lurk among the rest of us. Her children should never worry that they may one day encounter her.
Got an eye roll from
For
Kouri
these
there.
reasons, the reasons set forth in the state's sentencing memorandum, and the boundless reasons the court has learned from presiding over this case, the pending criminal case, and the multiple associated civil cases. The state requests that the court impose a sentence of life in prison without parole on count 1, 5 years to life in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 2, 1 to 15 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on counts 3 and 4, and 1 to 5 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 5.
This is following his filing from the other day.
Furthermore, the state requests that the court order the defendant to pay restitution to Auto Owners Insurance Company in the amount of $1,017,018 and True Stage Insurance Company in the amount of $352,562. The state requests that the court order the defendant to pay recoupment to Summit County in the amount of $1,391,943.
Kouri surprised by
Kouri
these numbers.
Richins earned this sentence. Her children deserve it. Only this court can order it. The court's time this morning is best spent hearing from a few of Kouri Richins' victims. Fathers are not meant to bury sons. Gene Richins will present his victim impact statement first. Losing a sibling is losing a piece of yourself. Katie Richins Benson, Clint Benson, and Dr. Amy Richins will then present their victim impact statements. There are no greater victims in this case than Eric's 3 young boys. The defendant took both of their parents from them. Jessica Black, who is Weston's counselor. Christina Greening, who is Ashton's counselor. And Sarah Barber, who is Carter's counselor, will then present the boys' victim impact statements.
Buckle up for that.
Your Honor,
tissues. Mr. Bloodworth basically took a little highlights from his 11-page filing for the position the state had on sentencing. It was filed, we read yesterday. Now, Now Eric's dad, Gene.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, my name is Gene Richins. I'm Eric's father. No parent should ever have to bury their child. It's a loss that changes you forever. Eric was taken from us way too soon. And his loss has left a permanent hole in our family that will never be filled, ever. Eric was first and foremost an incredible father. To his 3 boys, Carter, Ashton, and Wes, his sons were his world, and he was theirs also. They didn't just see him as a dad, they saw him as their best friend, their coach, their mentor, their protector. He was present in every part of their lives. Whether it was soccer, baseball, basketball, or any activity that they were involved in. Eric was there coaching, encouraging, and supporting not only his own boys, but every child on the team. Eric didn't just coach sports, he built confidence. He built character and friendships. He gave his time freely because he cared deeply about helping young people grow into strong, kind, and capable individuals. The impact Eric had on these children and families continues even now. On the soccer team that he coached, before every game, the players gathered and called out a cheer. For many teams, it might be something ordinary. But for Eric's team, even 4 years after his death, they still break the huddle with the words, 1, 2, 3, Eric. That simple cheer speaks volumes about a man he was and the lasting imprint that he left upon young lives in this community. He was a light to his sons, to the boys he coached, and to our entire community. A light that was taken far too soon. Eric was only 39 years old. As his father, I miss him every day. I miss our conversations. I miss watching him grow into a man I was so proud of. One of the greatest joys of my life was seeing the kind of father he had become. Eric was patient, loving, dedicated, and fully present in his boys' lives. Watching him raise his sons with such care and devotion was incredibly meaningful to me. Eric was also an amazing brother to 2 sisters, a loving uncle, nephew, cousin, and loyal friend. He was a trusted business partner, a valued colleague, and a respected member of our community. He was generous with his time, his energy, and kindness. He treated people with respect, showed gratitude even for the smallest acts of kindness, and gave freely of himself because that's simply who he was. He worked hard to provide a beautiful life for his family. He gave them a home many would consider a dream. He ensured their needs were met, supported them, cared for them, and treated his wife with love every day. Yet despite everything he gave, his life was taken from him, not by a stranger, but by a person he should have been able to trust the very most in his life. He was betrayed in the most imaginable way possible. His life was taken through calculated, intentional actions motivated by the greed, control, and desire for a different life with someone else. Eric's boys lost a father. I lost my son. His sisters lost their brother. Our family lost a man who represented the very best of what a person can be. The ripple effects of this loss extend far beyond our immediate family. His friends lost someone they trusted and admired. The children he coached lost a mentor, a role model, our community lost someone who genuinely cared and gave back without expecting anything in return. Eric will never see his boys graduate, get married, or become fathers themselves. He will never, again, stand on the sidelines cheering them on. He will never offer guidance, encouragement, or love in any way that only a father can. That opportunity was stolen from him and from all of us. Because of the calculated and intentional nature of this crime, I respectfully ask the court to impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. This sentence is important to Eric's 3 sons never have to live with the fear that the person responsible for taking their father could ever harm them again, and to ensure she can never harm anyone else ever again. Despite our immense grief, I want to acknowledge and thank those who have worked tirelessly to bring justice for my son. Eric was always grateful for others, showed kindness and dedication, and I know he would want to express sincere appreciation to those who gave their time, effort, and professionalism to seek the truth in this case. We are deeply thankful to the prosecution team, Margaret, Brad, Lindsay, Fred, Joe, Wendy, Patricia, and the entire staff who supported them for their commitment and their perseverance. We also want to recognize and thank Todd for his dedication and relentless efforts in helping us ensure justice has been served. We are also grateful to Grace Wardis for serving as a spokesperson and an advocate for our family throughout this process. We thank the Summit County Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Hemingway, Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Hopper, Officer Woody, Officer Gibson, and all the law enforcement personnel who worked on this investigation. We thank the bailiffs who ensured the safety and the order of this courtroom. We thank you, Your Honor, for your patience, professionalism, and stewardship of this process. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to each juror, including the alternates, for their sacrifice and their time, for seriously taking the responsibility, who carried out to ensure justice was served. Nothing can bring Eric back. Nothing can restore what has been taken from his sons, from our family, and from this community. But accountability matters here. Justice matters. Eric mattered. His life, his love mattered, his example mattered. He will always be remembered as a devoted father, a loving son, a supportive brother, a loyal friend, and a man who made lives of those around him better. We miss him every day and will continue to honor his memory by living with the same kindness and dedication that he showed to everyone fortunate enough to know him. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Kouri's there looking on with this look of polite disinterest on her face. Now Eric's sister is speaking to us.
Katie, good morning.
This one might get a little fiery.
You know, I'm Katie, and I'm Eric's sister. To begin, there are a multitude of people who deserve credit and appreciation. Law enforcement agencies across the state of Utah, the Summit County Prosecutor's Office, the Medical Examiner's Office, expert witnesses who worked hand in hand with law enforcement, Eric's friends, Eric's co-workers, my friends and my family, our entire team of lawyers and experts in the civil lawsuit. There are far too many people to mention by name, and I suspect if I try to, I will inadvertently leave someone out. But to all of you, please know that this would not be possible without your efforts. your support, and the strength of the community that has stood beside us. Both my family and I are forever grateful to each of you. I am also very grateful to you, Your Honor, to this court for the dignified manner in which it presided over the trial, and to the members of the jury for faithfully performing their civic duties. Okay. Today is Eric's birthday. I stand before you because he can't. He was taken away from my dad, my sister, his nieces, his friends, our community, and worst of all, from his 3 amazing sons. Sorry. He was taken away from us by a person he should have been able to trust, the person he should have trusted most in the world, his wife. It's impossible to fully describe how devastating Eric's death and Kouri's crimes have been to our family. Nearly every aspect of our lives has been permanently changed, and we have no choice but to live with those changes and with Eric's loss forever. Eric was a phenomenal brother, father, son, nephew, grandson, cousin, friend, and businessman. Eric and I were extremely close. We went through school together and navigated life side by side. Wherever Eric went, I was usually tagged along right behind. In school, Eric's nickname was Richie, and mine was Little Richie, a reflection on how inseparable we were. He wasn't just my brother. He was my constant, my protector, and one of my closest friends. Eric was the kind of father who anticipated his children's needs before they ever had to ask. He made sure they were always having fun, taught them how to be respectful and kind, and was constantly planning for their future. His mind and heart was always on his boys, always. Everything he did was for them. Eric was the very best uncle. He made his nieces, my daughters, feel truly special. He always found ways to have fun with them. He doted on them with love and attention. Eric was an incredible son, always there for my parents, stepping in without hesitation and helping in every way he could, without being asked. The bond he shared with my mom was truly special. We would often joke that the umbilical cord had never really been cut, but in truth, it spoke to the deep, unbreakable love they had for each other. This is who Eric truly was, a man defined by love, integrity, and unwavering devotion to his family. He is none of the things that Kouri tried to portray him as. Those mischaracterizations were nothing more than a vile effort to deflect blame. And those mischaracterizations stand in stark contrast to the reality of the man we all knew and loved. Eric's life and his actions and the profound impact he had on those around him speak for themselves, and they tell a story of goodness, strength, and character that cannot be rewritten or diminished. The saddest part for me in all of this is that I got something with Eric that his sons never did: time. I feel cheated that I only got to spend a few decades with my brother, but I should feel lucky in comparison. As Eric's eldest son told me shortly after his dad's death, he and his brothers did not even get 10 years with their dad. It is devastating that Eric is not here to coach them, to work the family ranch with them, to teach them how to drive, to attend their high school graduation, to send them off to college, to see them get married, or to celebrate the births of his future grandchildren. His 3 sons are going to grow up and live nearly their entire lives without their dad. They are going to get to know their dad more from the stories we tell about them than their actual experiences. In all likelihood, by the time they are each 44 years old, which is how old Eric would be today, they will have little to no actual memories of Eric. And they have to go through life without their dad because their mother planned and carried out his murder. She could not have done anything more selfish or more cruel to those boys. In the place of a stable, secure, and loving home Kouri gave the boys permanent trauma. They were in the house the night she killed their father. They were awake. They knew that something terrible had happened to their dad. As we heard on the 911 call during trial, one of them even walked into Eric's bedroom, where Eric's body lay dead, poisoned by someone who his son should have been able to unconditionally trust, love, and depend on. No child should have to bear that trauma. But Eric's 3 innocent sons will bear that burden, and they will bear it for the rest of their lives. Kouri's selfishness and cruelty did not end with Eric's murder. In the time after Eric's death, Kouri has done nothing but isolate, manipulate, deceive, and do harm to those boys. Almost immediately after Eric died, she cut them off completely from our family, from Eric's family. The isolation was calculated and strategic. Kouri used the boys as bargaining chips with my dad. She repeatedly threatened not to let him see his grandsons unless he could convince me, as Eric's trustee of his trust, to capitulate to her legal demands and give her all the trust assets. While isolating the boys, Kouri provided them with false and harmful information about me and my family. When DCFS took custody of the boys following Kouri's arrest and asked where they would like to go, they expressed fear of my family. The fear was not based on reality, but on what they had been told. For over a year, Kouri led them to believe that I hated them, that I was attempting to take Eric's money for myself, and that I intended for them to be left without support, that they would be homeless and starving. These statements were entirely false and had no basis in reality. Had they not been subjected to that influence, they would have known the truth. Prior to Eric's death, our families were very close. My daughters and his sons had strong friendships, and I had a meaningful individual relationship with each of my nephews. I spent time riding horses with one, helping another identify summer coding programs, and the youngest participated in ice skating lessons with my daughters. Our families shared holidays, worked together on our family ranch, took trips together, and I was present the day each of the boys were born in the hospital. The boys have expressed their confusion about these circumstances. They have stated that prior to their father's passing, both Eric and Kouri frequently told them if anything were to happen, they should go with me, that I would care for them and support them. Following Eric's death, however, those messages changed. After Eric passed away, Kouri prevented all contact between our family and the boys. She prohibited communication and continued to provide them with false information about us. When we were finally able to see the boys again, approximately 15 months after Eric's death, the boys hardly recognized the relationship we had. Instead, they viewed my family and me with fear and hesitation, as though we were strangers. Kouri also went to great lengths to jeopardize the boys' financial futures. I know you are very aware of this. Among other things, she drained the personal bank accounts that Eric had set up for his boys as college funds. She allowed the boys' Social Security survivor benefits to be funneled to individuals who were not taking care of the boys. And she sued me in my role as Eric's trustee and personal representative, not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. The goal of her lawsuits is singular. She wants all of Eric's assets for herself. Despite her lies and fanciful public portrayal, she knows that none of Eric's assets are going to me, my dad, or my sister. In fact, she knows exactly where Eric wanted everything to go, and that is to his boys. And yet, for 4 years, she has aggressively tried to take their inheritance from them. Even now, despite erroneous debt, a murder conviction, and a string of pending felony financial charges, Kouri's civil lawsuits live on. Those lawsuits have been emotionally grueling, all-consuming, and unimaginably expensive. And tragically, every dollar on those suits is a dollar that Eric's boys will not get. Of course, Kouri can't have other people or the public thinking that she's trying to take away her children's inheritance. So for the past 4 years, both in court and in the media, she has demonized and vilified me. She has hurled wild accusations in my direction, including that I hacked her bank accounts, forged her bank statements, paid off witnesses, unduly pressured law enforcement into investigating her, and quietly pulled the Summit County prosecutor's strings. It is despicable that for doing nothing more than trying to honor Eric's wishes, Kouri has cast me as the evildoer here. Just as bad, honoring Eric's wishes has landed my sister and myself, and unbelievably, my 2 daughters in Kouri's crosshairs. One of Eric's sons recently told me that Kouri used to say, "I will get them one day." Apparently, she was talking about me, my sister, and my daughters. Her infamous walk the dog letter, the part the jury did not hear, confirms her desire to harm me. In it, she talks at length about her plans to get at Amy and me, including by targeting my daughters, both of whom are under the age of 10. It takes a sick mind to target children. The mere thought that someone who has so little regard for human life or decency might one day walk free is horrifying. I worry about the safety of Eric's boys, my daughters, my sister, and myself. There is nothing Kouri will not do, and no one she will not hurt, to achieve her own selfish ends. I am not the only one that is afraid. There are 3 little boys who, instead of fearing those who love and adore them, as Kouri would prefer, worry constantly that Kouri might show up one day and take them away. Eric's sons deserve so much better. They are not bargaining chips. They are not cash cows. They are not props for some twisted children's book about grief and loss. And yet that is what they've been reduced to by Kouri. To my unending sadness and horror, Eric himself understood all too well the danger she posed to his children and to his family. When Eric told me he had changed his estate planning and appointed me as his trustee and personal representative, I begged him to end the marriage and go his separate way. By that point, he had already consulted with a divorce attorney and was deeply afraid that he might not be awarded sole custody of his children. He made the heartbreaking decision to stay because he could not accept the risk of what might happen to his sons if Kouri had equal custody. He told me he would live his life through hell every single day of his life until his youngest was 18, because he believed Kouri was the most evil person he had ever met. He knew that his sons did not like her. He told me as much many times. He knew that they would prefer to be far away from her, but he also knew that divorce carried significant risks. And he said he could never allow his children to spend half of their time alone with her, because he was certain they would be exposed to harm and things no child should ever experience. He made it clear that in his mind, if Kouri were given equal custody, his children would be in the care of someone he believed to be deeply dangerous. He feared the people they could be exposed to and the damage that could be done. At the same time, he spoke with deep love and admiration for his boys. He told me that they were the most amazing boys in the world, and that none of this was their choice and none of it was their fault, and that he would do everything in his power to protect them for as long as he possibly could. Kouri loves to go on and on about how this case is a media sensation. She's right. News outlets from here to Europe have covered it. There have been countless newspaper articles, podcasts, and TV specials about it. Every hearing is live streamed on numerous YouTube channels. Every filing is scrutinized by internet lawyers and true crime junkies. There is no question that this case is famous and that Kouri is now famous. But what Kouri never mentions in talking about her fame and notoriety are the reasons why this case is now famous. It is famous for how appalling and sickening it is. It is famous because a mother meticulously planned to kill her husband, killed him while their children were sleeping in the next room, and then had the audacity to hold herself out as the author of a children's book about grief and loss. It is famous because she spent time Googling luxury prisons for the rich in America. It is famous because from her jail cell, she scripted a bunch of phony testimony so that her brother could perpetrate a fraud on the court. It is famous because she victimized her own children and threatened to victimize Eric's nieces. The fame and attention are directly proportional to the evil that has gone on here. This is not a situation where the idea of rehabilitation should be entertained. In taking Eric's life for her own selfish gain, Kouri did not only harm Eric, she permanently harmed 3 kids who were under the age of 10. She took away a dad, a son, a brother, an uncle, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Eric's death has caused immeasurable pain to so many. Obviously, there's nothing the court can do about that. And you cannot bring him back. But what you can do is give Kouri's victims at least some measure of closure. To that end, I ask that the court impose a sentence that ensures Kouri never has the opportunity to harm Eric's children or our family again. Please do not let my brother's life be worth nothing more than a 25-year punishment. Please do not leave those boys to wonder whether Kouri might track them or their children down in the future. Please do not create a possibility for Kouri to endanger Eric's boys, my daughters, my family, or anyone else ever again. Please sentence Kouri to a life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Wow. Katie finally got to say all that she couldn't say during the trial, and she did not hold back.
All right, Clint. Hello, Your Honor. My name is Clint Benson. I am Katie's husband and Eric's brother-in-law. Eric was an innocent man, a devoted father, and someone whose life revolved around his children and his family. Because of Kouri's choices, he never had the opportunity to say goodbye to his children, to reassure them, to share the final moments every family deserves. That loss cannot be measured. His children will spend the rest of their lives carrying the pain of a father taken from them far too soon. What makes this tragedy even more painful is the calculated nature of the crime. This was not a momentary mistake, a lapse in judgment, or a crime of passion. It involved planning, preparation, testing, and deliberate action. Eric's death was carried out in a way that caused fear, suffering, and helplessness. Kouri either watched or sat by as Eric succumbed to fentanyl poisoning instead of providing any kind of aid to him. She was fantasizing about a dream life funded by Eric's death. Eric was killed in his home by a traitor sleeping next to him in one of the most cowardly acts imaginable. We are profoundly grateful to every investigator, prosecutor, detective, law enforcement officer, juror, judge, forensic expert, and public servant who worked tirelessly and honestly to uncover the truth. Their dedication ensured that Eric's voice was not lost and that justice could still prevail. We are equally grateful for the incredible community surrounding us. This community has shown unwavering support and has been there for Eric's boys without judgment and through some of the most difficult times imaginable. The boys are succeeding and thriving because of the people around them who continue to provide support and look out for their safety. Going through every aspect of this murder easily led to a dark place while fighting against an individual focused on only chaos and vengeance. However, the people surrounding us, including the sheriff's officers, principals, teachers, school staff, coaches, counselors, neighbors, and church members, created an unbreakable force for what is good, just, and right. No sentence can bring Eric back. No outcome will erase the suffering caused by these actions. But accountability matters, truth matters, and justice matters. Kouri continues to shirk responsibility for her actions, for the pain she has caused, and for the resources she has squandered, both Eric's and the state's. Even after everything that has been revealed, Kouri has demonstrated zero genuine accountability or remorse for the devastation she has left behind. Instead, she has repeatedly attempted to distort the truth, create false narratives, and portray herself as the victim. She has used the legal system as part of her schemes. There has been lawsuit after lawsuit, motion after motion, delay after delay, all in an effort to shift blame away from the person responsible. The evidence, the truth, and the outcome of this case all tell a very different story. What is especially concerning is the continued hostility from Kouri and her family, as well as their desire for vengeance directed towards our family, a family already devastated by an unimaginable loss. Statements they have made about going to war and getting the Richins demonstrate an ongoing mindset rooted in blame, anger, and retaliation, rather than remorse or acceptance of responsibility. Kouri will continue to try to convince the public that she was a good mother through media outlets that choose not to research or report on the countless motions and facts presented in this case or other cases, but instead simply regurgitate the false narratives of a sick and evil person. Kouri and her family continue to plan media campaigns focused on lies, targeting anyone foolish enough to spend time listening to them. Kouri is not before this court because she was mistreated, because she is a victim, or because the Richins family manufactured a false narrative that she and the Darden family would like to portray. She is before this court because of the choices she has made, choices that resulted in Eric's death and permanent trauma to anyone who has loved him. Kouri chose pride, seeking to project an image of success. Kouri chose adultery and lust, prioritizing her secret lover over her husband and her children. Kouri chose fraud and greed, hoping to profit from Eric's death. Kouri chose murder, and she continues to choose vengeance against the victims of her actions. The time for Kouri to make choices is at an end. Now it is time for her victims to choose. Please let Eric's children have a chance to choose lifelong peace, comfort, security, success, and happiness. I ask this court to impose a sentence of life without parole, a sentence that truly reflects the gravity of this crime, the irreversible harm caused to our family, and the calculated choices that led to Eric's death. Thank you, sir.
The respectful way the family is thanking all the members, including even the alternates, the bailiffs, gives you a little peek into how Eric was raised. It tells a very different story than what Kouri Richins' team tried to portray during the trial.
Good morning. Honorable Judge Morasek, my name is Amy Richins. I am Eric Richins' sister. Today, I'm here to speak as a victim and to speak for Eric because he no longer has a voice. I addressed this court in 2023 when we were living in a state of visceral shock. Now, 3 years later, we are here at sentencing on a date that carries a weight I can barely describe. Today's Eric's 44th birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be proof of life, a day to celebrate another year of growth. Instead, today is a cruel reminder of another year Eric will never see, and a reminder of the fatherhood that was stolen from his 3 sons. Before I talk about what this crime has done, I need you to know who Eric was, not as a headline, but as a person. Over the course of this trial, so many people described Eric in strikingly similar ways. They called him outgoing, confident, funny, competitive, dependable, driven, and fiercely loyal. He was a leader, a hard worker, a rancher, a businessman, a coach, a best friend, a brother, a son. But more than anything, people described him as a phenomenal father. Eric had 3 sons and he coached many of their sports teams. He was the kind of dad who showed up not just for his own children, but for everyone around them. Sometimes I think about all the children who lost him too, the kids he coached, mentored, and believed in. I cannot imagine the confusion and heartbreak they felt when someone who had become such a steady and trusted part of their lives was suddenly gone. Eric was a real person, a deeply loved person, and the loss of him echoes through every life he touched. On my 16th birthday, I was sitting in my 10th grade English class when I got a text from Eric that said, "Come outside." I walked out, and there was Eric, standing with flowers and that mischievous grin we all knew. I asked what he was doing there, and he just said, "Let's go. We've got to get a little mud on your tires." I had just bought my first truck, a used Ford F-150. Eric took me up into the mountains, and we took that truck off-roading for the first time. It was exhilarating and terrifying, but I felt safe because he was there. That was Eric. He made life bigger. He made people feel brave, and he protected the people he loved. That is the brother I lost, and that is the father his boys lost. In 2023, I told this court that I was tormented by the sequence of events of that night. Today, that torment has not faded. I still wonder when Eric realized he was in mortal danger. I wonder what Kouri said to him in his last moments. I'm still haunted by the question, did his boys hear their father's final struggle? If Eric had died of an illness, we would have cared for him. If it were an accident, there would have been kindness. But there is no comfort here. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, my brother was faced with the ultimate betrayal. Eric's sons were 9, 7, and 5 when their world was shattered. They are now 13, 11, and 9. These are the years when a boy learns how to be a man by watching his father. What makes this crime uniquely heinous is that their grief will never pass. It will reinvent itself at every milestone. This crime didn't just happen once. It happens every single morning when those boys wake up and realize their father is still gone. They did not just lose their father, they lost the life they knew. Eric's death didn't end the harm. It began a grinding process of re-traumatization. Early in this process, I remember being told this case would be a marathon, not a sprint. We did not understand how every hearing, filing, delay, and public narrative would reopen wounds all over again. As if losing Eric was not painful enough, our family was then forced to grieve under public scrutiny. After the publication of the grief book, our family became the subject of public narratives, attacks, and speculation. At one point, I received a message sent from a burner phone that said, "You think you're funny? Kouri will get the last laugh. Your jealousy is as disgusting as your family." Law enforcement later confirmed, through warrants, that the message came from Kouri. That moment stayed with me because it captured what these years have felt like. Not just grief, but intimidation and distortion. Yes, our family hired a private investigator. But when someone you love dies suddenly and deep in your gut, you believe something is terribly wrong, you do not stop searching for answers. The real question is not why would you investigate? The real question is, what wouldn't you do? What wouldn't you do for your brother, for the truth? I also feel compelled to address the emotional toll of the trial itself. As the designated victim representative, and more importantly as Eric's sister, I have a right to be present in the courtroom. Yet during the proceedings, I was essentially kept in the dark. Due to the courtroom layout, I could not see the exhibits or the evidence. When we requested simple accommodation, we were told that the trial was being broadcast on court TV and I could excuse myself and watch from home with the rest of the world. Being told that my right to be here was interchangeable with a television broadcast was a profound violation. I did not want to watch Eric's life and death as content from my couch. I didn't want to go home after a grueling day and listen and watch it all over again. I had a right to be here, to face the evidence directly. Still, to this day, I have not been able to rewatch the trial because it's so time-consuming and painful to relive. I still have not seen all the evidence that was presented. Your Honor, I need to say this clearly. Someday, those boys will grow up and look back at the records of this trial. I need the truth to be the only thing they find. The claims made against Eric's character were not just legal defenses, they were acts of secondary violence. Eric was a protector, not a predator. These lies were a desperate attempt to justify the unjustifiable, and they have added a layer of cruelty to our grief that is nearly impossible to bear. I also need to correct the record on a few misrepresentations. First, the prenup. It was provided well before the wedding, not in a last-minute way. Second, the incident between Kouri and me. I never touched her. Kouri pled guilty to assaulting me. Yet she and her circle have continued to spread false narratives. This is a pattern of distortion that has kept our family trapped in conflict. There is something that has haunted me for years. And I found out Katie was the exact same today. I begged Eric to leave too. I begged him to divorce her. But Eric was trying to protect his boys. People often struggle to recognize intimate partner violence when the victim is a man. But Eric's actions spoke for themselves. He documented conversations. He tried to protect himself. He knew after Valentine's Day that she had tried to poison him, but he also believed that if he left, he could not fully protect his children. So he stayed because he was trying to keep them safe. This trauma has seeped into every corner of my life. And also, it has also deeply affected my own family and marriage. My husband, William, watched me be consumed by the pursuit of justice. For 4 years, we have lived in a constant state of stress, grief, and emotional exhaustion. I lost my job as a professor at Montana Tech University on the very day I was subpoenaed to appear in this court. Eric was so proud of me earning my PhD, and teaching students was something I loved and that made me proud. It now seems like another thing that Kouri's actions have taken away from me. But the most devastating loss is one that isn't in any police report. Because of the unrelenting stress of this investigation and the constant attacks on our family, I suffered a traumatic miscarriage of twins. We lost our children. We lost the future we were building. Kouri's actions didn't just end one life. They reached out and stifled the lives of my unborn children as well. That loss lives inside this tragedy too. Eric's murder did not just take someone from my life. It plunged me into a darkness. It stole the light I once carried. It erased the future I had planned. Every day, I wake up and step into this same crushing emptiness, where time itself feels frozen and meaningless. The laughter of my future children, the warmth of my family, the simple joy of waking to a new morning, all of it has been devoured by this crime. This grief is limitless, resembling the ocean. Sometimes it softly touches the shore, other times it pounds against it with fierce force. Occasionally, it surges like a massive tsunami, overwhelming everything. These changes can occur suddenly, and like the ocean, it cannot be controlled. I didn't just lose my brother. I lost my sister-in-law. I lost someone I considered my friend. We'd had good times together. That loss is so complicated now, Your Honor, because it forces you to grieve someone who is still alive while facing the horror of what they have done. It is grief that doesn't resolve. It just sits there heavy every day. This crime has fractured our family in ways outsiders cannot understand. One of the most painful realities is that my husband and I do not get to see our nephews. This tragedy has created a wall of trauma between us, and that feels impossible to climb. Because of this crime, we are no longer present in those boys' lives the way Eric would have wanted. In 2023, I told this court I never knew evil like this existed. Everything I have witnessed since has confirmed that. Kouri did not just kill Eric, she attempted to kill the spirit of everyone who loved him. She lied to his children, she lied to the world, and has shown no remorse while dancing on his grave for profit. Your Honor, a parole-eligible sentence is not a conclusion. It is a reoccurring nightmare. It guarantees that every few years, Eric's sons will be notified that their father's murderer is seeking freedom. It forces them to relive the trauma repeatedly for decades. Eric died trying to be his children's shield. He can no longer protect them, so now the responsibility falls to this court. I ask you to provide these boys with the finality and safety they deserve. I ask you to ensure that the noise of Kouri Richins never enters their lives again. For the years of suffering we have endured, for the children who will grow up without their father, and for the life she stole from Eric and the peace she stole from us, I respectfully ask that you sentence Kouri Richins to life without the possibility of parole. Happy birthday, Rico. Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Are you Jessica? Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Take your time.
My name is Jessica Black. I'm a licensed clinical mental health therapist and a registered therapist. Myself and my colleagues are here today to read the victim impact statements for 3 children. We are here as advocates on their behalf. After a developmentally appropriate process, the boys were able to decide individually how they wanted to share their statements, and this is what they chose. Our roles are to read their words exactly as they wrote. The boys want the court and the world to hear their side. This is from WR. I woke up to sirens, and there were a lot of people at my house, and I was definitely scared. I felt confused. I was in a bedroom with my brothers, and I didn't know what was happening. At first, I was really scared because I didn't know what was happening, and I had no control, and I felt helpless. I felt really overwhelmed. After my dad died, Kouri would put us in the basement while she was with the neighbor. I felt scared because I thought something really bad was happening again. She would take me to places that smelled really bad. Everything she did made me feel uncomfortable. When someone talks about Kouri, it makes me feel hateful and ashamed. She took away my dad. It's made me have a hard time trusting people. I was scared that Kouri's family would come to my school and take me. I had to go to counseling with DCFS in Heber, and I did not like it. DCFS made me talk to Kouri, and I couldn't do things that I wanted to do. I felt not important to anyone. I feel a lot better about myself now than I did with Kouri. I can't ever see my dad again. I want her to go to prison forever. If she got out, I would be so scared, really mad, and I wouldn't want to go with her anywhere. I'm worried that she would take me away from Katie and Clint. Once she is gone, I will feel happy, and I will feel safer and relaxed, and trust people more.
Thank you. Christina.
Your Honor.
I am Christina Green. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, not registered play therapist, and I will be reading for AR. You took away my dad for no reason other than greed, and you only cared about yourself and your stupid boyfriends. You were not caring and watching over me and my brothers. I had to be a parent to W. C and I would walk him to the bus stop, feed him, and watch him. You were not concerned about our health. When we got hurt, you didn't even care. When C got run over by a side-by-side, you still made him go to the soccer game that day without taking him to the doctors first. You would lock C in his room, and I would have to go to the kitchen and bring him food. You shamed us when we didn't want to eat uncooked lasagna you made. We threw it away because we couldn't eat it. Then you made us watch videos of children starving in war areas. You wanted to scare us into eating something that wasn't cooked. You wouldn't let our dog outside, and then the dog would pee inside. You created this problem, then you would smack my dog on the head as hard as you could. You wouldn't let me put my kitten in the garage for safety at night, and we found it eaten by raccoons the next day. You wouldn't let us turn on and use the heater lamp for the chickens and bunnies, and they froze to death. You would always argue with my dad and lock the door. You were not playing the role as a real mother does. You were doing the opposite. Now my dad can't be my coach anymore, can't be at any of my games. He won't be at my birthdays. He can't teach me how to drive. He won't be at my graduation, and he can't take me camping or fishing. You made me paranoid about sleeping on my dad's side of the bed by saying I might die or get harmed when I was just trying to be close to my dad after you killed him. You took away everything from me and my brothers. I don't want you out of jail because I will not feel safe if you are out. You have never said sorry for anything that you have done to me and my brothers. I don't want you to hurt anyone again. I know that you will need to stay in jail to fully take accountability for what you did to me, C, W, and my dad. With you in jail, I will be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without fear of you hurting me or anyone I love. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sarah?
Yes, my name is Sarah. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and registered play therapist, and I'm going to read the victim impact statement for CR. My name and age now, my name and age I was at the time of the crime. CR, age 12, now 13. I was 9 when my dad was murdered. What I would like to see happen if the perpetrator is convicted of the crime, I would like to see Kouri get a life sentence. My thoughts regarding an appropriate sentence for the person who is accused of this crime and if they are found guilty. I think Kouri should get a life sentence because what she did is very sick, because it had no reason to happen and it impacted a bunch of people, including me. These are some reasons why I think she should have a life sentence. The information I feel is important for the judge to be aware of in sentencing. I think the judge should know that my dad was a good person and very thoughtful and kind and helped whoever needed help. He was always taking the extra mile to help people. My physical injuries as a result of this crime are as follows. I was sleeping and then I went to get a drink of water, then went back to bed. And when I woke up shaking and Bailey called the ambulance and they came and I couldn't talk for a while, I think Kouri had something to do with it because she didn't call the ambulance. She called Bailey and Bailey called the ambulance. At the ER, Kouri resisted to have my blood drawn, and kids who usually have this kind of seizure is when they are a few months old to a year old. I learned later that Kouri bought more fentanyl and had it in the house when this happened. I think this is what happened. She did what she did to my dad in the living room. My experienced emotional injury because of this crime is described as follows. Sad. I feel mad that I have to feel sad. I went from being scared for my life to feeling really good. I was scared for my life because I didn't eat that much. Kouri was always drunk or gone. I was always locked in my room. I can't remember, but I am pretty sure the lock was on the outside. Kouri threatened she would kill my lizard because we didn't want to watch some weird show with her. All of our chickens died because there was no food or water. My rabbit died because we didn't have food or water. The goats almost starved to death because she bought moldy hay and she didn't water them. Nothing ever got fed or watered. It didn't feel good to worry about my animals. I felt like I had to take care of my siblings. Ash mostly took care of me though because I was locked in my room. Ash would bring me food. Kouri would lock me up if I told her she was drunk. This happened pretty much daily. I feel angry that she locked me in my room. I am angry almost all my animals died. I am angry she threatened to kill them. I am angry she killed my dad. I started to feel really good when I moved into a safe place. It was safe because the people around me were safe, Katie and Clint. I felt safe at Jake and Shalina because I wasn't with Kouri anymore. Counseling. I feel annoyed that I have to go to counseling and tell the story about what happened 55 million times. I feel better now because I know it's to help me. I would like to not have to go to counseling. I would like to have to not worry about anything after this trial is over. I want the judge to know I hope Kouri gets convicted to a life sentence. Kouri is always drunk. I want the judge to know my dad was a good person and I miss my dad. I miss my dad, but I do not miss how my life used to be. I don't miss Kouri, I will tell you that.
Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further from the state?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit state sentencing exhibits A through I previously provided to the court and defense. I have copies now I can bring to the court.
Any objection, Ms. Dester?
Yes, we do object to some of those being on the public docket, and we can, if we want to take a break, we can go through that with the prosecution. I actually sent him an email asking if they would be filed publicly, and his response was no. So I was unaware that he was going to do that.
Admitting them and filing them publicly are two different things. Any objection to their admission?
Not to their admission, only to their public filing, Your Honor.
Okay, we can work that out. States A through I are admitted. I need a break. We'll be in recess until 11:10. If during that break you and Ms. Nestor would come to some consensus about what the defense wants to have listed as private and or protected depending on the content.
Your Honor, the state agrees all should be
Okay, understood. That's the order of the court.
Okay, they're all
We'll be in recess until 11:10. Follow the directions of the court security director and the bailiffs in terms of how to leave and re-enter the courtroom.
They're trying to keep the families separate here. That was unbelievable. The eloquent way that those thoughts were shared. Wow. Kouri's reaction, I don't know. The judge can't have missed that. There's no way. Yeah, she's in shackles. She's got belly chains in shackles. She's in jail outfit with long sleeves. Several times Kouri looked over at Ms. Lewis and basically was sort of like imploring for an objection. Ms. Lewis basically told her to calm down and no, don't do it, don't say anything, just sit here. But she couldn't stop showing her surprise and disgust for different things that were said. Very curious now if she is inclined to stand up and try to correct the record. This is one of the most unique sentencing hearings I've ever seen. First of all, there were no objections at all, even though there's some points that probably from a legal perspective, looks like we're going in black for right now. We'll hold tight for a second, see if the court's nixed the feed. For those watching on Top Mark Media, the court has turned off the feed. It'll be back on in just a second. All right, sorry, I just have to tell the other channel. We're going to be back here in just a minute. Okay, we're getting the feedback briefly. Everyone left but Kouri. She's the only one left in the room. I'm flabbergasted. We thought we knew a ton of outside information about this case, and just hearing Eric's sisters talk and share, looks like they're back now. Hearing Eric's sisters share more information than we had before was just. I'm floored. I'm floored of the allegations of what's happening. We've got one of the kids who believes, I'm not sure what evidence is there, but one of Kouri's and Eric's children, her sons, believes that he was poisoned with fentanyl as well because of an experience in a seizure, and he says she didn't want his blood being drawn and things like that. He believes that she tried to eliminate him as well. All sorts of allegations of abuse, both child and animal abuse, brought up by the sons in their letters, as we hear that there was that the treatment of the animals was anything but good. Everyone's left but Kouri. The angle that the cameraman has set up, this camera that we're seeing right here, it gives us a unique view that we normally don't get unless we have two cameras side by side, and that's we get to see the speaker who is speaking to the judge, the impact statement, the victim, and we also get to see the reaction of the defendant. A lot of times we get to see one or the other, but the way they've framed this shot is amazing. That we can watch in real time Kouri's reaction to everything that was said. And you've got to believe that she is either surprised or wants us to believe that she's surprised at some of the things that were said. But what was said that we heard from everyone who spoke, that they unanimously all implored the judge to return a sentence of life without parole for various reasons. But all of them involving safety for themselves and for others. Hearing Eric's sisters describe their conversations that they had with Eric about getting a divorce, about leaving Kouri, and begging him to leave, and basically said he knew what she was doing. He knew what she was trying to do. We're still having the feed go up and down here, so we're going to turn away for just a minute. Hang on, let me talk to Top Mark. On Top Mark, the feed's going to go off here for just a minute. When the court returns, we'll have the feedback for you. All right. Eric knew he was being poisoned. But because he was afraid of the boys being given 50% custody to their dad and 50% to their mom, he was afraid of that 50% away from him and what that could mean for his boys. And at least according to his sisters, said, "I'll live through hell until my last boy turns 18, so I can protect them." See some of your comments and questions. I appreciate you guys being respectful here. There's a lot going on. Selena says, "I'll call when it's over. I'm basically physically shaking at the moment, so I'll talk to you soon." Okay, Selena, thank you. Selena's our court watcher today. She's in there in the courtroom watching this in real time as this goes down. The camera's blurry and repositioning, releveling. hopefully they can get this set up during the break. They were sort of rushed in setting up the camera. We're also hoping that maybe the audio is improved when we come back. I've had to boost this audio. If you've tried to watch this anywhere else, I bet you haven't been able to hear it. I've boosted the audio, 28 decibels to be able to hear what's going on in court. Why did they clear the courtroom? The judge said he needed a break, which can give you a little indication of the fact that he's pretty riled up as well. He's a pretty calm, collected dude. Okay, the judge is just fantastic that way. He has been throughout this whole trial. But when he says, I need a break, that was not like a, hey, I had too much to drink this morning, let me run to the restroom type break. He needs to get a reset on his feelings before he moves forward. Or maybe before he hears what the defense wants to present, which could also be quite spicy, especially if Kouri opts to speak. That's a decision that she has that her lawyers can't make for her. Maybe Megan, maybe not, says, finally read, not to be confused with Red Pen because we're both great at English and all. One of my favorite corners in the internet. Y'all are loved. Maybe Megan, maybe not. Thank you very much. OG, 36 months. Appreciate your support. Thanks to those who have clicked the subscribe button. That is free. And if you like watching court like this, we invite you to come back. The easiest way to do that is click the subscribe button and then return with us. There we go. We're going back to court now as the feed is back up and even leveled out. So we've moved the camera a tiny bit. You have a little different perspective. Interesting that the children call her Kouri. One of them called her the defendant many times. And that was powerful. Going back to the actual trial itself, if you remember, we started out with Gene. We started out with Eric's dad. And man, what a heartbreaking testimony just to hear the pain and the loss in the whole family as they're trying to describe Eric and the situation and what they knew and what happened and how things unfolded. And as the case got built, we didn't get to hear all the stories that we heard just now. Amy, for instance, we were expecting to hear about the punch, which we knew some information about, but didn't get much during the court case. Now she comes up and says, just to correct this, I never touched her. You know, she hit me. But describing... It sort of hits me right in the feels when they describe basically us, what we're doing, watching court. And it reminds me of the real impact these court cases have on real people in the courtroom. This is not simply entertainment. This is, as I said right before this live stream started, or at least the trial portion, that we're watching court when it is somebody else's worst day. There's numerous people in that courtroom who would want to be anywhere else but right there, that would hate that they are dragged into this situation, having to tell the story once again, and sit on pins and needles, hoping for an outcome that will at least be a little bit better than the other options for them. So I appreciate everyone who's being respectful in chat for that reason. Oftentimes we do have family members who join us here in chat. And sometimes they announce and sometimes they don't. So please be respectful there. Trina Lee, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Really gives some of the context behind Katie's testimony of, if not their mom, Kouri, I'm not their mom, Kouri. They're asking for their mom. We heard a little bit about the walk the dog letter in, I think it was Katie's remarks. And also even some mentions of the Darden family, of Kouri's family, which the walk the dog letter appears to be directed towards. So we'll see if there's any clarification of that from the defense side or what is going to be presented here, because at least her lawyers are going to speak to the judge. We've got about 3 minutes before the judge comes back, but let's see. That's why the decorum of the group is so important. It is. Just as an example, in the Tyler Robinson case, which is in Utah County, which also has Ms. Nestor from this trial, the judge in that case just made an order in the last week that it allows him to review. We're cranking up the audio a little bit. It allows him to review the coverage of a media outlet before determining if he grants media access or not. That's why it's important. Not every court does that, but some do, and that's important. Okay, if you give me a minute, I've got to focus on the audio levels here for both our channel and Top Mark Media, which are run separately.
Just don't forget to unmute if it takes the bench. I can't tell you how many times we have.
Don't forget to unmute. I can't tell you how many times we have to tell people to unmute. OG Bunny Nicole Wise, member for 29 months, says prayers for to the Richins family. Will you be following the new Murdaugh trial? That's why I found you. Much love. Thank you. I'm more inclined to follow Murdaugh than I am the Stauch trial. The Stauch trial is just very, very difficult. Just like soul-crushing difficult. And I realized we did that. We said this is important for Gannon, justice for Gannon. I'm not sure if emotionally I'm in a place where I could sit through the Stauch trial again. The Murdaugh trial, for various reasons, it doesn't hit quite as close to home, mainly because I don't have children the age of the victims, and that are in the Stauch trial. So, Kay Hodgson, big 40 months, 40. That is amazing. Thank you, Kay. Appreciate your support. You are a double OG, the first double OG, I think. 40 months. So that has been perfect. I thank you for that. I wish I could show you how I've basically turned up every possible way I possibly can to improve the volume from court, because it's just been so quiet. Can't you appeal? There's always ways to appeal, right? There's always something that you can do. Most of them have very little chance of succeeding. I don't see in the Kouri Richins trial any glaring legal issues that would, just be like low-hanging fruit for an easy appeal. But you never know. All right. Did Murdaugh get another trial? Yes, this morning it was announced. I think Court TV and Law and Crime, some of the big channels, announced that decision came down from the Supreme Court in South Carolina. So he will be getting a new trial. And it's close to me, so maybe we'll go down and be there for that one. From the mouths of babes, the terror they lived. Who knew she killed their pets? The Murdaugh new jury won't go on a field trip. That was a big factor in the verdict, as I understand. The new Murdaugh trial won't have Becky, and that was also a huge factor. That was the jury got a little outside influence. Meaty Banana, loving this. Justice for Eric. Meaty Banana on the jury for 33 months makes you an OG. Welcome. I don't think I can watch Letitia again, but I will watch the verdict sentencing. I bet Letitia is going to do differently at her trial. It's going to be a different trial for sure. I'm not sure. Is her expert? What was that? The lady that was just the wild expert she had testify. I'm not sure if she's still even working or be able to testify. She might have to go a different way. Or if she's even alive. She was getting up there in years. Rebecca. Oh, yes, you were also hit 40. I forgot about that. I'm sorry about that, Rebecca. Thank you. Last time when we watched Letitia's trial, we got courtroom cameras, which were like a Zoom feed. Looks like I've got some motion in court. The judge might be coming out here in just 1 second. Have any of you heard of the new paperwork that came out, the poisoning? I have not yet. Are you talking about a court order or court filing? I was just in the docket the other day and I didn't see anything, but let me know if there's something there. If Kouri speaks, do you think she will attack her sons? No, I think she would focus all her displeasure toward Eric's family and blame them for anything that her sons might feel against her. The faces she made during those impact statements were very telling. It is impossible for the judge to have missed that. Like, absolutely.
Have a seat, thank you. We're back on the record in 231-500-139.
They fixed the audio.
Mr. Bloodworth, just to confirm, anything further from the stand?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, please tell me what's contemplated.
Your Honor, I have some opening remarks. Then we have some letters that some of which we've been asked to read. Others are here to read themselves. Due to the excessive publicity, several of the people have asked that only you and the prosecutor know their names, and that we not say their names. And so I'm going to provide you with each letter as we go that has their actual names on it. All of them are willing to confirm with you privately that they've written these letters as officers of the court. We assure you they have, but they did not want to appear on camera.
That's fine.
And then, after we do a set of the letters, Mr. Ramos has some very brief remarks, and then we're going to put on 3 more. Then Ms. Lewis will close out remarks, and then Ms. Richins will do her allocution at the very end.
Understood.
If that's sufficient.
Please.
Thank you. May it please the court.
Buckle up, this is going to be wild.
Excuse me. We began this journey when Kouri Richins stood before this court, stood before your honor, and entered a plea of not guilty. And now, after being convicted by a jury, she stands before you again. And on this day, she will tell you again that she did not do what she has been convicted of doing. And that is her right under the law. And we, her advocates, we are tasked with a sacred duty, a duty to protect and preserve her constitutional rights at all costs. In the face of criticism, scorn, and ridicule from the public, the media, and anybody else connected with this case, we have been committed to our duty throughout this trial, and we remain so today. It is our privilege and honor to stand beside Kouri. We believe in her innocence completely. And we will continue to stand by her as she takes her appeal to the next level, to a higher court. But that battle remains for another day. Today, she stands before you, convicted by a jury of 5 felony counts. We recognize and honor that this court is also tasked with a sacred duty, a duty under the constitutional laws of our state to decide the appropriate sentence in light of Ms. Richins' convictions. The enormity of that responsibility cannot be denied. Everything we will present to your honor today is submitted for your consideration with an abiding faith in the court's commitment to its sacred duty, and in the prayerful hope that mercy will prevail over calls for retribution. As the state has conceded in their briefing, in order to decide an appropriate sentence, it is right and just for this court to look not only at the conduct for which Kouri Richins has been convicted, but also at her entire life. The good things she has done, making her worthy of the mercy of this court. Things such as the personal traits and characteristics that suggest she is not the monster that the prosecution portrays, but a human being, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, a person that has made mistakes, but a person who has loved deeply, a person who's completed acts of kindness and love and care toward others, a person who's contributed to her community, a person who, even in the darkest time of her life, reached out to help others who were incarcerated alongside her, a person who unselfishly tried to ease the pain her family and friends experienced as a result of this case. Now, we have asked people who know Kouri the best to show you the person they know and love. You will hear from family and friends who saw her the most. You will hear from people who worked with her. You will hear from people who spent time with her since she's been incarcerated and have seen how committed she is to rehabilitation while she's in jail. Even more telling, you will hear how she's helped others even when facing unbearable situations in her own life. All of these individuals will reassure this court that she can be productive and make positive contributions in a carceral setting. You've heard from the state their cry for the harshest punishments available under our laws. Yet you also presided over this trial. You saw the evidence and the absence of facts that would justify such penalties. I am sure this court is aware of what a sentence of life without parole actually means in a prison setting. These individuals are locked down in their cells 23 hours a day. They are not provided with the opportunity to participate in programming, seek education, work at jobs in the prison. For all intents and purposes, they are treated as death row inmates. They are denied in-person visitation. They are stripped of any sense of community or humanity. They have no hope of any future reunification with the people they love. Out of the thousands and thousands of cases that go through our criminal justice system, less than 100 individuals have been determined to be worthy of a sentence of life without parole. And that is because judges throughout this state understand that such a sentence presumes that an individual is wholly incapable of redemption or rehabilitation and should be punished in the worst way imaginable until they die alone in a cage. And Ms. Lewis will talk more about that later. But in the meantime, you're also going to hear from 3 people who've never met Kouri Richins. They know nothing about her case, but they know about what life without parole means. You are going to hear from a mother whose son was murdered, and how many years ago she was in the position that the Richins family is in now. You will hear about her journey to forgiveness, and how after many years she came to regret seeking the penalty of life without parole for her son's killer. You will hear from a woman who understands how Kouri's boys feel. Her father killed her mother and was sentenced to prison. You will hear how she learned to forgive her father and how she's enriched her life through finding her way into a relationship with him again. And you will hear from a former prosecutor, someone who sat right where Mr. Bloodworth sits now, and how he personally witnessed the rehabilitation and tragic end of an individual he put behind bars for life. All of these perspectives are important because they remind us and the court that the recognition of the precious gift of life takes many forms and can change over time. They remind us that the decisions made by this court today can reflect our own humanity and inspire us all to have hope and believe in forgiveness. Finally, Your Honor, you're going to hear from Ms. Richins herself. Her allocution is unusually long. She has worked very hard on it. We ask the court to allow her to take about 30 minutes or so to read her words aloud. She is going to share with you what matters most to her in this world, her love for her boys. It is all she has left. Everything else she has ever held dear in her life has been stripped from her. It is her hope that in openly and honestly sharing her love and hopes and dreams for her boys with you, that you will see what it is inside of her that is worth saving, that is worthy of mercy, and that is filled with hope, humanity, and love. So with the court's indulgence, we'd like to read aloud some letters that have been provided to us. As I discussed, some have asked us to read it and only share the names with you in the prosecution. Some are here to read them themselves. And we are grateful to the court's indulgence to listen. And we're going to start with a letter from Kouri's mother, and Ms. Lewis is going to read that letter. And I have a copy of it that I'm going to provide so the court can read along if you like. And I also have copies for the prosecution as we go.
And we will add this to the information as part of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Not public.
Understood.
Yes.
This is wild. Kouri's going to give a half-hour allocution.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kouri's mother, Lisa Dark, is here in the courtroom. She is actually I feel given me the privilege to read her words. She was concerned about her ability to read them herself. Your Honor, Kouri is my daughter. I write to you today carrying grief that words struggle to hold. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the loss of Eric. He was my son-in-law, my friend, and a truly wonderful father. Eric had a kind heart and a generous spirit. He was deeply loved, and he will never be forgotten by me or by the many people whose lives he touched. Eric once saved my life, and I have carried that gratitude with me every day since. His legacy lives on most clearly through the 3 beautiful boys he left behind. Your Honor, I speak today as a mother and as a grandmother. The children are my greatest concerns. These 3 boys have endured unimaginable loss and upheaval in their young lives. They lost their father, then their mother, then the sense of safety and continuity every child deserves. Their world has changed again and again through no choice of their own. Whatever sentence is imposed will shape their lives forever. Whatever sentence is imposed, that was their choice. I will continue to watch the boys grow, whether at school events, or sporting activities, and throughout their lives. I will keep them in my prayers, hoping they grow into emotionally stable and resilient young men. Kouri is more than the worst day of her life. She is a mother who has devoted herself to her children since the day they were born. Before all of this, she was deeply involved in their schooling, their sports, their faith, and their community. She coached teams, volunteered weekly at school, led youth programs, and taught her boys compassion through service, from food banks to flood relief to helping firefighters and families in need. Her life centered on her family and on helping others. In many ways, everyone impacted by this case has suffered loss. However, the greatest burden has fallen on 3 innocent children. These boys have experienced repeated disruption and trauma at an age when stability is essential. Before these events, they lived in a loving home with 2 devoted parents. They were surrounded by family, supported emotionally and financially, and deeply connected to both their mother and father. Their lives revolved around school, sports, family traditions, and feeling safe and loved. That sense of security was taken from them in stages. First, they lost their father suddenly and without preparation. They were informed by officials rather than being guided gently by a parent, a moment that forever changed their childhood. Their mother then spent more than a year helping them navigate grief, modeling compassion and emotional resilience, and working closely with them to understand loss in age-appropriate ways. She even found creative ways to help them cope emotionally during this painful period. Then, they lost daily access to their mother. Once again, they were told life-altering news by strangers rather than family. The boys were moved between placements, disrupting routines and emotional progress, despite beginning to feel settled and supported. Throughout this time, they maintained a meaningful and positive relationship with their mother through letters, phone calls, visits, and counseling. Later, they were moved again, against their expressed wishes, away from family caregivers and trusted relationships. Each transition compounded their confusion, anxiety, and grief. Children need continuity to heal, yet these boys have experienced repeated separations from the people they rely on most. As a grandmother who helped raise these children, I have also lost daily contact with them. They were a central part of my life, just as I was part of theirs. The separation from their maternal family has been devastating, not only to me, but to the boys themselves, who deserve access to all safe and loving family connections. Your Honor, these children have already endured more than most adults will in a lifetime. Being placed in the middle of adult proceedings and repeatedly confronted with painful realities risks further emotional harm. They love their mother. They need reassurance, not fear, healing, not more loss. I ask the court to carefully consider the cumulative impact on these children and the importance of preserving their emotional well-being and future stability when determining your appropriate sentence. Your Honor, I ask the court to take a moment to consider Kouri Richins as a whole person, beyond headlines or assumptions, and to understand the life she built before this case. Kouri has been driven, disciplined, and committed to growth from a young age. She graduated from high school in 2007, completing her studies a year early. She continued her education and earned her associate's degree in 2010. In 2012, she obtained her bachelor's degree, the same year she became a mother for the first time. In 2013, Kouri married Eric, and together they began building a family. Their second son was born in 2014. Kouri continued pursuing education while raising her children, earning her master's degree in 2017, followed by the birth of their third son shortly thereafter. Professionally, Kouri has consistently worked to better herself and provide for her family. She obtained her real estate license in 2019 and later earned her general contractor's license in 2021, achievements that reflected her work ethic, independence, and determination. In 2022, Kouri experienced a devastating loss with the sudden death of her husband. Despite profound grief, she sought constructive ways to cope and help others, publishing a children's book in 2023 focused on helping children process loss. After her arrest in 2023, Kouri did not retreat from self-improvement. While incarcerated, she earned her paralegal certificate in 2025. In 2026, she completed her MBA, pursuing education under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. She continues to seek opportunities for further education, demonstrating perseverance and a commitment to growth. Your Honor, this timeline reflects a pattern of responsibility, resilience, and continued effort to better herself, even in the most challenging moments of her life. I would like to illustrate Kouri's character through her actions and the way she lived her life, particularly as a wife, mother, and member of her community. Kouri was deeply devoted to her family. She was a committed wife to Eric and a hands-on present mother to their 3 sons. Their marriage was built on partnership and mutual support. Kouri consistently supported Eric in his career, hobbies, and interests, including his involvement in sports and coaching. She encouraged his passions and stood by him throughout their life together. In return, Eric expressed his commitment to caring for his wife and children, and their shared priorities were apparent in the way they lived and parented. As parents, Kouri and Eric focused on raising kind, engaged, and active children. Kouri was closely involved in her son's education, sports, and activities. She volunteered weekly at their school, coached youth soccer and basketball, served as a scout leader, and was present at practices, games, and events. Her time, energy, and focus were always directed toward her children's well-being and development. Beyond her immediate family, Kouri consistently showed compassion for others. She was active in community service and believed strongly in teaching her children empathy through example. Together, they volunteered at food banks, participated in flood relief by filling sandbags for elderly residents, baked cookies for firefighters during fire season, and assembled care packages for families and individuals in need. She also helped ensure that children in the community had proper winter clothes by donating nearly 100 pairs of snow boots to a local elementary school. During the holidays, Kouri made extraordinary efforts to help others, purchasing, wrapping, and delivering hundreds of gifts to families who were struggling. She also demonstrated thoughtfulness in her extended work family by assembling personalized gift boxes and organizing holiday gatherings to bring people together. In 2023, following her husband's death, Kouri published a children's book designed to help grieving children process loss. She donated hundreds of copies to children who had lost a parent and visited schools to read to students dealing
Because
with
they
grief.
didn't sell.
Although the book achieved some commercial success, her intention was not profit. It was to help children feel less alone during one of the most difficult experiences a child can face. Kouri has always viewed her greatest accomplishment as her family, her husband, her children, and the home they built together. Her loyalty to her family is unwavering. As an aunt, she has been a consistent and loving presence in her nieces' and nephews' lives, providing child care support, attending milestones and school events, and assisting her siblings whenever they needed her. She has been the person who organizes family gatherings, holidays, and shared tradition, keeping the family connected. Faith has also played an important role in Kouri's life. She and her children regularly attended church and participated in faith-based community activities, reinforcing values of service, compassion, and responsibility. Your Honor, these are not isolated gestures. They reflect a long-standing pattern of generosity, responsibility, and care for others. Kouri's life before this case was defined by service to her family and community, and by her commitment to raising her children to be compassionate and engaged members of society. From a young age, Kouri demonstrated responsibility and a strong work ethic. While still in high school, she worked nights, weekends, and holidays to help support her aunt's business, using her earnings to pay her own way through college. That sense of responsibility never diminished. She continued to support extended family members whenever they needed help. Only 3 weeks after losing her husband, Kouri faced another profound loss with the death of her uncle. Even while grieving deeply herself, she stepped forward to help her aunt by taking on the responsibility of planning the funeral. This pattern, putting others' needs ahead of her own pain, has been consistent throughout her life. Kouri has always believed that no one should have to navigate grief or hardship alone. Kouri and I share an exceptionally close relationship as mother and daughter. She has stood beside me during some of the most difficult moments of my life, including surgeries and radiation treatments, providing care, support, and comfort without hesitation. Our relationship is built on mutual reliance, trust, and love. I, in turn, have played an active role in her family's life, helping care for Eric, the boys, and Kouri, and being deeply involved in their daily lives. Kouri also shares a strong bond with her brother. Though close in age, and like many siblings growing up, it was the loss of their father shortly after high school that solidified their understanding of the importance of family. Since then, the relationship has only grown stronger. They have supported each other through life's milestones, challenges, and joys. As a mother, Kouri has always made sure her children felt surrounded by family. She intentionally included her brother in holidays, family gatherings, and everyday moments, reinforcing the value of connection and belonging. She welcomed her brother's wife into the family from the very beginning, making a deliberate effort to ensure she felt included and supported. She has constantly offered help with family milestones, celebrations, and responsibilities, always striving to ease stress for others. Kouri takes pride in maintaining a close-knit family. She believes that shared time, whether during holidays, sporting events, small gatherings, or simply simple evenings together, is essential. Creating those moments of connection has always mattered deeply to her, and she has worked intentionally to keep her family united. Kouri played an important and deeply integrated role within the Richins family, particularly during times of hardship. When Eric's mother passed away in Hawaii, Kouri provided steady emotional support to the entire family and assisted in organizing funeral arrangements, stepping in wherever help was needed during a very painful period. Her commitment to Eric's family was genuine and enduring. At one point, Eric's mother expressed that Kouri was not simply her daughter-in-law, but her daughter, a reflection of the closeness and trust Kouri had earned within the family. Kouri and Eric prioritized time with extended family, creating meaningful memories together, including regular visits to St. George, Utah, to spend time with Eric's grandmother. When one of Eric's sisters faced unemployment, Kouri helped her secure work at the hospital where she herself was employed. She also routinely provided childcare for her sister-in-law's children, allowing them time together as a couple. Her involvement went beyond logistical help. She always participated in family milestones, including serving in a bridal party and assisting with wedding planning for another of Eric's sisters. During a particularly difficult period in that sister's life, Kouri accompanied her to a self-help retreat, offering both emotional support and companionship. Within the Richins family, Kouri often served as a source of calm and connection. She consistently worked to ease tensions, provide comfort, and maintain relationships during challenging moments. Her efforts contribute significantly to the overall well-being of the family. Kouri's compassion extended well beyond her immediate and extended family. She opened her home to the parents of a friend whose house had been damaged, offering them a safe place during a difficult time. When another friend's parents lacked firewood, their sole source of heat during the winter, Kouri arranged for a truckload of wood to ensure they stayed warm. She maintained close, supportive friendships, participated fully in friends' major life events, and was actively involved in the lives of their children. As a neighbor, Kouri was equally attentive and caring. Her home was offering a gathering place for neighborhood children, and she routinely prepared meals for parents working late or offered help to neighbors facing illness, including one undergoing chemotherapy. Her generosity was never performative. It was quiet, consistent, and motivated by genuine concern for others. Kouri is not a perfect person, but she is an authentic one. Her life has been marked by steady acts of kindness, loyalty, and service toward her family, her friends, and her community. She has always found purpose in easing the burden of others and helping people through difficult moments. Following Kouri's separation from her children, they were placed in a living situation that differed from what they expressed as their preference, despite having strong and meaningful bonds with extended family who had long played an active role in helping raise them. As young children, they had little control over these decisions, which added to their sense of uncertainty and loss. Kouri's sons are now facing significant emotional challenges in their day-to-day lives. They are processing grief, separation, and repeated changes, all at an age when stability is critical. Like their mother, Kouri's eldest son is especially sensitive and expressive, and he has struggled deeply with these transitions. All 3 boys are currently receiving counseling, which has been essential in helping them cope. Kouri has consistently supported therapeutic intervention and has emphasized the importance of counseling not only for each child individually, but for the family as a whole. In particular, she has advocated for additional individual support for her eldest child, recognizing his specific emotional needs. The circumstances surrounding their separation and the rules governing communications have made it difficult for Kouri and her children to openly share their feelings with one another. This limitation has taken an emotional toll on both the boys and their mother. Important thoughts, reassurances, and emotions often remain unspoken, creating additional stress and sadness. As a mother, Kouri experiences deep anguish over her inability to comfort her children as she once did. She worries constantly about their emotional well-being and struggles with the pain of knowing they are hurting while being unable to fully support them. Her concern for her sons remains constant and unwavering. Kouri has endured profound emotional and personal suffering since the loss of her husband. She is grieving the absence of the man she loved and built a life with, while navigating separation from her children and family under intense public scrutiny. The weight of these losses is immense, and it has affected not only Kouri, but her entire family, her mother, her children, and those who love her. Despite being incarcerated, Kouri has continued to demonstrate resilience and personal responsibility. Within the confines of jail, she has dedicated herself to education and self-improvement, using her time to study and work toward meaningful goals. These efforts reflect her character and her desire to grow, contribute, and remain a constructive presence, even under extremely difficult circumstances. Like many marriages, Kouri and Eric faced challenges. When difficulties arose, they chose to address them responsibly by seeking marriage counseling rather than turning away from one another. Those efforts strengthened their relationship. By all accounts from those closest to them, they were in a period of renewed connection and commitment, focused on their family and their future together. Your Honor, I stand before you as Kouri's mother. I love my daughter. I have known her for her entire life, not just through this case. I cannot speak to every aspect of what the court has considered, but I can speak to who she is as a human being, as a mother, and as a member of her family. I do not believe that Kouri did this, nor do I believe Kouri could possibly be capable of this crime. I can't validate what she did financially one way or another, and that's something Kouri will have to live with. I respectfully ask the court to consider a sentence that holds Kouri accountable for the jury's verdict while still allowing for the possibility of mercy and hope. A sentence without the opportunity for parole would permanently separate her from her children and leave no room for redemption. Kouri's life has meaning, especially to her 3 sons and her family, and I respectfully ask that the sentence reflect not only accountability, but also the potential for rehabilitation and the profound long-term impact on innocent children. Your Honor, I ask from a mother's heart that Kouri be given a sentence that allows the possibility of a future, one in which she can continue to grow and one day be a positive presence in life and her children's lives again. I firmly believe the jury reached an incorrect conclusion and that this outcome represents a profound injustice driven by personal bias. I do not believe Kouri is capable of committing murder. No one understands her loves her children as deeply as their mother does. Thank you for listening, Your Honor. I love you, Kouri, Carter, Ashton, and Weston. Her story does not end with this sentence. It is the strength of her comeback that will define it.
Mom sitting at the back of the room there.
Your Honor, at this time we would ask Renee Odom. She is going to read her own letter. We ask that she approach the podium, and I will provide it to the court and the prosecution as well.
Of course.
Kouri's mom describes Kouri as basically a full-time volunteer, Cub Scout mom,
Renee, please.
Philanthropist.
My name is Renee Odom, and I am here today as the sister of Kouri Richins. I want to begin by saying nothing I share today is meant to excuse or lessen the seriousness of what has brought us here. Eric's life was taken, and that loss is permanent. I want to acknowledge Eric by name and say that I loved him. He was kind to me, he was a part of my life, a part of my children's life, and a part of my family. He matters deeply, and he is missed. This tragedy has devastated our family, and its deepest impact continues to fall on Kouri's 3 boys. For more than 3 years now, they have been unable to see or speak with their mother. They have lost their father, and at the same time, they have lost access to their mom. Even in separation, Kouri has never stopped being their mother. She writes to her boys every single week. She reaches out every birthday, every holiday, holding on to that connection with everything she has and reminding them that they are loved. Kouri is my baby sister, and she has been an integral part of my life and the lives of my children. She has shown up for our family in ways that are impossible to count. I was there at her graduation from high school. I was there for the wedding of Kouri and Eric, moments filled with love, hope, and dreams for the future. She was there for my wedding and the birth of my son. She was there for me when I graduated college. She stood beside me at the baptism of both of my daughters. She poured her heart into giving my oldest daughter a beautiful sweet 16. These were not obligations to her. This is who she is. Kouri has always been the glue that held our family together. She hosts every Christmas. She planned every family vacation and made sure that no one ever felt forgotten or left behind. She believes deeply in helping others, and she has lived with this belief throughout her life. Even from behind bars, Kouri has continued to help people, offering support and encouragement and kindness any way she can. That desire to be of service has never left her. Kouri is a great sister, an awesome aunt, an amazing daughter, and she will always be a devoted mother. She is also the smartest person I know. Kouri has earned 2 master's degrees and is applying to a PhD program. Growth and learning and becoming better for herself and others have always mattered to her. Most of all, she loved her husband and her children with everything that she was. I continue to struggle to reconcile this tragedy with the loving sister and the mother I have always known. I understand and respect the court's responsibility to impose a just and lawful sentence. I am not here to challenge the verdict or to minimize the harm that has occurred. I only ask that the court see the full human picture, the pain, the accountability, the lifelong consequences that are already being carried. Please leave room for hope of a life with her boys. The impact of this tragedy will remain with Kouri and her children for the rest of their lives. Our family deeply feels the absence of her presence and that of her boys, her guidance and her love. I love you, Kouri, and I will always stand by you. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me speak and considering my words.
Renee gave a very balanced statement. Not denying the
Your Honor,
verdict,
at this
not
time,
denying the outcome.
I'm going to read a letter from Kouri Richins.
But you'll
Your Honor,
pass
at
her a
this
copy.
time,
She
we'd like
says
to
no.
read a brief letter from Kouri Richins. That is Kouri's sister-in-law, who also worked with her at her real estate business. I know Your Honor heard some testimony about that. She has a newborn baby, so she can't be here. Your Honor, I was introduced to the Richins family around 8 years ago, excuse me, and was able to have been around Kouri, Eric, and the boys since the youngest was 1. I spent many days, weekends, holidays, birthdays, barbecues, etc. with them all, and was able to learn so much about the family dynamic and the love they had for one another. No, their family wasn't perfect. No one's is. But those boys were loved beyond belief by both parents. Kouri and Eric did everything for the boys, to protect them, to teach them, to encourage them, to show them love, and mostly to show them 2 loving parents. My heart goes out to the 3 boys, as they do not deserve to be going through all this, as well as they do not deserve to be alienated from one side of their family. I miss them dearly every day. To know Kouri is to know the love she has in her heart. Kouri is one of the most selfless and caring people I know. She lived for those boys and lived to be the best wife she could be. Yes, she made mistakes in her marriage, as we know. So did Eric. But at the end of the day, they chose each other and their family. As a loving mother, exceptional caretaker, and benevolent humanitarian, Kouri was truly a devoted volunteer. She never stood still when she knew she could help another, embodying the definition of true character. From the moment this sudden, unexplainable tragedy occurred, there has been a distaste for Kouri for personal reasons rather than factual reasons. From allegations made by individuals she regarded as family, to authorities not conducting a systemically correct investigation and then not being given a suitable, unbiased venire. The conclusion of this case seemed inevitable. Although I'm not here to argue the verdict, I am here to help provide perspective on views you are unable to hear about. Kouri is a mother, a sister, a daughter, an aunt, widow, and at the end of the day, an imperfect person striving for grace. She is someone whom the community trusted, neighbors enjoyed, and her boys counted on as a supporter. I respectfully ask that the court consider the totality of her character and her full life history when making a determination. Your Honor, the next individual that spoke is Kouri's aunt. This is Lisa's sister. Her name is Doreen Kouri.
Remember, we've got Kouri Richins with a 30-minute statement.
Your Honor,
at the
thank
end
you
of
for
this.
allowing me to speak today. I have spent many sleepless nights trying to find the right words for this moment because it is heartbreaking to stand here and speak about someone I care deeply about in a courtroom like this. I believe in you, Kouri, and I'm very proud to be your aunt. I stand before the court not to minimize the seriousness of this case, but to speak about the person I've known outside of these proceedings. The woman I know is not the monster these proceedings may have made her appear to be. When I think about her, I do not think about charges, headlines, or verdicts. I think about the mother I watched love her children with every part of herself. I think about the woman who worked hard to build a better life through education, determination, and sacrifice. I think about someone who wanted more not only for herself, but for her children and the people she loved. Her children were never just part of her life. They were her entire world. I watched her celebrate their accomplishments, comfort them in difficult times, and carry the weight of motherhood every single day. She loved fiercely, deeply, and unconditionally. Eric and those boys were her life. Both Eric and Kouri were very loving and attentive parents. They were solid, they loved hard, and they played hard. I also watched her work tirelessly to educate herself and create stability for her family. She pushed herself because she believed in building a meaningful future. She was proud of what she accomplished, but even more proud of being a mother. This conviction does not erase the years of humanity, goodness, and compassion that existed before this moment. I know there are people who may only see the charge or the verdict, but I ask the court to remember a person is more than the worst moment of their life, or in this case, more than a verdict that many of us still struggle to understand and accept. The woman I know is compassionate, intelligent, nurturing, and deeply human. I do not believe she's cruel or beyond redemption. I believe there's still goodness in her, and I know there are many others who believe that too. Whatever sentence is imposed today will not only affect her, it will echo through the lives of her children, her family, and everyone who loves her for years to come. Her children still need their mother's guidance, love, voice, and presence in whatever way they can still have it. I understand the weight of the court's responsibility, and I speak with respect for these proceedings. I only ask that when sentencing is considered, the court remembers the whole person standing before you today. Not only this moment, but the years she spent loving, learning, sacrificing, and being devoted mother. I love you, Kouri, and I love those precious boys. I ask for mercy, I ask for compassion, and I ask that the court see the humanity in her so that so many of us have seen for years. All right, the next one is an individual that did not want their name read in the public, so I'm going to provide it to the court and the prosecution only. This is a close friend of the family.
That last statement may have given us a sneak peek into a potential appeal argument.
To the Honorable Judge Mrazek. I'm writing to respectfully share my personal relationship and observations with the Richins family and 3 young boys, and to ask that you consider sentencing Kouri to 25 years to life rather than life without the possibility of parole. From 2017 to 2019, I had the privilege of working as a babysitter for Kouri and Eric's 3 children. I was able to view this family at a time when things in life were good for them. The youngest, Weston, was still in diapers, and we worked on potty training together. What struck me most during that time was the stable, loving, and orderly home the 3 boys had to grow up in. Kouri was a young mother, close in age to 2 of my own children, and she'd established a true house of order. The home was beautifully decorated. I particularly remember the bright fall decor. The walls were lined with photos of the boys at different ages, and they had a wonderful playroom over the garage. The family worked together, played hard together, and clearly loved one another. I recognized the effort and pride in caring for her family. When she was out of town one week, she left detailed meal plans for me to use the crock pot, so Eric could come home each night to dinner with the boys. Those meals were so good that I replicated them for my own family. I was so impressed by her age progression photo display in the hallway that I had canvases made of my own grandchildren in a similar fashion. I even copied some of her simple but festive fall decorations and bought similar cowboy kid toys for my grandchildren after seeing how much her boys enjoyed them. Kouri's positive influence extended beyond her own family. I brought many of her ideas home with me. I do not wish to minimize the tragedy of this case. I watched the funeral online and was heartbroken, especially hearing young Carter say he would now be the man of the house. I believe Kouri deeply cares for her children, and I have to believe they love her as well. 3 boys' lives will be forever affected by the court's decision. I believe in the possibility of rehabilitation and the value of preserving hope. I respectfully ask that you not eliminate the chance that one day these 3 sons would be able to make their own choice as to whether or not to have a relationship with their mother. Kouri is not a threat to society. Please give her the opportunity to serve her sentence with the possibility of someday returning to her family. Thank you for your time and considering my perspective. Your Honor, the next individual that's going to be addressing the court is going to do it himself, and that is Mr. Greg Hall, and he's here to read his statement to the court.
Well, Greg comes up. We heard in that other statement too ago that that Kouri did not get a fair jury veneer. That means the entire pool of the jury, the people who were selected to be screened to sit on the jury, may be something that she appeals based on.
Sir, please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Before I say anything else, I want to express my deepest sympathy and most sincere condolences to the Richins and Darden's families. Nothing I say today is meant to diminish the weight of what has brought us into this courtroom today. My name is Greg Hall. I have known Kouri for over 7 years, both personally and professionally. And we have stayed in daily contact by phone, text, and in-person visits throughout her entire incarceration here in Summit County. I'm here today to share with you what I have witnessed firsthand about the person I know. In the years before Kouri was incarcerated, she made a habit of looking for people who were struggling. She not only volunteered for many years at children's schools and donated, which you've heard about the 100 pairs of snow boots, but she also did follow up to make sure that those children had clothes. She has volunteered at the soup kitchen for years and brought her boys along with her because she wanted them to teach them about service and kindness to others. When Kouri found out a neighbor had been diagnosed with cancer, she anonymously arranged for a massage therapist to visit her. When my own wife was in an auto accident, a care package showed up at our home. If a family was having a difficult time purchasing a home, she would offer to take little or no commission in order to help them. Please know that none of these things were ever done for recognition. They were done because all she ever wanted to do was good. Your Honor, what I would like the court to understand the most is that the goodness and kindness toward other people that defined Kouri before her arrest has not gone away since being incarcerated. When new inmates arrive frightened and disorientated, Kouri is the first to step in. She helps them get their footing in an environment that is unfamiliar
and frightening to them. She has also tutored other inmates working to further their education. She has helped women who cannot read or write navigate through the system and draft letters to their family on the outside. When women in her unit receive bad news from home, she is the first to sit with them and comfort them. She has used her time inside to study, and she takes her studies very seriously. She has earned multiple degrees, including a master's degree since being incarcerated, because she wants to be of use to other incarcerated women who struggle with literacy, with their legal paperwork, and with the simple daily reality of being inside. She enjoys studying religion and ethics and the practical application they have in our lives. She attends weekly church services and has helped to create new programs within the jail that other inmates now rely on. She studies late into the night, every night. She prays for her boys and for her family every day. She also prays for others in need. She writes to her sons, though her letters are returned to her unopened. She has not stopped trying to contact them, to express her love for them. Your Honor, the Kouri that I talk with each day is still filled with kindness, with goodness. Even to this day, as we speak to one another, she continues to ask and care about how people on the outside are doing. My family, her family, people we mutually know, before ever talking about herself. I'm not here to argue with the verdict of this court. I am here to tell you that the person I have known for over 7 years is still there, still trying, still useful to people around her in the small ways available to her to continue to be of service and provide acts of kindness. I only ask that the court please take this into consideration today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Greg Hall was on 48 Hours, spoke about this, talked about Kouri's business acumen.
Your Honor, the next two letters are from individuals who are investors with Ms. Richins in her real estate business. Both of these individuals did experience losses of money. So although they may not be victims in this case, they, I guess, are technically victims in the case that is pending. So I think their perspective is important. The first one, for some reason, I only have one copy. I'm going to give just a moment for Mr. Bloodworth to read it. Then I'll read it, then I'll hand it to the court.
Thank you.
All right, so we're stretching the term of victim to include these two because they're not direct victims in this case. There are other cases that they are victims in. But it is telling that these would be friends or investors that
Honorable Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you regarding whatever sentence you need to impose on Kouri Richins. I implore you to impose the lowest sentence possible, including the possibility for parole. Due to the defense resting in this case, you and the jury only heard everything negative that could possibly be said about her from the prosecution, their witnesses, and the media. There was always another side of her that was not presented. As one of the investors in some of Kouri Richins' properties, she never asked that we invest. We always asked her after seeing the quality of the work done. She had a real estate license and got a general contractor's license. Yes, we made money on some of the properties, and yes, we lost money on the legacy property due to her arrest. She made sure we were aware that we could lose our investments. During the time we did spend with her, we found her to be honest, caring, super smart, and constantly talking about her love of Eric and her children. She adores those boys and was involved in all aspects of their lives and very proud of all of them. I understand she has used the time in jail to obtain a second master's degree. I honestly believe that even spending time in prison, that she could still be a valuable and contributing member of society and hopefully one day have a relationship with her boys. I do totally understand how difficult it is to have someone's life in your hands, as I felt that weight as an Air Force flight nurse in Iraq many times, caring for our wounded warriors. We all need to have hope. Please do not take that from her, as she has already lost so much. And I'm not going to reveal the name on public.
Thank you.
Kouri's
The
not a
second one
wounded
is
warrior.
also an investor, Your Honor, that did lose a significant amount of money. So some type of victim status here. Honorable Richard Mrozik, thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing. Actually, okay, I do have extra of that.
Copies for the judge and for Mr.
Thank you for
Bloodworth.
the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing for Kouri Richins. May I first say that I was so impressed with your professionalism and demeanor during the trial. It appeared to me that you were very thoughtful in trying to judge fairly during the court proceedings. I would like to speak on my real estate experience with Kouri over the 3 years that I invested in 10 or more fix and flip home transactions. My wife, my son, and I were so impressed with Kouri and the great job she did in finding and remodeling the homes that we invested in. She worked hard in making those properties look beautiful after they were remodeled, and we all made money from them. We could not have been more proud of Kouri and happy for her and her family. Knowing from her brother Ronnie that she'd lost her father at a younger age, I told her once in a text message that I was unofficially adopting her as my daughter. She was a great mom for her boys, and she and Eric were so involved in their lives. What has happened since has been a tragedy for all the families involved. I never met Eric, but knew that he and his workers helped with some of the stonework on the remodels. Kouri and Eric helped stage a house that my son and I remodeled that Kouri found for us in Ogden. She listed it and had it sold in 3 days. Those were good times when the market was great for doing fix and flips, and we all benefited from it. Unfortunately, about the time of Eric's passing, the market changed and interest rates skyrocketed. Those who had house remodel properties suddenly found the buyer's market dried up and houses were not selling. We lost money as well as many of our friends in the real estate business. In watching some of the proceeding on court TV, I personally did not think that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Kouri was guilty and responsible for Eric's death. I was surprised at the jury's verdict because it left doubt in my mind based on the testimonies given. Kouri has lost everything: her husband, her 3 young boys, friends, family, and her home. May I appeal to the court that her sentencing may grant her the possibility of parole at some future time. Thank you for your kind consideration. And also this name we are not reading out loud. We also have several very short statements from people who have worked with Ms. Richins in the jail. These are volunteers that give their time, no money, that come to the jail to help people that are incarcerated to try to better themselves and better their lives. This first one is from the art class facilitator, Ms. Katie Fish. Dear Judge Mrozik, I'm writing to you today on behalf of Ms. Kouri Richins. I have known Kouri over the last 2 years within the context of the educational programs for the Summit County Justice Center. I facilitate an art class as a representative of Mountain Life Church. In that art class, Kouri's carried herself with ease and warm regard to the other inmates and those of us present as facilitators. While she's shown care for the other inmates, she has also been very respectful to those of us facilitating. Even when she had been carrying challenging emotions, she's conducted herself with respect and grace. I understand that my interactions have been limited and have been laced with an expectation of certain polite behavior, but it is also not just a given that inmates will uphold that same respect and decorum. She has chosen to present with ease, care, and grace. From the brief conversations we've had about her life, I do believe she is a different person from who she was before being there. I hope and pray that her heart continues to be led toward faith and transformation. Thank you for your time. The next individual is another volunteer who teaches the class of biblical truth at the jail. This individual is named Eric Aper. Dear Honorable Richard Mrozik, my name is Eric Marty Aper. Through Mountain Life Church in Park City, I've been a volunteer at the Summit County Jail for 8 years. helping to teach biblical truth to those incarcerated there, and leading church services on Sunday afternoons. Kouri Richins has been a regular attendee of these services since May of 2023, the start of her incarceration, and has shown an amazingly consistent and upbeat, positive attitude. Kouri contributes in the church service discussions. She frequently comes alongside other inmates and encourages them to attend church as well. Not only does she encourage church attendance, she also carries the applicable issues that we discuss back to the pod where she resides, looking to find the peace and love of Jesus Christ in difficult situations where the inmates live. I have witnessed her kindness in talking with and encouraging fellow inmates that they can succeed in drug treatment programs, complete education programs, and work to overcome frustrations that come with poor decisions that end up with incarceration. Please call me with any questions or let me know what I can do to help with regards to Kouri Richins. And then the last one is also, I believe, a pastor that leads church services. Nope, I think I might pull that out. Yeah, I do. I don't think I have that one, so I may thank you. This next one then is from Craig Moline, who's one of the pastors as well. Can you read that while I'm doing this? To the Honorable Richard Mrazek, Your Honor, I'm one of 4 people privileged to rotate in on Sunday afternoons for Mountain Life Church to lead church services with inmates at Summit County Jail. On any typical Sunday, we will pray with inmates, sing a couple of songs, no matter how bad it may sound, read a psalm and discuss it, and then teach on a subject from Scripture. For 3 years now, Kouri Richins has been in attendance to those services. We've seen her be hospitable to other inmates, inviting them to services. She's participated in discussions, and we've seen her as a help to other inmates. At the beginning, we gave her a study Bible that helps give life application hints along with an explanation of the text. I smiled recently when I saw her Bible sitting in front of her, and I observed it doesn't look new anymore. It looks like a well-read book. In our teaching and discussions, we have talked about being intentional about posturing our hearts before sovereign God and coming to Him with humility with our prayers. We talk about what it means to have a personal and intimate relationship with God through Jesus. She has acknowledged her faith in Jesus and acknowledged she has felt His peace in rough times, what is often expressed in the Psalms. She has commented, when life around you falls apart, we still have a God to lean into and who reaches down and cares for us and gives us comfort and hope. The Kouri I know will thrive where she is. She will trust in her God for peace, and she will pray. She will continue to pray for her loved ones, and she will be a positive influence to those around her. Respectfully submitted. And then one last letter from the jail. Oh, yes. This is also a volunteer, an individual named Heidi Tunney. Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you on behalf of Kouri Richins. I've been working with Kouri over the past 2+ years as a volunteer at the Summit County Correctional Facility. I taught her in the addiction recovery program. I attended church with her on occasion. I worked with her in a yoga program that I started at the facility for the incarcerated men and women too. I found Kouri to be very easy to work with and very enjoyable to be around. She was very thoughtful in her conversations in class. She always showed the utmost gratitude for anything that was done on her behalf. I also noticed that she was a leader among the other incarcerated women. She tended to be a peacemaker and stayed above the fray and away from the pettiness and challenges that sometimes arise among incarcerated women. The women in general respected her and looked to her as a leader. Kouri actually was one of the women that asked me to get a yoga program started for the incarcerated women. She saw a need there and she acted on it. I started and have taught that class for almost 2 years now. Kouri was the most dedicated student. She only missed a couple of times the entire time I taught, and the times she did miss were when she was meeting with attorneys or had court appearances. She has continued to attend even after she was found guilty at her trial. I wish nothing but the best for Kouri. She has a very long road ahead of her. I hope and pray she will continue to use the programs provided to those that are incarcerated to better herself and lead the other women around her. The last letter we have in this section is going to be read by Kouri's brother, Ronnie, who's here to read it himself. And then we're going to have, Then we're going to have Mr. Ramos. There it is. Mr. Ramos make a few very brief comments. Then we'll conclude with our final three. And then we'll
Mr.
close out
Ramos?
with Ms. Lewis and Ms. Richins, unless the court needs a break. Doing all right?
No, it might make sense to take a break before Ms. Richins, given what you have previewed regarding timing.
Great suggestion, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, this is, if Ronnie can come on up.
Okay. We've sort of dipped into the bottom of the barrel here, getting the jail yoga instructor, the art class teacher, and Bible study volunteer. Impressions.
I'd like to address the court with actually a personal letter to bring to Kouri.
Okay.
Little sister, I love you. I miss you. I miss our random banter. I miss our calls. I miss your constantly over-the-top positive attitude every time you speak. I miss our game nights. I miss Eric's stupid finger gun dance after we won a game. I miss our holidays. I miss you sending the boys to wake me up on Christmas morning. Way too early after we've stayed up way too late preparing Christmas for them so that it'd be absolute perfect. I miss our Sundays together. I miss arguing with the boys about who's better, Messi or Ronaldo, Brady or Rogers. I miss our backyard games. I miss me and the boys running all over you at sports in the backyard and Eric getting mad because you weren't competitive enough and you were really just out there to have fun and laugh. I miss you constantly luring me into your newest ideas and getting me excited about them. I miss vacationing. I miss family volleyball. I miss playing Madden and FIFA with Eric and the boys. I miss your stupid goats. I miss the soccer games and the celebrations we created for the boys after they scored a goal. I miss Carter's smile and his obsession with goat videos. Ashton's freckles and his competitiveness. And Weston's baby blues and tenderheartedness. I miss hearing them say Wani and playing catch in your living room. I miss your family. I miss our family. I miss the life that was stolen. I miss the life that was stolen from us for reasons that we can't yet fully understand. We don't, with 100% certainty, know what happened to Eric. No one does, but we do know with 100% certainty that it wasn't caused by you. We know that, the police know it, the prosecution knows it, and everyone watching this trial knows it. They could not prove their theory, just the opposite, and yet here we are. For some reason, unbeknownst to us, really bad things happen to really good people, Kouri, and you were just really too good of a person, I guess. I promised Dad a long time ago that I'd always look after you and Mom, and I intend on keeping that promise. We'll get through this together, and the injustice that's occurred here in this courtroom, it'll be righted in time. Your innocence will shine too brightly to be contained once you've actually had a fair shot at defending yourself. When the day comes, just know, I just know somehow that you're going to change a lot of lives that really need your help. And until then, little sister, just know. Just know that I'm right by your side, and I'll always be right here for you. I love you.
All right, thank you.
So that was inappropriate.
Mr. Ramos.
And here we have a lawyer now. With a little Mr. Ramos, famous for the opening over-the-top questioning of a witness.
Your Honor, I want to maybe begin by speaking just plainly and honestly. I disagree with the jury's verdict. I'm deeply saddened by the way that justice was rendered in this case. I don't believe that this outcome fully reflects the truth or the humanity involved. But our Constitution demands something difficult of all of us, especially of officers of the court. It demands restraint. It demands respect for the process even when the outcome wounds us. And so, while I disagree with the verdict, I respect the jury's decision. And while I disagree with many of this court's rulings, I respect the lawful authority of this court, of Your Honor.
Treading a fine line here.
This is because the rule of law only survives if we continue to honor it, even in moments of disappointment and pain. But as a Catholic, there's one authority higher than any courtroom, verdict, or government power, and that is God. I say that as a reminder of humanity and of human limitation. Our system of justice is imperfect because every human is imperfect. I think that humility matters here today. It matters because the sentence of life without parole risks becoming something greater than punishment. It risks becoming the declaration that redemption no longer matters. The late Pope Francis said that life without parole is just a death penalty in disguise because it extinguishes something fundamental to human dignity, and that is hope. Hope to all involved, victims, condemned alike. Refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole today doesn't mean Kouri is going to walk free. It doesn't mean that she will someday leave custody. She may very well spend the rest of her natural life in prison. It also does not mean that her victims who have spoken today, her kids, doesn't mean that they have to forgive her. They may never change their minds. They may never forgive their mother. And also, no court has the authority to demand that they do. But refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole does mean that we do not close the door completely. It means we do not presume to know with absolute certainty what a human life, victim or condemned, may become decades from now. It means that we do not extinguish hope entirely. Time changes people, pain changes people, grief changes people. Even victims and victims' families, over years and decades, sometimes arrive at places their present suffering could never foresee. Some discover forgiveness, some discover peace, some simply discover that healing and permanent condemnation are not always the same thing. And others don't. A sentence of life without parole assumes none of that human change matters. Not the change in the person condemned, not the change in those harmed. A life without parole sentence freezes every human being, victim and condemned, inside the worst moment of their life and declares that moment permanent. Our Constitution demands more restraint than that, because a real measure of justice is not what we do when mercy is easy. It is whether we preserve humanity when mercy is hardest. No sentence handed down today will undo suffering. A different verdict wouldn't have reversed tragedy. But there is a profound moral difference between saying you must be punished and saying you are beyond redemption forever. One is justice restrained by humility. The other risks becoming judgment without end. And no human institution possesses the moral certainty to make that judgment absolutely. That lies with God alone. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
That wraps up one of the oddest victim impact statements from a non-victim I've ever heard in court.
Your Honor, I told you in the opening statements that we were going to do something a little bit different when we called upon some perspectives of people that don't even know Kouri, but that have been through this horrific journey through no choice of their own.
Why is this allowed?
One is from a mother whose son was murdered. Again, we're going to just share her name with only the court and the prosecution.
we ran out of people to talk good about Kouri, so we just picked random people to just talk good about what, themselves?
Honorable Judge Richard Mrazek. I'm going to skip the names, including the name of her son. My son was murdered almost 30 years ago in a random act of violence. He was only 18 years old. The man who killed him was just a few months older. I know the kind of grief that changes your life. I have felt the despair, darkness, and rage that comes from that loss. I know what it's like to try to rebuild your life with a heart that will never be whole again. And I know what it feels like to believe that the only thing that will ease that pain is inflicting pain on the person responsible for never getting another day with the one you love. I grieve with the family of Eric Richins. I am heartbroken for them, especially his children. And I want to be clear that nothing I'm sharing today about the criminal justice system and its many failings should be taken as any sort of criticism of them and how they feel or act in their grief. But I feel compelled to share my perspective with the court because I wish I had known what might be on the other side of experiencing the grief of losing my son and trying to navigate the criminal justice process at the same time. And I don't envy the decisions you have to make. I only want to tell you a little of what one broken-hearted mother has learned, and that is that the criminal justice system needs more humanity. It needs more mercy. And I know this because of the man who murdered my son. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole should be reserved for the very rare, absolutely most heinous cases. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole is to decide they are irredeemable, that they are not capable of change, and will never be worthy of our trust again. It is a fate so bleak, I am not sure how anyone survives it, let alone do what my son's killer did. He went into the worst place imaginable and found a way to be a better human being. He spent the first 18 years of his adult life in maximum security. Those who are sentenced to life without the possibility of parole have few opportunities to participate in programs or work because resources are limited, and why would they waste them on someone who's never getting out of prison? The criminal justice system has gotten better and better at punishment. Mercy has almost been extinguished. We're supposed to find a balance. We're supposed to remember that these are human beings, and these decisions will ripple through generations, even strangers. I am afraid with the increasing number of people sentenced to life without even the possibility of parole, we've decided it's easier to throw people away than to try and help them change, or even allow them to try and make amends for their mistakes. Far too often we let our fear and our pain put the focus on punishment with no consideration for mercy. I did that. I wanted the man who killed my son to die. I wanted him to suffer. I didn't care what happened to him as long as he never got out of prison. But as much as I know about pain and loss, I know more about hope and forgiveness, and that's thanks in part to the man who killed my son. He was sent to one of the worst places in the world and became one of the best people I know. Nearly 20 years after my son's death, I received a letter he wrote, expressing his sorrow and his remorse. His apology helped me heal, deepened my forgiveness, and created a bond that continues to bless the lives of many people. I know that every case is different, but I also know the power of hope. I believe in second chances. I believe a life sentence imposes punishment without destroying hope. My personal hope for Kouri is that she does what that individual did, that she finds a way to become a better person no matter what. I thank you for taking the time to read this letter. I know it's a heavy burden to make this decision. I express love and support to those involved and pray we'll all be better to each other.
Thank you, random citizen.
And then I also would have one more, and then we have someone who's going to testify on WebEx. Speak on WebEx, not testify, sorry, speak on WebEx. This is very short, Your Honor. It is from a former prosecutor that imposed these types of punishments. Thank you so much. Also, I'm keeping his name.
This is nuts. We're now straight the letters to the editor category. This is crazy.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to skip the very first sentence because it would reveal who he is. So I'll just let the court read the first sentence quietly. I was in charge of the prosecution of a young man who committed 2 serious homicides at the Log Haven restaurant. He was prosecuted and found guilty. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive 5-to-life terms. 20 years later, while no longer a prosecutor, I happened to be at the Utah State Prison on government business. I was given a tour of the prison industries unit, and I saw an individual sitting at a large desk in front of a bank of computers. I asked about him and was told that he was the individual who had committed the crimes at Log Haven. I was told he was a model inmate, spoke 5 languages, had 2 master's degrees from Utah State, and was used as a go-between when there was unrest among inmates. He was respected by his fellow inmates. He was indispensable at the industries and had set up the entire computer system to run the unit. Coincidentally, the very next day I was speaking with the son-in-law of the father of one of the victims. He related to me how there had been a complete reconciliation between their family and the killer of their son. They had long ago forgiven him and wondered if I could help getting him paroled. I still had connections in the criminal justice system, and I told them I would try. I subsequently met with him at the prison, and I was equally impressed with how he had turned his life around. We were able to get him an expedited parole hearing. Tragically, he died from suicide a few months later when he was falsely accused of inappropriate access of the state computer system and removed from his position into a secure unit of the prison. This case was a textbook lesson of how rehabilitation can work. He was not the same cocky druggie that we sent to prison 20 years ago. I saw absolutely no reason why he needed to spend more years in custody. Even his fellow inmates told me they were convinced he had done everything to reform himself and become a valuable member of society. I agreed. Keeping someone incarcerated when they've proven themselves is just plain wrong. Prison sentences without possibility of parole create the same issue. I believe it should be reserved for the most violent and dangerous of individuals. Thank you for taking the time to read this. And then Ms. Lewis
I've already
will
found his name, but I'm
introduce
not
the
going to share it.
final speaker, and then she'll have her comments, and then we'll take that break.
Who is the person you'd like me to?
Emery Blanchard.
One moment, please.
Emily Bluntrip on WebEx, and then Ms. Lewis. Then we get a break, and then the circus for the final act.
Emery, if you would please
30 minutes of
unmute
Kouri
your
Richins.
audio, I'd appreciate it.
Are we able to see her?
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Emery, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Ms.
Can you turn your camera on?
Lewis is going to make an introduction, and then you'll be free to make your statement.
Emery Blanchard understands what no one else in this courtroom understands. What the 3 children of Kouri and Eric are going through. When Emery was 12, I believe, she can correct me if I'm off there a little bit, her father violently killed her mother while she and her brother were in the next room. He was convicted, and it was, the state was seeking death, but ultimately he, at that time, when the jury couldn't decide unanimously on death, he was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. And I'm going to let Emery take it from there and see what she wants to say.
Emery, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. I was asked here today to speak about a personal experience. My name is Emery Blanchard. I grew up in Park City, and in 1995, when I was 13, my father murdered my mother, Patty. It was a brutal and premeditated murder, and I was in the house when it happened and witnessed it. It was a death penalty case, but my father was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. At the time, I wanted him to go to prison for a long time, and I didn't want to see him again. I was afraid for my life and safety as well. My mother's parents and uncle raised me. We would refuse phone calls from the prison, but my family collected every letter he sent and saved them in boxes, just in case I ever wanted to read them. In a short 4 years, when I was about to turn 18, I decided I wanted to see my dad. I had questions regarding the murder that I needed answered for my own mental health. My amazing grandmother offered to take me to the prison while I was a minor if I wanted to see my dad. I wanted to spare her from having to face the man who killed her daughter, so I waited until I was 18 and could go to the prison on my own. I didn't know if I would be fearful of my father or perhaps even so angry that I might attack him. None of that happened. The moment I saw him for the first time in over 4 years, he simply hung his head and said to me, "I'm sorry." We both burst into tears and held each other. I felt safe and as whole as possible again in his embrace.
That's
Yes,
not allowed in visits.
this was a man who killed my wonderful mother, but at that moment I realized he was still my dad, and I still needed him. The next decades were good at times and very hard at times. Many years I visited my dad often in prison. Some years were exceptionally hard for me, and I chose not to see him at all. I experienced a full range of emotions, and all of them were valid. I knew for my own health and peace I had to learn to let go and forgive. No easy task, but this is when I truly mastered empathy and compassion. My father served 25 years until his first parole hearing. I was for parole, but nevertheless he was denied and given another 5 years. At his age, I knew it was a death sentence, and it was. Just last year, after 30 years of incarceration, he died 4 days shy of his 81st birthday. My second worst nightmare came true, the first being my mom being murdered. I was not able to see him while he was dying. There was no compassionate release. Some may say he deserved that, and maybe he did. I can tell you that no amount of time served ever made this situation right. 20 years, 30 years, and even death. None of it can bring back my mom or repair the immeasurable damage that he caused me and my family. Once 20 years had passed, my grandmother even said to me, "It's been long enough. You want your dad." I wanted my mom, but I did still have a living parent, and I needed him. I don't tell you this story to tell you how to feel or that I understand how you feel. I'm offering that hearts and feelings can change over the years. To honor my mother, I'm a victim advocate who supports people in domestic violence situations, and I now help people with PTSD heal at my ranch in southern Utah using nature, horses, and farm animals as
Advertisement.
teachers. I teach compassion for humans and animals alike, and I found a way to turn my pain into purpose. But I will tell you honestly that life is still hard, and losing both of my parents at that young age harmed me greatly and left me with a very sad and lonely heart. No amount of prison time made me feel better, and in the later years, my father's incarceration wore on me severely. What I will leave you with is this: hold tightly to the good memories of your father, and in time, perhaps your mother too. Cling to your family and siblings for love and support. Please let love reside in your hearts and not hate. I pray for your family and for your peace and healing.
Does she know the
Thank you
facts
for
of it?
allowing me to speak today.
Okay, we just
Henry, thank you very much.
We just concluded the sponsored podcast portion of this trial. That portion was sponsored by the last speaker and her ranch in southern Utah. She gives the message to have Kouri forgive her
Your Honor,
father and mother.
There's so much more to sentencing a person than punishment. That is why in sentencing someone, the court must consider the totality of the circumstances, the whole person, and who that person is beyond their worst act. In their sentencing memo, the state cited to State versus Holland, which was a death penalty case. The state quoted the court as follows: "The psychological reality is that aggravating circumstances in first-degree murder cases will virtually always outweigh mitigating circumstances. However, what the state left out is what the court said next, which was that the Eighth Amendment doesn't allow the death penalty in every case, and courts must take a long, hard look at the totality of the circumstances, the values of society, and the value of all human life. And though this is not a death penalty case, the same would apply to a sentence of life without the possibility of parole." Ms. Nestor spoke a little bit about what a life without parole sentence looks like. Lockdown for 23 hours a day. If we treated our dogs like this, they would be taken away. Yet, this is how the state wants Kouri Richins to be treated. A sentence of life without parole is saved for only the most heinous of crimes. The state wants to place Kouri in that category. They say she is in that category, but this simply is not the type of crime that we typically see get a sentence of life without parole. Currently, there are approximately only 72 people in Utah serving this sentence. These include people such as Edward Deli, the co-defendant of Vaughn Taylor, who is currently on death row. They killed 2 women, kidnapped 2 young girls, and attempted to kill those girls' father by lighting their cabin on fire.
How can be on death row and life without parole?
It includes Daniel Ray Troyer, a serial killer and rapist of women in their 80s. He was convicted of killing 2 women, admitted to a 3rd, and likely killed a 4th. That authorities are aware of. It includes Matthew John Breck, who kidnapped a 10-year-old girl, stabbed her multiple times, severed her spinal cord, and left her dead on her front porch. It includes numerous individuals who brutally murdered children, some who murdered police officers. There are only a handful of people serving life without the possibility of parole for killing a spouse. And in all but one of these that I could find, they killed more than just their spouse. They are individuals who killed their spouse and a child, or killed their spouse and someone else in the process. The only one I'm aware of who killed a spouse and no other individual is Craig Crawford, who set fire to the home of his estranged husband, leaving him to die in the fire. And then there are individuals serving sentences of 15 to life who committed arguably more heinous acts than what Kouri Richins has been convicted of. Eric Sampson abused his wife for 28 years, ultimately killing her in their St. George home, leaving her dead in their bed. He continues to maintain his innocence, and he's serving 15 to life. John Weston Erickson stabbed his wife to death in front of their 2 young children, also injuring his 7-year-old daughter, who attempted to wrestle the knife out of his hand, serving 15 to life. Joseph Castillo, his wife, stabbed his wife to death in their garage while his teenage son tried to stop the attack. These men are all serving 15 to life sentences. There are many more examples. Murder is the worst of all crimes, but to say that this particular case is the worst of the worst is simply not true. The state chose the evidence they put forth to obtain their conviction, yet they are not satisfied with what was presented in this court and to the jury, and instead they waited until 2 days before the sentencing hearing and publicly filed what can only be described as a character assassination, filled with unsubstantiated claims from unknown and unsworn sources who will never be cross-examined about these claims. The timing of this filing was no coincidence and left no time for our team to arrange rebuttal witnesses or evidence. Furthermore, it appears that the sentencing memo was not a so subtle attempt to get into the public eye evidence they elected to hold back from their case in chief, and then were precluded from presenting when Ms. Richins exercised her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and submitted the case to the jury without putting on any evidence. To allow the state to use this sentencing hearing as a public platform to make new unsworn allegations untested by cross-examination or sufficient investigation would violate Ms. Richins' right to due process and would be contrary to the Utah Supreme Court's finding in State versus Wyoming. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I have the site if you want it. Which stating that the due process clause of Article 1, Section 7 of the Utah Constitution requires that a sentencing judge act on reasonably reliable and relevant information and exercising discretion in fixing a sentence. The state's memo should be stricken in its entirety and not considered by this court. Not only are the claims made by the state in their sentencing memo unreliable and irrelevant, much of what they argue is either misleading or outright false. I'm not going to go into everything that we take issue with, but I do want to point out a couple of examples. They state that DCFS supported a finding of emotional and physical abuse by Kouri against her oldest son. What actually happened is that DCFS made an initial finding based solely on reports. This is similar to a probable cause finding that then sends the matter to the juvenile court. The court, however, did not find that Kouri had abused or neglected her children. They found dependent but no fault. In other words, that the children needed intervention, but due to no fault of Kouri Richins, due only to the fact that she had been arrested. They did not even find that she had acted negligently towards her children. The state put forth at length what they believe Kouri's middle son, AR, would have testified to had they been able to call him in rebuttal. Although it is true that Ashton said these things 3 years after the death of his father and after conversations with Eric's family members, this is very different than what he said to law enforcement immediately upon Kouri's arrest a year after Eric's death. At that time, his statements were completely consistent with Kouri's, that Kouri had gone to sleep in his room the night his father died. The state argues that Kouri's boys are afraid in part because she still maintains life insurance policies on them. Kouri was of the belief that these policies were no longer in existence since she had not made any payments on them in over 3 years. And in fact, a letter was sent, or an email was sent from Brian Freckleton, who testified, to Ronnie Darden, as Ronnie is the owner on these policies, that this was over a year ago, that the life insurance policies are lapsing, and wanted to let them know if they chose to do anything about that, which they did not do anything about that. So we only discovered yesterday, Kouri only discovered yesterday that at least 2 of these policies are still active, as the payments have been automatically taken out of dividends. So in other words, the policies have been paying for themselves. These are policies that Eric and Kouri took out together in 2017. However, now that Kouri knows that these are still active, she will cancel them. Hopefully, in all sincerity, this will be one less thing for those boys to worry about. Kouri never asked her family to report criminal activity or asked for criminal prosecutions against any of the Richins family or against Cody Ray. She never asked family members to file bar complaints. And until yesterday, neither Kouri nor anyone from her team had ever heard anything about a dating profile being set up online in the name of a lead detective. She did none of these things. And if they were done by others, it was not at her request. We are asking the court to discount any and all allegations in the sentencing memo that have not been previously raised in court in order to stricken from the record. The court does have before it reasonable and reliable testimony from individuals who know Kouri or who have unique perspectives on the sentence of life without parole that may assist this court in discerning the appropriate and proportionate punishment in this case. The testimony of these individuals revealed that Kouri is so much more than what she has been portrayed as in this case. Everyone who was around her says she was a wonderful mother, just like Eric was a wonderful father. The state argues that she shows no remorse. Kouri has remorse and she has regrets about many things, and you're going to hear some of those when she speaks. However, she cannot show remorse over something she did not do. She maintains her innocence and has every right to do so. Having said that, however, she stands before this court today convicted of the crimes charged, and she fully understands that. So sentence her on what she was convicted of, not what the prosecution says about her character. As much as they think they know her, they do not. They do not know Kouri Richins. Like Alex said, we're saddened by this case. We are saddened by the verdict. I respect the court system so much. I come from a family of judges and attorneys and was raised with the utmost respect for our justice system. I disagree with the verdict, but I respect it. I have to say, though, in all the years of practicing, which are now quite a few, this is the first time I've had a client convicted that I believe to be innocent. It was much more painful than I would have anticipated. Over the last 2 years, our team has got to know Kouri. Kouri is one of those clients, very few clients, and I've represented thousands of people. Most of them you don't remember. Many of them you don't like. Many of them, some of them, you feel are dangerous. But Kouri is different. Kouri, every time she calls, asks how we are. There have been times when I've shared bits of my life with Kouri, particularly having children that lost their father before age 10. We've talked a lot about that. and what that does to children in the best of circumstances. I can't imagine had my boys not had me. Because the pain and suffering and the long-term effect that it's had on them will never, ever end. But when I share something with Kouri, when I share that someone is ill or that someone is having a problem, sometimes I don't even remember I've said it, and when she calls me, she always asks, how did that turn out? You know, is your family member okay? Before we talk about her. Every time. The state is not only asking for life without the possibility of parole, they're asking for consecutive sentences. The sentences in this matter should run concurrent to one another. Pursuant to the line of cases, Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the sentencing statute favors concurrent sentences. And looking at the totality of the circumstances, imposing consecutive sentence would constitute an abuse of discretion. In State v. Gray, the Utah Court of Appeals cited Golly and Strunk, holding that the Board of Prisons' ability to grant parole is an integrated component of the rehabilitative needs factor that must be balanced with other required factors. Even though the statutory language has been modified since Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the language still applies. And the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals still looks to that language. The board should still be allowed to function and make the decision regarding the rehabilitative needs of Ms. Richins. Running sentences consecutive to a sentence of life without parole is senseless. And if this court imposes a sentence of 25 to life on the aggravated murder, but runs the other charges consecutive, the effect will be the same. She will likely never get the opportunity for parole.
I don't think that's true. Have you run the initial guideline? It's a genuine question.
Yes.
I think it only adds.
The judge objects.
The guideline on the attempted murder is 192
It only
months.
adds 41 months if we run them consecutive.
Before she's eligible
Right.
for parole. But, well, I'm going to come back to that.
Yeah, if
I will.
you're running the guideline differently, I'd like to know.
I mean, no, I'm not running the guidelines differently, but the sentence is, well, I talked about
understand
this.
your larger point, and I apologize for
That's
interrupting
okay.
you, but if you do have a different running of the guidelines, those forms are not obvious, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I would say a sentence of 25 to life, and then if she serves additional time, does not guarantee parole. And I'm going to talk more about that.
Okay.
And it's almost unheard of for someone to be paroled at their first parole hearing on these serious offenses. And looking at the totality, there are mitigators. Kouri had no criminal history at the time of Eric's death. She was involved in positive ways in her community. She volunteered regularly. She headed up a sub for Santa every year. She was a friend, a daughter, and a mother, and excelled in these roles. She educated herself. She was involved in every aspect of her son's lives. There is no reason to hold her in prison for life. We asked this court to impose a sentence of 25 years to life. When you put aside all of the media, all of the injuries, and you look at the crime she is convicted of, this is an appropriate sentence. A sentence of 25 to life is not a sentence that guarantees the release of Kouri Richins. It is not saying that she even should be released. What it is saying is that the decision whether she should be released is a decision for someone else to make on another day. A day that will be, at a minimum, 25 to 30 years in the future. A future that could look very different than today. Although today is not a day for forgiveness, that day may come. A sentence that allows for parole is a sentence that gives a pathway to forgiveness. You heard from Emery Blanchard, the only person in this room that understands what the Richins boys have been through. You heard how the day came when she missed her father. She wanted her father in her life. I know that she came to a place that she hoped to spend one more day outside of the prison walls with her father. And that day didn't come. He was not paroled, and he died in prison. I don't minimize what Kouri's boys are saying today. I understand it's contradictory to what other people are saying regarding Kouri as a mother. I don't know why they're saying these things, but what they think and feel today, they are allowed to think and feel those things. They should be.
That are eye
Their
rolling.
feelings are valid, and it's okay. And I think Kouri will say this too, but she wants her boys to know it's okay. People change. All of us change. Kouri will change. Those little boys will change. A sentence of 25 to life will not be easy time. It will be hard time. The first part of that sentence is generally served in maximum security for the first 3 to 4 years. But if the day comes when her children want to see her face to face, a 25 to life sentence will make that easier for them. If they, like Emery, decide someday they want a relationship with her, even one behind the walls of the prison, a 25 to life will make that possible. And a sentence with the possibility of parole, like I said, does not mean she will be paroled. It's very possible she will spend her life in prison. And quite frankly, if her case does not come back on appeal, and she is in prison and she maintains her innocence, parole's highly unlikely. But the Board of Pardons is uniquely qualified to make that decision. That is their job. And it is a particularly important job in the most serious of convictions. They will be the ones looking at a woman who will then be in her 60s or possibly 70s. They will decide if she has been rehabilitated and if she is a danger to the community. These are not decisions that can be made today. We don't stand here today asking you to give her a second chance. We ask you to let those best qualified make that decision when the time comes. When Kouri's and Eric's boys are grown. When they can tell the board if they feel the same way that they do today. You heard a letter read today from a woman who once stood in the shoes of the Richins family. At sentencing, she wanted life without parole for her son's killer. Now she does not. She has changed. Her views of prison have changed, and her feelings towards the man that took her son's life has changed. But a life without the possibility of parole, the sentence cannot be changed. If Kouri and Eric's boys someday change their mind, and it is too late to say something different than what they've said today, this day will become one more day that haunts them. If in 30 years they still do feel as they do today, they will have the opportunity to express those feelings. But don't allow their statements at age 9, 12, and 13 become another tragedy, another trauma that they may end up suffering as adults. A sentence that doesn't allow even the possibility of parole is a sentence that tells the world there is no hope. There is no growth. There is no change. There is no room for forgiveness. There is no room for love. That we are all our worst act and will never be anything more. And that is not the human experience. In a world where humanity is waning, act with humanity. In a world where hatred is encouraged, act with kindness. In a world where forgiveness is seen as a weakness, act with compassion. A sentence of 25 to life with the other charges turned concurrent reflects the seriousness of this offense, takes into consideration the totality of the circumstances. Further, it follows the recommendation of the pre-sentence report, and it is the appropriate sentence in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. It is 12:55. We're going to take a break until 1:25 to make sure Ms. Richins gets an opportunity to use the restroom and eat something. Mr. Bloodworth, you look like you have something to say.
Oh, he has a lot to say.
Your Honor, does the court want to hear from the state one last time before the she allocates?
I do not. I have this firmly in hand. I would like to make it clear, in case there was any ambiguity, that the court has considered and is denying defendant's request to strike portions of the state's sentencing memorandum.
Yes,
Judge says I have this
Court
firmly
will be
in
in
hand.
recess until 1:25. Let's make sure that Ms. Richins gets something to eat. Thank you.
All right. We have a little bit to talk about.
We're off the record.
That means we have to lose our feed. it goes. Hopefully we keep the blurry picture of the seal up, because that's exciting. There we go. Focus. Let's. We have a little to talk about, just a little bit. Let me back up a little bit. Emily Blouchard, okay, the woman who spoke on FedEx, or sorry, not FedEx, excuse me, FedEx, WebEx. I'm throwing the wrong company in here. WebEx. I think she might not have understood the situation. I think she might have thought she was sort of writing a letter to someone who was in Kouri's son's and Eric's son's position, not in Kouri's position. Yeah, FedEx is no longer a sponsor. They never were now. That was just, it was bizarre. She's writing it like, hey, one day you'll want to meet up with them again. And I'm like, I think she didn't understand the assignment. And hey, I'm not minimizing what she went through. That is real. Her experience, that's incredible. What she's doing with the ranch and helping people with PTSD and everything else, that is amazing and admirable. And I think it's great. What in the world is it doing in this trial? It did not belong here. Along with so much more. I mean, we've got jail art instructors, jail yoga, directors. Can the random person just be like, hey, I've got a roofing company. I'd like to say a little bit about Kouri Richins and tell you a little bit about my roofing company while I'm here. We've got some availability this week, and I think Kouri looks like a good person. Where are we at in victim impact statements? Defense has been portraying Kouri as basically just one step below sainthood. Okay, that's what we're right now. She's generous, she's considerate, she's loyal, she's thoughtful, she's caring. She's everything you want anyone to be. She is. And I'm curious because we have half an hour of Kouri Richins primetime coming up here. Are we going to see that Kouri? Or are we going to see the one that the Richins family described? Can she, if this is a facade, okay, but because I believe she's a very good manipulator. From the evidence that I've seen in this trial, I believe she's a great manipulator. She convinces people to part with money. That's a hard thing to do. And not just a little bit of money, a lot of money. Her investors who lost money testified on her behalf. Maybe they want the cash cow back. I don't know. But she's probably good at what she does, at what she's about to do, which is speak to people and try to convince them to see things the way she sees it. This is going to be must-watch courtroom broadcast coverage. I have never seen a victim impact statement. We've seen some crazy ones. I've never seen one like this. We've seen ones where victims are yelling. It's nearly a fist fight where people have to be restrained so they don't go after each other's throats. Where the language has been something that you can't even show on late night television. We have seen all sorts of victim impact statements, including some that are so emotional that the one box of Kleenex is not enough. And this one beats all. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm sorry. Selena, I apologize. I missed your call. One more time. This is pretty interesting stuff. I may stream Kouri's statement. This sounds pretty wild. It is wild. Kurt, if you want it, Top Market Media has a clean feed that's available. Kouri's TED Talk. It's going to be interesting. I'll be first to admit, both sides colored outside the lines on this one. Both sides went too far. Hang on. We've got a court watcher here.
Call from Selena.
Hey, Selena, I apologize. I didn't hear my ringer going off. Thank you for calling back. We're at a break. I've described this. This is probably one of the wildest victim impact statements hearings sentencings I've ever heard. What was your observation there in the courtroom?
Oh my hell! I'm sorry to swear on air, but I have the worst migraine. I cannot believe the stress there.
It sounds intense. I'm curious. We are not able to see the judge during this. Our cameras are pointed at
Okay,
Kouri and the
so
and the
here's
speaker.
my take on the judge. From watching his face, I'm not sure which way he's going to go.
He's always been stoic. He's a great poker player, I'm sure.
He has not given any indication. Yeah, he has a great poker face during all of the impact statements, during the children's letters.
Yeah.
I mean, after that, he did say he needed to take a break. That was very heavy.
Yeah.
You could feel like my anxiety was really high. I had to come out in the car and get some Diet Coke and take a breath. And yeah, it's very. I've never been in such a.
Yeah, this is an emotionally charged room. Obviously, not just the the people that are speaking, but the families that are there. They're pretty much everybody who ever attended. I don't know. I didn't see Sky there. Is Sky there?
No, Sky's not there now. And I see somebody in chat say, "Could I see Kouri's face?" No, I could not, but I did see Kouri moving around a lot. Was she making a lot of facial expressions today?
Tons. We got some eye rolls. I mean, some blatant eye rolls with the full loop, and others mostly just frowning and turning the head and looks of shock and just incredulity. I can't say that word. She's been very animated throughout this.
Okay.
And her
she
lawyers
usually is, but that's the disadvantage of coming here. I don't get to see it until I get home.
You have to watch it twice now, and it's intense. The first time and the
I
second.
don't know. I may have to wait a week before I watch this.
Yeah.
But
Tell me
my
about-
friend that I'm
yeah.
sitting by,
Yeah, go
Kouri, we both just said we're not sure how the judge is going to go. I mean, that's the feeling we're both feeling.
I have to admit, you know my side on this one, where we stand. We might disagree a little bit on
Yes,
this case.
and everyone's trashing me in chat,
Please
but
don't.
please don't,
Please
because
don't. I appreciate you calling. I really do. We love hearing opinions, whether they agree with us or not. So,
right.
Thank you.
Hey,
very
I have one. I want to bring up one point. Okay, so when Eric's family did their impact statements, curious about this. When Amy spoke, she says she doesn't get to see the children, but Katie has custody of them. So did you guys catch that? What's up with that?
I heard that. I thought she said she doesn't get to see them like she wanted. Like it might have been like it's different now. And I wasn't sure if maybe it was like an inartful way of saying it, or if she's actually saying that there's no visitation there. So I wasn't clear on that, but I did.
I was just kind of curious. That was kind of interesting about, and we both picked up on that.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you guys picked up on it.
Yeah. I have to say, Miss Lewis's remarks, the best argument I've seen from the defense side so far on this was the one about the kids saying they're very young to make a heavy decision. Right now they might be saying life without parole, life without parole, life without parole across the board. But that is a very young age to make a decision. From a legal standpoint, I could see the judge saying they are young, they will have an opportunity down the road. And I guess the second one, comparing all the cases, that we do sentence things differently. There's some people who go to jail for a long time for a minor crime, and some people go for a little time for a major
right.
crime. And so
she made
She did probably the best job.
Yeah, Miss Lewis did. I mean, that was powerful. You could feel it. And I was watching the family of Eric's, and they were listening to her as well. I mean, when she was giving the examples of people that are on with life without parole and the kind of crimes they've committed were a lot more horrific.
She made a couple mistakes because she was including people on death row with the life without parole, and that sort of blurred the lines a little bit, lost me for a second. But
it was a really good argument. back to the sisters, I don't know. I feel like watching them in court, and I think they have a strained relationship. Okay, I don't know this for sure. They have never sat together. I've never seen them talking. And then when she said that today, it was just really interesting that she doesn't get to see the boys.
I don't want to get too much into that, but I can imagine.
No, I don't either.
We heard today from Amy just how far-reaching the effects of this case have been in her life. And how that strains relationships even between her and her husband and things like that. So I wish them the best, and I wouldn't wish this on anybody.
Right. And I hope that there is something that that it gets worked out. Hey, did you see the foreman, the jury foreman, is in the courtroom?
I was going to ask if you recognized anyone. Obviously, we haven't seen any of the jurors. But it would be interesting if a jury member had shown up. But the foreman is there.
She is. The lady that was the foreman is in the courtroom, and she's sitting kind of where the media sits.
Okay, that's interesting. That's fascinating. I would imagine for a juror that sits and watches the case and spends so much time and devotes their attention to a case for this long would want to see how it ends. So I wonder if they're going to speak afterwards. We'll have to watch and see if there's any.
I saw Nate Ayden talking to her, and so I'm thinking he may do an interview with her.
That'd be awesome. Nate would be a great one to do that. He's fantastic.
But she was, so I don't think they quite knew where to sit her, but she's sitting over where law and crime are doing their camera thing. There was a seat there. She's right behind them on the end.
They found a little shoehorn and fit her in. That's wonderful.
Yeah, and she's the woman, the attorney that was the foreman with the longer curly hair. Yeah, she's the only jury member that I have seen there, though.
Interesting. That is fascinating. Selena, I know you've got some other obligations with people to call, and I appreciate you calling us. Sorry for missing the call a couple times, but thank you very much.
That's okay. Hey, we're going to have to listen to Kouri for 30 minutes. I got to get some.
It'll be interesting for sure.
Yes, it will. And I'll call you back after I get out after the verdict, because I just don't know how the judge is going to go. We'll see.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll see you.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, bye.
Appreciate Selena doing that. Selena has been amazing, court watcher for us. It's not a small thing to get up, as she did early in the morning, like 3 o'clock in the morning, driving up to the courthouse throughout the trial to wait in line to get a wristband so you get a seat during the trial. And she did that many, many days. Just really appreciate her. And she understands court the way we do. Even if we disagree about the outcome of the trial, her being able to give just the insights that we can't see about the court is fascinating. So thank you very much, Selena. You are amazing. Let's see. Yes, we've seen the news. A couple of you talking about this. Alex Murdaugh is getting a new trial. His conviction's been overturned. I think largely on part of Becky. We might be able to dive a little bit deeper into that Supreme Court ruling here once this is over, or maybe tomorrow, because this is I can't believe it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon already. Crazy. So that's on the East Coast anyway. What time did they say they're coming back? They said they're getting I think we've got an hour, right? I think we've got another hour. What did the judge say at the end before the break? I did not understand. A couple things. Camila, first let me explain. The state stood up, and you didn't hear Mr. Bloodworth very well, but he said, Your Honor, did you want to hear from the state regarding this? And basically, Ms. Lewis, at the end of her comments, we've got another call coming in. At the end of her comments, it said, hang on one second, let me get the call to
Legally
stop.
Blonde.
Legally Blonde. Hold on just 1 second. Let me finish my thought, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Liz Lewis, at the end of her thought, she said, we are moving that the judge strike from the record all these following parts of the state's motion. Remember, we read that yesterday. It had allegations of, Kouri Richins or her family making a social media profile on a gay website for the prosecutor and things like that. And they're like, strike that part out. And the judge said, no, I don't need to hear you anymore, Mr. Bloodworth. I've got this firmly in hand, and no, I'm not striking it. So that's what he said then, and then we went to lunch. Legally Blonde on the phone with us. How are you doing?
What's up, guys? So, the conversation that we were having in the during prosecutions, what's it called?
During the victim impact statements?
Yeah, like when prosecution was talking about, the kids, whether she can see the kids or not.
Okay.
And I saw a couple people yesterday when the documents came out on their channels talking about, like, can Katie and Clint adopt the kids?
Right.
And I happen to have an interesting insight on this right now.
Do tell.
So I've talked about it here before. We are in the middle of a contested adoption legal proceeding. Our trial is in 2 weeks from today. And it's for my biological son, Liam. You guys all know Liam.
Yeah, we've met Liam.
And then my husband to adopt Liam.
Yeah.
So we filed for the adoption. And when you do that, they send a notice to the biological parent. So in this case, like, let's say Katie and Clint file to adopt the boys. Kouri would be noticed. And then Kouri would have the opportunity to file an objection, which then they would find themselves where we are,
right? Which is
coming into is consent required? That's basically the crux of the trial that we're in 2 weeks. And I looked up
biological father and Kouri's consent required to let Katie and her husband adopt the kids. Yeah.
Right. Like, so she would have to consent to the adoption for them to do the adoption. And then Katie and Clint could be like, we don't need your consent, blah, blah, blah. So I looked up the rules in Utah, and I'm familiar with the ones in Ohio now. They're better spelled out in Utah than Ohio, but similar. Mm-hmm. So the fact that Kouri is writing letters to the boys and trying to reach out to them is actually probably going to be what prevents the adoption. So in Ohio,
because it
boils down
demonstrates
to
an effort to parent and continue a relationship and all
yep.
that.
The legal term they use is called de minimis contact. So for us in Ohio, we have to prove that the bio dad or Kouri, so Kouri has had less than de minimis contact. De minimis meaning, I wrote it down, too small to be meaningful. But this really doesn't include like financial support. This would be like writing letters, blah, 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 which you would think, well, she's in jail, right? But we also, and Alex, the Dane mom, she's helped me a lot with this. She might be better at summing this up than I am. So we read case law in Ohio. You guys, this is crazy. You guys are going to think this is nuts.
This is why you're legally blonde. Go ahead.
So case law in Ohio, a dude is in prison for murdering his wife. There is a protective order against him for their daughter. He's been convicted. He's in prison, period. The grandparents have custody of the child, their daughter. The dad,
I'm drawing this in my head.
even though, right, he contested to the adoption. And so he's like, well, they're like, you've had less than de minimis contact. Well, now this is the backside of it for the defendant. It has to be less than de minimis contact without justifiable cause. Right? Justifiable
so being arrested and being in jail is justifiable cause for having no contact.
That's right. Yeah. Well, kind of. But here's the thing. Every day, or at least like several times a week, this man was writing letters to his daughter, but because he couldn't send them to his daughter, he sent them to his mother.
Yeah.
And he won. The other grandparents could not adopt the daughter.
I don't know in this particular situation. I know, first of all, I know there are legal proceedings. They've been referenced even today that there are family court juvenile issues going on. And those will be decided there. It is possible that that's already in the works and they're right in the middle of that, or that's something coming that's going to happen down the road once the sentence is handed down.
Well, I looked this up. In Utah, they would not need her consent if her parental rights were terminated.
And that could be done either in this court or most likely in the family court.
the bar is so high to terminate someone's parental rights.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if this guy who murdered his wife can deny an adoption of a child he does not see, and that's a high bar.
In Kouri's situation, you've already got the kids, and the trust weighs strongly in support of Katie and her husband adopting them, right? The husband's already weighed in, right? We've already got Eric's vote on this, which is, that Katie is where everything should go, and she's going to take care of the kids and make sure everything's fine. So I think, I don't know, court's about to start in just a minute, but yeah.
I'm not dead, but I'm Eric. I'm the consenting parent saying this is what I believe should happen. I am always acting in the best interest of my child. This person has not been in their lives for this long, but this person shows up every single day.
Yeah.
So in this case, I'm Eric. It doesn't matter. The other person, no matter how many terrible things they've done, they still get a right. Mm-hmm. And sometimes they win.
And honestly, the system's broken. And I think we saw that earlier today in another situation where we were talking about the absurdity doctrine when the judge was bringing that up, saying, the Utah legislature and all their infinite wisdom created this law that just doesn't handle this situation. In fact, it looks like it harms the kids more than it helps. So maybe lawyers need to get it a little bit, or the legal minds legislatures need to fix it.
I think about the other direction, though. Like when you go into the opposite end of this spectrum, we're talking about Kelsey Fitzsimmons, right? Like it's acted on, put into place, bam, things go crazy. So you don't want things to steamroll that way either. Yeah. I think right now we're in a weird transition phase as like a country with this particular thing where it was like, always give rights to the mom. And then it was like, wait, moms aren't always right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to lean heavy on the dads. No, that's
it's
too
a
much.
pendulum,
And then
it
we have
swings
to
back and forth. We can't find the balance.
Before we find it, that's why the wheels of justice take time. We have to work it out.
Legally Blonde, thank you very much for the call. We've got to let you go. We're about to come back
Yes.
to court. We're going to sum some
Thanks,
things up
guys.
first. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Email WAP in the house.
All right. See you.
Bye.
I gotta love her. All right, just a quick recap. If you're just joining us, I'm sorry. You have some homework to do. You need to go back and watch this hearing from the get-go. It started wild and it got crazier. It just, every single witness that got up, we pushed the boundaries. It got spicier. It got weirder. And now we're at a point where we're about to sit down to a TED Talk, courtesy of Kouri Richins, a half-hour-long statement that she's going to give that might be bizarre in and of itself, and it might also really challenge some of us who are easily swayed one direction or another on our opinions. Because one thing we know about Kouri Richins is that she is very good at convincing people to do things, like part with their money. She's now trying to convince people to give her a chance again in prison and give her hope that at some point she may have parole and be released from prison. She is going to bring her A game on this, I think. Everything depends on it, and it could be crazy. We might see almost a sickeningly sweet Kouri Richins, yet still denying the outcome of the case or the facts of the case as the jury found it. It's going to be wild. The judge, however, has sat through all this and not swayed at all, even though it's been weird. We said the bottom of the barrel. Sometimes you're looking, you get a defendant up there who's done something heinous, and they're looking for somebody to give impact statements on his behalf, and the family's like, I don't want to go down, I don't. And they're like, well, we found his Cub Scout leader from the 2nd grade, who he keeps running into at the grocery store, and you get something like that. This is worse. These are like volunteers at the prison teaching yoga and Bible study that they brought in with letters. And then they went beyond that. And they just picked random people who have no idea about the facts of the case. The only connection that Emily Blanchard, aside from the fact that she's involved in the justice system by nature of the crimes that impacted her family, the only connection she has with this case is that one time she lived in the same county as Kouri. They don't know each other. She's not here. She wasn't given discovery. I don't think she even knows what happened in the case. And here we are listening to people. At one point, it's like a group that's against prisons is now going to testify and tell you that locking people up is inhumane. And we're like, where are we at? I've seen a little bit of this before, but never to this extent. Usually we see it when it's a death row case, right? When you've got somebody who's facing the death penalty, and you'll get someone to come in and say, death is bad. Killing someone else doesn't make them killing somebody better. It doesn't. Two deaths don't make a right. But this has just gone off the rails a little bit. After Kouri speaks, can we get a poll of where we stand? We can do that. Those are the options: life without parole or 25 to life. The 25 to life, Jan, as has been explained a couple times, but I'll just cover it really quickly, is she would serve a minimum of 25 years before she would be eligible for parole. And then all the decisions about parole would be in the hands of the parole board. Typically, the first one isn't granted on serious, like a murder case or something like that. It just looks like you're letting them out the first chance you got, and the optics are bad, and the first one isn't granted, even when they're doing pretty well. A lot of times they'll say, we think you need a little bit more. There might be another 5 years, another 10 years, whatever the spacing is that you have to serve. 25 to life could be a life sentence for Kouri, dependent on parole, and life without parole, there would be no parole at all. And then her incarceration looks very different. Instead of being in a pod, instead of being in a group and having the yoga classes and everything else, she'd get 30 minutes in the yard. Half an hour out a day or something like that. It's 23 hours locked up is a very different situation. That's what she doesn't want, and that's why they're fighting so hard to make that an option for her to, I don't think they even care about as much about the chances that one day she might get out. It's the being in part, locked up in a box 23 hours a day, that she is dreading. All right, can we get a poll? Which was worse, Sarah Boone or Kouri? It'll have to be after the fact. We'll have to wait and hear what Kouri brings. Kouri might blow us away. I kid you not. I'm leaving room in my mental space for Kouri to stand up and just shock us with what she's able to bring. Not holding my breath, but it might happen. All right. I hate the kids would have to go through it every 3 years for parole. Yes, Janet, I agree. And anytime you've got a victim that is in fear, and the parole date is coming up, just the parole date is just a looming nightmare occasion every single time. Every time it comes up. Looks like we're coming back to court right now. They jiggled the cord. Give it a second, see if it comes back. Hold, please. They might be moving the camera. It's okay. I don't need a break. I got a break yesterday. There we go. Now we're back. Back and blurry. Excellent. What's with Ramos and Lewis and Nestor all getting up and giving statements? I mean, you ran out of people from your side to give statements, so you're going to talk about it. I recognize they like her. All this really tells me, though, is that she might be really good at manipulating people, even her lawyers. She might be really, really good at that. Oh. All right. The screen's blurry. I apologize. Hopefully the cameraman will notice. Or we can do this. You can watch it over there, and that way you don't have to stare at it directly. The letters from the randoms have just been, it's a very soft focus. The letters from the randoms have been wild. I'm surprised there wasn't an objection by either. Honestly, I thought there were points that either side could have made an objection and should have been granted the objection during this, and it just didn't happen. A master's in manipulation, possibly. Kouri tried to kill Eric not once but twice. I think that's very important. Had this been a one-off, a crime, a heat of passion thing, and this was mentioned in one of the statements by the lawyers as well, had this been a heat of passion killing, I can see the judge in a heartbeat saying 25 to life. Just in the moment, you lost your head. You were sort of provoked in one way or another, and so clearly that would be an opportunity for parole later, because it was one bad decision. This wasn't one bad decision. This was a series of unfortunate events that she chose willingly and orchestrated and manipulated and shaped. And there we go. We're gotten a little bit better on the focus. My whole day's been blurry. I'm sorry. Is there not a filter to unfilter another filter? There should be. That would be great. Joan C. Nicole, thank you very much. 4 months of support as a member on the channel. That makes it all possible, so I thank you for that. I appreciate your generosity and welcome. There should have been an objection. The letters are so presumptuous about how the kids and the Richins will feel in the future. Yeah, speculation was rampant there. It's possible, I suppose, that Kouri sinks her own ship with the judge, depending on what she says. That is also an option. Yes, Kouri probably is not going to change the judge's mind if he is set on, or if he's already made his decision on life without parole. But if he was leaning towards 25 to life, I think he might be able to be convinced by Kouri to go life without parole. We'll see what happens there. Pa Mama, brand new member, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. You can never leave now. You're one of us. Appreciate that. What about her trying to kill her son? Oh my goodness. This was an allegation, just to be clear, this was an allegation made by her son, who is young, okay, 13, 9, in that range, between 9 and 13 years old, or 11, I think was the other one, who speculates that there was a point where he was sick and was having some sort of seizure-like event, and he did the math and put the time together and showed that during that time there was fentanyl in the home, and he thinks, judge is back, he thinks that Kouri poisoned her with fentanyl. He thinks that she tried to kill him.
This is case 231-500-139. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything further before we hear from Ms. Richins?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I understand that Ms. Richins will like to stand at the podium.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you folks would like to join her?
Yes, Your Honor.
No problem.
Oh, she's going to be flanked by her lawyers. I hear a little bit of rattling of chains as she's maneuvered up there. Or maybe the bailiffs would like to join her there. I don't know.
There should be Kleenex up there if you need it.
Kleenex. Kleenex water, not a sponsor. Flanked by her lawyers, here we go. They have her back, quite literally.
My sweet baby boys, I know that today you don't want to speak to me, have a relationship with me, or you may think you hate me, and that's okay. I will never be angry at you for your feelings. When the day comes that you're ready, I will be here for you, waiting for you, and loving you. But I need you boys to know and understand that I have been desperately trying to get in contact with you any way that I can for years. That all of my communication has been completely cut off from you since early 2024. And now I will use any opportunity I can to get a message to you. Even if that means sharing it publicly to the world, fully restrained, in my jail clothes, in one of the most horrible situations possible. I don't care, and I'm not embarrassed or ashamed by any of it. All I care about is you boys. I will do whatever it takes for you to hear the truth from me and to come home to you. For the time being, I don't know when that is or when my next opportunity will be. So for now, bear with me as I have tried to consolidate everything I've wanted to share with you for the last few years, with everything I want you to know until I'm able to speak to you again, and one long message. And although you may not be ready to hear it today, that's okay. My hope is one day you will be. May 6th of 2024, temporary custody was transferred from the State of Utah Child Services to your Aunt Katie and Uncle Clint. My last video call with you boys was several weeks prior to that, around April 24th, 2024, when you were still in the state's custody. Once temporary custody was transferred to Katie and Clint, against my wishes, they cut off all of my communication between you boys and I. It was years before I would ever have a trial. I warned social services that if they gave custody of you to the Richins family, it would be the last time I would be able to see or speak to you boys again. And your opinion of me in this case and wild allegations would soon mirror those of the Richins family. And that's exactly what happened. You need to know the Darden side of the family fought a long, hard battle for custody, but was eventually ignored and denied. Since temporary custody was granted to Katie and Clint, they have not allowed me to see or speak to you. No more video calls, no more visits. They blocked the phone number for the jail so I can't call you. Birthday cards, Christmas cards, the letters I would send you boys, they were all returned or rerouted. All of my contact was cut off more than 2 years ago. So please, please ask them. Please ask them for your cards, for your letters, if I tried calling you. Please, just ask them. Whether it's now or in 10 years. The one thing I need you boys to know is I did not abandon you. I did not just walk out of your lives one day to never return, to never call, to never show up. Regardless of what anyone tells you, I would never ever leave you boys. And I am so sorry if for even 1 second you thought that I did. If for even 1 second you thought that I didn't love you. Because that couldn't be further from the truth. You boys are my world, the reason I continue to wake up every day and fight to come home. You're my reason for living. I understand that you're in a difficult situation, mentally, emotionally, and physically. I understand you guys have been through an extremely difficult time this past 4 years. You should never have to deal with such tragedy, and I am so, so sorry that you are going through this. You boys have the right to be angry, and sad, and confused, feel in survival mode, have questions. All of this is completely valid. Your feelings are completely valid. And one day, when this is all over, we can sit down and talk about all of this and sort it all out. And I promise you boys, one day it will be over. I'm not perfect. I have succeeded and I have failed. As a person, as a wife, as a parent, we all do. I have done plenty of things I am not proud of. Some I regret, some I don't. Some I'm ashamed of, and some I'm not. I regret things I have done right in my life to later find out they were for the wrong people. I have said things I shouldn't have. I have done things I shouldn't have. Sometimes I haven't said what I should, or not meant what I did say. There are things I can't change, and long overdue apologies that I owe. There are would-haves, and could-haves, and should-haves. We all have them. We have all done them. And you boys will too one day, but in your own way. And that's okay. That's life, and we're human. Nobody is all good or all bad. We just get portrayed that way. You're going to succeed and achieve amazing things in this life. You're also going to make mistakes and fail at some things. But use those opportunities to grow and to learn. They do not define you, and don't ever let other people make you think that they do. We are not defined by our best or our worst moments. We fall somewhere in the middle, ever evolving. And you boys are ever evolving. Secrets diminish self-respect. They lose trust. They make us lose ourselves. I fell in love with someone who wasn't your dad. Your dad fell in love with someone who wasn't me. I did things behind your dad's back. He did things behind mine. Don't keep secrets. Always put your spouse first. Your dad and I didn't always do this, but don't be like us in that aspect. We made mistakes that I know I regret, and I'm sure if he were here today, he would say that there are a few things he regrets as well. Marriage is hard. Marriage takes work. Marriage takes love. Big love. Deep love. And you may think about divorce, and you will have fights, but then you will make up, and you will forgive each other. Because when your love is enough, your love keeps you together. Your love is all you need to ignore the noise. And your love never fails. Sometimes your dad would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, or I would want to throw in the towel on our marriage. But we never did. We always found our way back to each other. I would pick up his towel, or he would pick up mine. We'd hand them back to each other and start again. Because our love never failed. We stopped keeping track of each other's wrongdoings, and we forgave, and we moved on, and we loved. And if I had to relive all of those hard days all over again, I would do it without question. Your dad and I were a lot of things, a mess of sorts sometimes. But we were this crazy, beautiful mess that made us a family, because our love was enough. Our hard days never outweighed our good days. Our weak moments never outweighed our most memorable happy days. We always laughed more than we cried. We failed at some things, but we never failed at loving you boys. Our love was enough to make our house a home. Our love was enough to stay together, to raise you boys. Our love was enough to forgive each other when others said that we shouldn't. To do things for each other others may disagree with. Our love was enough to protect each other, even though it may cost us everything. Love can make you lose yourself. Sometimes it makes you do things you know you shouldn't, but knowing it's not wrong at the same time. Because your spouse is your person, and your love is enough.
Get to the part where you killed him.
One day, you will meet someone and fall in love and understand that just your love is enough. Enough to withstand everything else, the noise of the world, the obstacles, the trials of marriage, the heartache, bad choices, forgiveness. You will understand your love is enough, and your love never fails. Don't worry about what others think about your relationship. Don't worry if they would do things differently. You just love. And you love big, and you love deep, and you protect your love. Your dad and I didn't have it all together. Together we really did have it all. Because we had you three. Don't let anyone choose the direction of your life by their opinions and their judgments. Being able to hold yourself together in the worst of situations doesn't make you emotionless. Separating personal and business life and emotions doesn't make you unreasonable. Resentment can get the best of others. Don't let it get the best of you. People will always have a lot to say about lives they've never lived. Live your life the way you choose to live it. Just be safe and be healthy and be happy. That's all that matters. Sometimes people will want you to believe that life is simply black and white. That situations are black and white, but they're not.
life, situations, they are full of color. At the very least, shades of gray. Always question the color,
50.
even if you're only questioning the gray areas. Keep an open mind. Question situations and stay curious. You will have some people in your life tell you how their love for you is unconditional. But once your most private life has been revealed, you quickly find out just how conditional their love actually was. Choose the people you hold close to your heart wisely. And always be the friend that walks into somebody's life when everyone else chooses to walk out. Always remember, the only people you owe your loyalty to are those people who never made you question theirs. Every day you wake up, you get a second chance at life. To do whatever you want, be whoever you want, to succeed in all your dreams. Take the day and run with it. It's a blessing. Don't take it for granted. Sometimes you'll have hard days when all you want to do is count all the ways things are going wrong or have gone wrong in your life. In that moment, stop, take a minute, take a step back, take a breath, and switch your thinking to count all the ways that it has gone right. All the good that has come to you, boys. All the grace, the blessings, and the love. Remember that anyone can give up on something. That's the easy way out. True strength comes when everyone is expecting you to fall apart, but you hold it together, persevering through the hardest of times. Always persevere. Always prove them wrong. Because you boys don't give up, and you boys will never quit. There's always going to be someone out there ready to tear you down, misrepresent you, lie about you, tell half-truths, and judge you. They will judge you on decisions you do or don't make, what you did or didn't do, what you did or didn't say. They will take out of context and twist your words. They will judge you on your emotions or the way you grieve. You may show too much emotion, you may not show enough. They will tell you you're not grieving correctly, you're too angry, you're too sad, you're holding it together too well or not well enough, or maybe you're too ambitious. They will judge you on your demeanor, if you cry, if you don't cry, if you don't do anything at all. And all of this will get misinterpreted into something that it's not, formed by the opinions of who's ever creating it. And then silence is also too often misinterpreted and misjudged. But when people behave that way, it has much more to do with them personally than it does you. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It doesn't make it true. Remember who you are and what you stand for, the truth, and ignore the noise. Ignore their noise. Ignore their egos, their entitlement, and their biased judgment. Those who abuse the power in the positions they hold will have a higher power to report to one day, and that higher power holds the final truth, their final truth. Don't ever let someone tell you how to show emotion, how you're supposed to react to any given situation. Don't care what others think about you, what others say about you, just let them talk. Just be you, be yourself, be authentic, be genuine. Because those who truly know you, who truly love you, is all you need. Forgive those who turn their back on you, but never forget. Don't hold hate in your heart toward others. It only brings you down more than it does them. Apologize when you're wrong, even if that apology is long overdue. You can't change what you can't change, and you can't change the past. But you can take accountability when you mess up. Admit when you make a mistake, even when it's embarrassing or humiliating, even when it can ruin relationships, careers, or your integrity. Be honest with yourself and those you need to. But never apologize for something you didn't do. Never admit to something you didn't do. And never beg for mercy for something you didn't do. Don't take the easy way out. Always stand up for what's right, even if you find yourself standing alone or with a small group of people that love you. Believe in yourself and be brave. Never give up on your fight, no matter how long it takes, months, even years. Never give up on truth, justice, and the fight of corruption. When something is broken, fix it. When something doesn't make sense, question it. If money is paying for it, follow the money. Your brothers are your best friends. Your dad and I raised you boys that if you cared about nothing else in this world, you care about each other. Your brothers will always be there for you. They will always be your brothers. You love them. You protect them. You take care of each other. You support each other. You help each other. And you trust one another. You be loyal to one another. And you keep each other safe and healthy and happy. And you stay together no matter what. You have each other's backs. Be patient with one another. Don't keep track of wrongdoings. Let them go. Forgive. Move on. Show compassion, empathy toward each other. And never go a day without telling one another you love each other. Because you are never too old, or too cool, or too busy to love each other. Don't ever settle for just good. Go for great. In school, in your career, in hunting, in fishing.
Hunting?
In your relationships, in your goals. Exceed expectations. Be like your dad. Be generous. Be charitable. Stay humble. Give when you have too much. Give more than you take. Help when others are in need. Serve your community. Be like your dad. Never stop learning. Through education, through people, through travel, culture, through business and friends. From your success and achievements, from your mistakes and failures. Be like your dad. Love the outdoors. Find your peace, your therapy, your heart and soul on the top of a mountain somewhere where it's quiet, where it's calm, where you will be able to feel the spirits of those that you love and miss the most. Be like your dad. Laugh. Laugh often. Laugh loud. Laugh when you want to cry. Laugh when you're mad. Have that laugh that everyone recognizes and no one will ever forget. Even when you're gone. Be like your dad. Love your family through the good, the bad, the disagreements, back and forth arguments. Choose forgiveness. Choose love. Choose happiness. Be a loyal brother. Be a noble son. Be like your dad. Have the hobbies that bring you excitement and joy, that give you a break from life, but build your life full of people and family who you love and that love you. Build a family that makes you happy to come home to every day, with a career that makes you hold your head high. Be the friend everyone wants to be friends with. The dad that everyone wishes they had.
They do wish they had their dad.
Be like your dad.
Are we done, or is she just catching her breath for round 2?
As your parents, your dad and I wanted to give you every opportunity or choice that we didn't have. We would do anything for you boys, or break our backs falling over obstacles and finding our way to be sure you had the best of the best. Even if we didn't always do it well, or have the right answers, or the words, we would give you everything that we had. But the one thing I can't give you boys are the answers that you want the most. Because I can't give you something that I don't have. An explanation that I just don't know. I've never lost a son. I've never lost one of my brothers, a nephew, or a best friend.
Now she's speaking to the Richins.
But I did grow up with a single mother, and I have lost my father. I do know what it's like to wonder, what if Dad could have watched me graduate college, walk me down the aisle, be there for the birth of one of you boys? If only Dad were here. I do know what that's like. The lifetime of pain that brings. The sadness and the anger. I would never wish that upon anyone. Especially you boys. My own sweet babies. It's a lifetime of what ifs and if onlys. An empty hole in your heart where your dad's supposed to be. He's supposed to fill. He's supposed to walk through life with you, with us, with our family. I do know what that's like. So murder, an attempted murder, 4 years later, and it's still hard for me to say those words out loud. They get caught in my throat. I turn my stomach, and I try to avoid them as much as possible. Because it makes me physically sick to think about. But still to this day, I can't believe this is real sometimes. That this is our life. That this is my life. Convicted of taking one of the people out of my life who filled it the most. My husband, father of my children, still in shock and still in disbelief. Accused and now convicted of such a heinous crime. Potentially costing me to never see you boys again. I just lost both of their parents, and there's no textbook answer on how or what we're supposed to do, how I'm supposed to react or move forward. And I'm so sorry you boys are being pulled through the middle of this absolute chaos. Between two families fighting that both love you so very much. Trust and assets, our home, none of it matters. You boys are what matter. Your safety, your health, mentally, emotionally, all of that should be being prioritized. I will and have always prioritized your safety. I am your mother, and that is my job. And for anyone to scare you otherwise is just cruel and heartless. I'm sorry that 8 people from a jury who have never met you or me or our family had the right to determine our future. And they did that in less than 3 hours. In a perfect world, there might be justice. But in a perfect world, nothing ever goes wrong. Tragedies don't happen. Some think a verdict or the sentencing will be the answer that they seek or that they need, but it won't. It will only give them something else to think about for a while. It may help to disperse some of their hurt or their resentment, but it won't relieve it. This grief will outlive us all. The hundreds of lives that this has affected. The lifelong trauma you boys have suffered this last 4 years will outlive us all. You haven't had to just endure losing one parent, but losing 2. And no child should ever have to go through that, especially when one was an unforeseen tragedy and the other based on injustice and a system we're supposed to trust. Your dad's memory will always be the kind that's a physical hurt, a tightening in your chest when you think of him, particularly on days like today, his birthday, because he was so loved that no verdict or sentence will ever be able to release that kind of suffering. I'm broken without your dad, broken without you boys. God did not put me in this world to take a life. God put me in this world to give life, your lives. And I don't know who or what I'm supposed to be if it's not a mother. Your mother. And as much as you've been influenced into thinking that Dad was murdered, that I took your dad from you, that is completely wrong and an absolute lie. And the thought of that is still as absurd today as it was 4 years ago. And just because someone may not be perfect, that's a far reach for them to be capable of murder. To kill someone, our someone. Your dad was in physical pain. A lot of physical pain. And just because some people didn't know or didn't want to see certain things doesn't mean they weren't happening or they weren't true. He would have never left us intentionally. And I would have never taken him from you, from us. He was the glue that held us all together, that made us, us. Every little boy needs their father. Is he supposed to teach you the things that I could never explain? He's supposed to teach you and do things with you that only a dad can do. And only he could give you those life lessons between a father and a son. I would have never taken that from you boys. I know how much you need him, how much you love him. How much you aspire to be just like him. And I would have never taken that from you. And I'm so sorry that I can't bring him back. For you, for me, for our family. I can beat myself up all day about how I could have been a better person or made better personal choices. And I can understand and accept you boys being upset about those things. But murder? No, absolutely not. I will not accept that. And I will not be blamed for something I did not do. I will appeal and fight these charges no matter how long it takes. Not because I have anything to prove to this court, to the state, to the Richins family, or to the world. But I do have something to prove to you three. I do care what you boys think, and I need you boys to know the truth. And because of that, I will never quit or give up on this fight for justice, the truth, and coming home to you. So please, I know that right now you may not believe me, that you believe I took Dad from you, and that's okay. I still and will always love you, and I'm asking that you please just don't give up on me. I'm coming home, not today, not this year, but we're going to make this right. Our justice system will get this right, although this courtroom can't seem to. We have a long road ahead, but I will never quit fighting my way home to you boys. I love you more than these words could ever express. I loved you before I ever met you. And I will love you long after I'm not here to say it. And every minute of every day, I miss you boys more and more. And I think about how much I wish I could be with you. And this nightmare would go away. And we could have our family back. This entire situation isn't fair to anyone, but it's especially not fair to you three. And you boys are all that matters. I want to remind you just how strong you are. That you are loved by so many. And am beyond proud of you, of everything you have overcome, everything you have achieved, and how much you bring into this world. You boys have been through so much, and I wish I could take away all your sadness and all your pain. Tell you how much Dad and I love you, and that everything's going to be okay. I wish I could count the freckles in your little cheeks. Read you books before bed. And help you with all your homework. I wish I could help you through your toughest nights. And hear your laugh through your happiest days. But for now, that's just not the way it is. We have to be strong. We have to remember that our strength grows in these moments when we don't think we can go on. But we keep going on anyway, because we have to push through these hard days. Because in the end, at the end of this war, it will be so worth it. But I need you boys to always keep pushing through these hard days. Because this will come to an end. I just need you to hang in there. Listen to your little hearts. Listen to your little bellies for the truth. Before you were told who to be and what to believe, remember who you are. Remember who we are. Remember our family. I will continue to call you every day, even if my calls are blocked. Just so you know that I'm here. I've always been here. And I will always be here. My cards, my letters, they will never stop. I will never stop. I love you forever, Mom.
That's all you're.
That's all. That's all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a fair reminder. While inside the courtroom, everyone involved in this process must be treated with respect. We cannot have any outward reactions inside the courtroom. If any of you feel overcome with emotion, frustration, anger, whatever, of any kind, please remember just to look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. The court has considered the following information.
Here we go.
The evidence, information, arguments, and recommendations provided by counsel on the record today. Victim impact statements and other statements made on the record today regarding the appropriate sentence. And the pre-sentence investigation report as corrected on the record today, including the numerous statements attached to it. In addition, the court has considered each of the factors set forth in Utah Code 76-3-201 subsection 2B and has prioritized those factors as required by section 201-2C. Having considered the gravity and circumstances of the offenses for which Ms. Richins has been convicted, the number of victims, and available information regarding the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant, the court hereby orders that the sentences on counts 2 through 5 shall run consecutively to each other and to the sentence imposed on count 1. Moreover, the court exercises its discretion and chooses to impose no fines related to any sentence in this case. The court addresses the 5 counts on which Ms. Richins was convicted in reverse order. Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 5, third-degree felony forgery, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term not to exceed 5 years. Based on your conviction on count 4, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 3, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 2, first-degree felony attempted aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 5 years, and that may be for life. Which brings us to the final issue, the appropriate sentence for count 1. Under Utah Code 76-3-207.7, there are only 2 options. An indeterminate prison term of not less than 25 years, and that may be for life, or life in prison without parole. And the law requires that the court consider each option. Under a sentence of 25 to life, and considering the effect of the 4 consecutive sentences, the time that Ms. Richins has spent in custody, and the current practices of the Board of Pardons and Parole, Ms. Richins would likely serve approximately 30 years in the Utah State Prison before receiving her first parole hearing. By that time, she would be 66 years old. Under a sentence of life in prison without parole, Ms. Richins would be in prison for the rest of her natural life, unless the Board of Pardons and Parole determines by clear and convincing evidence at some future point that she is permanently incapable of being a threat to the safety of society, at which time the board would have the authority to release her. Under either scenario, Ms. Richins will be incapacitated, meaning structurally prevented from harming anyone outside the Utah State prison system for at least the next 3 decades, and perhaps much longer. But the potential impact on the survivors of the tragedy created by Kouri Richins, most importantly, Eric Richins' 3 sons, is more difficult to predict. On one hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to life without parole, one or more of those young men may come to resent that the court eliminated any opportunity they might have in the future, decades into the future, to express an opinion as adults with substantial life experience about whether their mother should, for example, be allowed to die with dignity. On the other hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to 25 to life, one or more of those young men may spend the next 30 years questioning why the court failed to protect them from the prospect of the person who murdered their father being released from prison at some time in the distant future, perhaps when they have families and children of their own. The court's contemplation of how those young men may come to feel about today's decision some 30 years from now comes from a place of genuine concern for them and humility regarding the court's inability to predict the future. Sitting here today, it is simply not possible for anyone, not even those young men, to know how their view of this case may evolve over the next several decades. My hope is that every person affected by Eric Richins' death will, over time, find their way to a state of peace. As for today, the court's duty is to make a decision, a weighty, long-lasting decision based on the best information available today. And the bottom line is this: Kouri Richins was convicted unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt of attempting to murder Eric Richins, her husband, and the father of their 3 children. And then, having failed in her first effort of spending the next 17 days, not changing course, but doubling down, preparing to try again, and ultimately completing the act through the administration of poison. And for what? Money. All for pecuniary gain. A person convicted of committing that sequence of acts in that way and for that reason, and who causes the absolute tragedy that has befallen Eric Richins' sons and family. A person convicted of those things is simply too dangerous to ever be free. Accordingly, Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 1, first-degree felony aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to life without parole. You have the right to an appeal. You must file a notice of appeal within 30 days. You have the right to be represented by counsel on appeal. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we anticipate filing a motion for a new trial and would like a date set. We have a substantial record in this case. We will file the notice of appeal of the conviction and the sentence and ask that everything be stayed pending the motion for a new trial as we're entitled to do under Rule 4B. Excuse me, but we think we need sufficient time to file a motion for a new trial based on the substantial record that exists in this case, longer than the typical 14 days, because this is not only the trial itself, but the years of litigation and motion practice that preceded the trial. We were hoping that we could get an agreed deadline of 90 days to file a motion for new trial, mainly because for half of June I'm out of the country and for half of July Ms. Lewis is out of the country. Normally we would ask for 60, but there's going to be a month in there where both of us aren't available. So we're asking for 90 days.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state objects. The rule provides for 14 days. I can't imagine this is a decision that was made today. I think counsel's had the last 53 days to prepare the motion, 14 days pursuant to the rule. I appreciate that it's a lengthy record in this case, but the issues available for the trial are fairly narrow. The state recommends the 14-day time period as provided by the law.
There is one other thing, Your Honor, on that as to why we need the extra time. So we have asked the county to retain an expert to assist to do a declaration attached to our motion for new trial, and it's going to require us to go before a separate entity to decide whether that funding is approved, and that just takes time. So that's another issue we need.
Expert.
I feel like there's more that I need to know in order to make this decision. And so I can also appreciate why defendant is concerned about the 14-day deadline so they do not lose that opportunity. Sitting here today with very little information and the state having very little opportunity to respond to this idea, I'll extend your deadline to 28 days. But within that time, if you want to file a motion to extend it, Ms. Nestor, with more detail, you have 14 days to file that motion.
Not a kind of clarification. So the court
14 days from now, they have an opportunity. They have a deadline to file a motion to extend the 28-day deadline. If they don't, it's 28 days.
Okay. It's a little confusing, but it makes sense now.
I acknowledge that that 28-day deadline may cause practical difficulties for the state's team, and if I need to extend the state's response deadline, I will certainly give that fair consideration.
Understood.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else today?
No, sir.
Ms. Richins, you are hereby committed to the Utah State Prison and remanded to the custody of the Department of Corrections. This court is in recess. Please follow the deputy's instructions. We're off the record.
First one popping up is Brian Enton with his laptop there on the third row back. Ms. Richins received life without parole, plus the maximum that she could get on all the other 5 charges, which will be served consecutively, one after another. She's not getting out. She's done. Her only hope is, I guess, if the Board of Pardons believes that she has qualifies for the die with dignity clause, which would let her out basically at the very end of her life, so she doesn't die literally in prison. She would die in a bed where she's probably never going to be able to get out of. Or if she wins an appeal, and the appeal issues that may be sought might have to do with the fact that she asked for a change of venue and did not receive it. She says there was an unfair
Call
panel.
from Meg Osborne.
Hey Meg, this is RA. How are you doing?
Good. Do you want to finish your thought?
I've got a million thoughts. We're going to be talking for a little while. What was your thought, real quick?
I mean, listen, if she was
hang on.
crying
Wait.
that hard.
I said Brian Enton, and it was definitely Nate Eaton. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Nate. If she was crying that hard, her eyes, her nose, something should have been red.
They were at different times, and there were. I had it on the big screen. I saw tears. I saw snot. I'm not a good judge of crying, but
I saw snot.
I
just didn't buy it. I did not buy it at all.
Because there were points in the testimony and the comments that were shared today where I was tearing up. That she was, calm. I can't judge her for that. I've been it's really difficult to judge when she cries and when she doesn't. And she even addressed that in her own comments, which were, by the way, terrible.
To her kids.
Which were terrible. And we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But Meg, anything else you wanted to say before we tear into to what just happened here?
No, I'm ready to tear into it and listen to it. I just had to say how disgusted I was. I'm sorry. Okay, go. Bye,
Thanks,
guys.
Meg.
Love y'all.
Bye. All right. Here's what I'm going to say. Kouri Richins put on a great show in her 30/40 minute. It's not an allocution. It wasn't. It was a letter home. This is what is inside all the letters she's been writing to her boys. This is what she's been practicing for. Okay, if you think there's a whole bunch of different sayings and things, that's because she's written them before in letters to the boys, and this is basically the message she's been trying to get to her boys from the very beginning, which is, don't believe your lying eyes. It wasn't me. I would never do that. And then mix it in with a whole bunch of inspirational Hallmark style quotes and things. Now, was she sweet and kind? Yes, on the surface. But look a little deeper. Every time she was telling somebody to forgive, she was telling them to forgive. We'll end the top mark stream. I'm going to wait and see if we get a feed from outside the courtroom. I'll keep it going for just a minute. Like forgive her for her mistakes, like I don't want to say murder or something like that. She was doing these sugar-coated subtle jabs, and sometimes not so subtle, at other people, and telling the boys, the world out there is going to be cruel. They're going to, and then she proceeds to list exactly what gripes and complaints she has with people who surround her or that she's aware of or that treated her the way that she doesn't like. And she couches this as advice to the boys, right? They're going to be so mean to you. They're going to say mean things and everything. And they're going to accuse you of doing something you didn't do. Don't ever admit to doing something you didn't do. Don't ever beg for mercy for something you didn't do. I'm like, what? The kid's 13 at the oldest. Okay, what are you getting at? What in the world? This was all about her. This was all about Kouri. Every single word of that was about Kouri. It didn't convince me. It didn't convince the judge. The case definitely convince the jury, but not the way that Kouri thought. Nate Ayden, call in, please. Yeah, I'm sorry. I called you Brian Enton. Both great reporters, by the way. Both great reporters who I have a ton of respect for. Her lawyers, I think they believe her. I honestly do. I'm not sure about Ms. Nestor, but I think that Ms. Lewis and Mr. Ramos definitely believe Kouri, or believe that the state didn't prove it to the level that they would have voted guilty on. I think I could say that. Be like your dad. I'm not sure if that was a threat. Who I killed, that's the part that was left off. Be like your dad. She says she didn't kill him. Let's see. 4.2K watching, only 1.5 likes. Let's go. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for also for those who click the subscribe button. It means a lot for me, for the channel. It allows us to keep doing what we're doing. Can't falter lawyer's vigorous defense. Right. When she appeals, it will not be for lack of effective counsel. I can't remember the phrase that is. The ineffective assistance of counsel. That's the one. It's not going to be for that. This was a good team. These are good lawyers who made some mistakes. From looking at you, Ramos, at the beginning, came out with guns blazing, and that was not called for. But they did fight hard, and they did a ton of work. And honestly, they joined the case late, right? When Sky finally backed out, and they picked up the case, it was basically ready to go. At that point, they joined late. They did a great job. I'm not faulting them. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, and Mr. Ramos, great lawyers. It's not going to be ineffective assistance of counsel. She has no grounds there. But some of the rulings the judge made could be an issue.
Selena.
Hey, Selena. Oh my goodness.
Hi.
Wow. Thank you for calling. We saw you there in court, up against the wall, there in the fourth or fifth row back. I couldn't count.
Fourth row. Sorry, it took me a minute. Nate Ayden interviewed me real quick, so I did that.
I accidentally called him Brian Enton. I hope he forgives me.
It's okay. So I should be on. Yeah, I'll be on his show. I don't know when. Just did a quick little interview with him, but yeah.
That's great. Tell me what that was like with Kouri's letter to the boys. I don't know what else to call it. That was just to the boys. That wasn't to the judge.
It was a letter to the boys, and I'm not sure if they'll ever hear it, but I guess that's something she needed to do. What are your thoughts on it?
I think you're right. I think the boys have been sheltered from this. They're not here for a reason, right?
Correct.
The family didn't want them to be there. They know what's going on. Clearly, they wrote the letters. They've got the therapists. They know that a case is happening. Their mom's in jail. But I'm pretty sure the family doesn't go home and flip on the news and say, hey, let's catch up on what happened today in court.
No.
And so
I don't think so. I think they're going to protect him. I think maybe sometime when they become adults, if they want to be given the opportunity, then but
it'll live forever on the internet. I mean, it's going to be out there forever. And yeah, there will be a point where, they might get curious and say, what? I want to see for myself what happened, or I want to see the evidence. I want to look at that. And
I hope, go ahead.
I just don't think that's going to happen right now. But at the same time, I look at this and say, just objectively, this was wild. Okay, this was a crazy series of testimony and how far it went and what was involved and who was involved. It's something that will be talked about quite a bit and probably locally, and that's something that the boys, I'm not sure if even Katie can shelter them from. They're
right.
If everyone, all the friends know, I mean, they know who lives where and who was on TV, and there will be talk about it, so they might find out about it sooner rather than later as well.
Well, it sounded like from their letters that they know some of the facts, right? Didn't you get that impression?
Yeah. Some of them they know facts that we didn't know. They made some allegations that are quite extreme and very telling if true. We don't have any evidence to support that. Wasn't included in the case.
No evidence to support them. But I'm just thinking they already know quite a bit. I don't know that they'll get told anymore, but I, they already know the basic facts that what she was accused of and all of that.
Yeah. It's crazy. This the tension I imagine that you felt during the morning was probably just as thick this afternoon as the judge sort of teeter-tottered back and forth about weighing his options. What are your thoughts there?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was so tense. There was so much stress in the courtroom, and when she was talking, you could have heard a pin drop. Actually, it was that quiet in there, and that was kind of surprised me. A lot of Eric Richins' family had their heads down during that, but no one was making a peep.
Yeah, it was watching. We were able to see some of the family members, especially ahead of you, some of the two males that were, I think, on row 2. They sort of had their heads down, and they were trying to get a read of where the judge was going. As he's like, "Hey, as I consider this, the boys might regret, not being able to have impact, but once they're adults." And you could tell they were nervous. And then when the judge flipped to the other side and was saying, "But this is so severe, and the way you're convicted of attempted murder, and then following through 17 days later, that is so extreme." And their emotions were right in with every word. And as soon as they saw that he was going to go life without parole, it was like a wave of relief.
The two that were kind of sitting in front of me, they had the most visible reactions of all the Richins family.
Yeah, that was Adam says the judge trolled Kouri hard. He did put it in reverse. He put the last at the very end and made you wait until the last minute to hear what the verdict was, talking about the 2 to 5, then hit 5, 4, 3, 2, and finally 1 in reading what the sentence was.
Right. And don't you think the way he did it still kept us on the edge of our seat? We weren't sure. We weren't sure which way he was going to go.
It did, and it sort of his style in delivering that was sort of in place of, I guess, the what we usually see when a judge just says, "Hey, now that we're done, let me tell you what I think." We often get that, right? Where a judge says, "I sat here and watched this court. Let me," sometimes they come down and say, "You are despicable," and they really come down hard on some of the defendants or the convicts at that point. He didn't really do that. He sort of stayed above that, knowing that there's an appeal.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I just saw a question in chat that was really good, and I was going to bring up this point. It was, I wonder what the juror was doing when that was all going down.
Yeah.
And I did get a chance to glance over at her when Kouri was speaking, and she was writing on a notebook.
Yeah.
With her head down, so.
I really hope that Nate Eaton gets a chance to catch up with her. I'd love to hear a penny for her thoughts type situation.
I know, especially during that.
Wow. Selena, what an amazing case.
Oh my gosh, people are still asking if I think she's guilty now. No, I think there was reasonable doubt, and I haven't changed my mind there, but what a case. Been crazy.
This case had everything. First of all, it had a very intriguing set of facts. That did have question marks. We didn't have all the answers. Even the state admitted that. We had very good attorneys on both prosecution and defense. We had a lot of pretrial drama. That probably peaked when Sky basically filed the motions to dismiss the judge and the prosecutors and everything else, burned the bridges on her way out as she recused herself. We had all that buildup. And then, interesting case, we were all surprised when the defense just rested. We really thought that defense was going to bring something. But just having them say, we'll rest on that, the state didn't prove it. I think maybe looking back, they might regret that a little bit. And obviously, it's armchair quarterback, Monday morning quarterback. But I think.
And I need to just clarify my position on this because I see some things in chat. Yeah. I'm not saying I don't think she did it. From sitting in the courtroom all those weeks, I feel like they did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she gave him the fentanyl. The other things, yes.
Yeah.
So that's my position. I've tried to make that clear. I just wanted to make it clear again.
I understand. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're on the same page there. But there were several people who testified today. I think her sister, the second one for the defense, what was her name? Was that Renee?
Renee.
Her comments. She's like, I'm not here to say the jury got it wrong, type thing, so to speak. I have questions and trying to understand this myself. There are people on both sides that just still don't understand. Mr. Ramos was like, I had doubt. I have reasonable doubt.
I liked Renee's. I liked it a lot. I sat by her right before we were getting ready to go into court. Mm-hmm. And I got to read her statement, and so I knew what hers was going to go. And I thought it was very classy. I thought it was good.
Yeah, it was excellent. Selena, thank you very much for being our court watcher on this one. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. I got to call Trial TV Live, and then I've got to head home for the I'm not coming back up here again.
You've spent enough time in Park City. Enjoy your drive across the valley. You're taking 215 out west, right? Is it?
Oh. Somebody just asked real quick, What did I think about the random people that wrote letters? I thought that was very interesting. We will never know who they were.
Yeah. A couple of them we were able to just, figure out, like the guy who said I prosecuted this guy for the double murder. I had his name within like 10 seconds.
I know, right?
The information,
right. That one
you gave away the restaurant name that the double murder happened at. That's pretty easy to find a prosecutor for.
But the others were interesting to read. I thought they were good and they were honest and
it was interesting. Selena, thank you very much. Say hello to Chris and Aaron over there at Trial TV Live. Appreciate it.
I got to call them, and then we're on to Tyler Robinson after this.
All right. Okay. Thanks a lot.
All right.
We'll see you.
Thanks. Bye.
Appreciate Selena for calling in on that one. All right. Any questions I can answer? What did the jury foreman think? They did not. There's no live pool feed of interviews after the fact, and so we've got nothing for you right there, unfortunately. Let's see. I don't know what the randos were given all the information about they were writing letters for. Baby Shark, I agree with you, especially that lady who called in on WebEx. It seemed like she was almost writing a letter for the boys, for their vantage point about don't hate your mom. One day you might want to meet with her again. But she wrote it to Kouri as if Kouri was like hating her parents. She got the generation wrong about where the crime was committed, which was just wild. And it just makes you think that the defense was sort of looking for anything, which wouldn't you? Let's see. Wasn't the foreman in court today sitting with Selena? Not with Selena, but she was in court, sitting by the court TV switcher on the other side of the room. Interesting as code for bizarre. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch this. Obviously, this is what are we? We're running about 5 hours and 40 minutes of court time from start to finish. With a little bit trimmed off for the cutoff on the end. But that was about 4 hours longer than I expected this hearing to go, and about 100 times stranger than I expected this hearing to go. And I know we've seen elements of this in other cases with sort of like not relevant people testifying before sentencing, especially when we're calling it victim impact statements. And we've got people that might not be direct impacts. They're like, well, here's a financial investor that lost money in an investment scheme that's in some other case involving this defendant. So let's let them talk as well. It just got wild. Have to rewatch too. Modding has its advantages. We do have a clean feed over on Top Mark Media on YouTube if you want it without my commentary as well. And if you're like to do any reactions or something, that's a great one to pull from as well if you need a clean feed for that. Do you have access to the courts in Rowan County, Kentucky? It's not a blanket access. We have to, on almost every state, we have to apply for access with every trial, not just judge or court, but every trial because everyone's different. So give you a little more information, Amber's mom, and you know, when you rewatch, please play the sad piano on it. Okay, I fought this so hard. I saw this several times, and I wanted when Kouri was standing at the podium to just, as she was doing the pity party, right? She's talking about how difficult her life is, and how, you know, she lost her dad. So, you know, I understand, you know, how terrible this is. And she sort of started that conversation by pointing at the Richins family, and then sort of ended by addressing her sons. Like she sort of forgot the Richins and where she started with. But it was, we heard the piano music anyway. Thank you very much to our mods who worked overtime today. Amazing. Thank you to all those who clicked the subscribe button or the like button today. Welcome. It's wonderful to have you here. There are going to be some great hot takes on this all over the internet. Emily D. Baker's is going to be fantastic. I can't wait to watch that. I'd love to see Ian talk about this. The Lawyer You Know is doing a live stream about this as well. All your favorite legal minds are going to weigh in on this one because it was just that big and that strange. So I hope to see many of you over in some of those other channels as we get some different perspectives and think this over a little bit. Any other questions for me before we wrap things up? Honestly, for the day, we were going to go to Judge Boyd's court, but it's almost 5 o'clock now, and I don't think we can do this. So we needed the piano music. You can make it short with the piano music. Sad piano. It's great music. When did you hit 71K? Today. Thank you, everyone. We just hit 71K. I think. Let me go back and check. It's the buffer sound. I have a question. Josh, are you going to call in, or do you want to give it on chat? Can't wait for my favorite legal memes to weigh in. Yes, mimes. Memes will happen as well. Ask our newest mod, Lois Cox. Oh, she was unprepared to start today. Lois has the day off. She had a prior engagement. Meg, thank you very much. Let's get to 3,000 likes before you go. Thank you for all the likes. That does help the channel. It is free. Thank you for clicking like while you're here or on the way out. Happy birthday to Eric. I was worried that Kouri was going to include that in her comments, and it was fine for Amy to say it, but it would not be okay for Kouri to say it. Lucky she did not include that. I would have come unglued. Can you go on Court Confidential with Josh and talk about it? Only if they want to. We'll see. Look who's calling. Look at this.
Call from Josh Hutchins.
Josh, my friend and moderator, how are you doing?
Good. I'm great.
What's your
tired,
question?
you know, ready to go home. Go to sleep.
I am home. This is one of the joys of having this job. I get to work.
Well, I'm not home, and I'm mudding.
Okay, you're ready to go. We'll wrap things
And
up.
I'm not finished today. I can't even go. See?
You didn't fish at all?
No, I was a dedicated moderator today.
So you heard the part where Kouri told her kids to do the best at everything in life.
Yes.
Even in fishing.
I didn't.
Hang on. We're checking the feed here. We might have something. I'm not sure who this is. This is on the pool feed, but I don't know I don't think it's meant for us. That is outside the courthouse up in Summit County. I recognize that from when we were up there. But looks like they're going to do a live hit, probably just for law and crime. So we won't steal that one.
No, I just called because, you know, I hadn't talked to you today. Besides, you know, my chat with, anyway.
Yep.
Hello? Okay.
Sorry. I'm trying to listen in to Kathy Russin. Law and crime. That's Kathy, by the way. If you know Kathy on Twitter, that's her. So, anyway, Josh, I'm going to let you go. Thank you very much. Good luck fishing. Catch big fish. Kouri would want you to do it for Kouri. Okay.
Yeah. No. Okay. Bye.
All right. Bye. We'll see you. All right. I think we're gonna wrap up today. How do you become a member? You can join at the bottom. I think it's the little $sign at the bottom of chat. I think that either allows you to become a member or to make a super chat donation. Either one would be appreciated, but not required. Mrs. R.A. sent a super chat. My wife. She's saying, "Where are you? Can you hear me? Hello? Where are you? I can hear you, Kathy. I'm sorry.
Hello.
Thank you, Mrs. R.A., for sending it. If you haven't spent your free jewels that YouTube gives out, now's a great time to spend them on the channel. You can just look at the bottom, click the bottom and spend your free jewels. You have 1,000 of them are gifted to you by YouTube, and if you don't use them, they will be gone. So go ahead and do that real quick. Oh, I need to kill this feed. Hang on. Sorry, I had to kill Top Mark Media. It was still running. Kathy for Lawn Crime. So thank you for... You don't have the option? Oh no, you don't have jewels? Should have been gifted some jewels by YouTube. A little Stubby sent Sunshine. Thank you very much. We've got a Corgi from Scrappy Heller. Laughing Disco Ball from Jen Pookie. Thank you very much. Another one from Susie. Thank you, Susie. We got another goat trophy. Can we do a goat scream? I was good. I didn't do this. We've got a goat scream from Meg Osborne. Thank you very much, Meg. Tammy gifted a goat trophy as well. Thank you for that. Laughing Disco Ball. That's one of our favorites. Another goat trophy. The goat trophies are just coming everywhere. From Cindistoval. Thank you very much. Jill says, stay hydrated. I will. I've got a bottle of Deer Park water. Not a sponsor. Right here. We'll stay hydrated. Thank you very much for that. Also, Mary R. sent a Laughing Disco Ball. Appreciate that. Caroline Sunshine, member for 28 months, makes you an OG. Hello to you. Wouldn't be the same without you here. Thank you, Mary. Congratulations on 28 months. Pamela Weisenbach sent a high five. Back at you. They're going fast. Jen Pookie says, stay hydrated. I will. Vern's gifted a guitar. Thank you for the guitar. I love for the dancing in chat. Wacky Wheelers sent an envelope. That's the first one. It's a star envelope. I haven't seen that one before. Wacky Wheelers, thank you. Another goat trophy from Andrew JC. Appreciate that. You all are amazing. Use your jewels while you can. All right. I think with that we're going to. I'm sorry. We need to wrap up, which means we need to play some music. After we hit these milestone messages, what just came in. Debbie M. Courthouse indicates 6 months, though it's been here since Brooks, which makes you an OG. Best place on YouTube. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate that. Also, we have Oh Snap Sharon. Welcome to the gallery. 16 months for you. Christina gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Christina, for your generosity as well. And it looks like a lot of you have clicked the subscribe button as well. That is super kind. We can't wait to have you back. We like to follow big courts. We also follow some small ones. So if you haven't watched us do some court hopping, where we'll jump into a little trial in Michigan or down in Texas or somewhere in backwoods Tennessee, we pick up a lot of great trials that fly under the radar, and they're a lot of fun to watch. So hope you get to join us for that. We do this every day. Jen, thanks for the sunshine. Also, Laughing Disco Ball from Moon's Path. Thank you very much. William Mullen gave us high five super chat. Appreciate that, William. Butterfly from Amber's mom. Thank you, Amber's mom. Let's see. Shams gifted us a Laughing Disco Ball. We've got Sunshine from Mary R. And Clapping Seal. First Clapping Seal of the day, I believe, from Carol Malafont. Oh, one more. New one. GG. GG keys. I like that one. As someone who has enjoyed computer games, love the GG. It stands for good game. All right. They're not free jewel. There should be some free jewels, but they want you to buy them after a while. I think they take the place of the super stickers. The Jewels Experiment is a flop, so use them before you lose them. Mary R., thank you very much. Can you make the clapping seal sound? I can do the clapping, but when I do the ar, 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 it doesn't sound very good. So I can't do the two together. Oh, wow. What a day. Thank you all for joining us here. It's been wonderful to have you all here. Have a great evening, everybody. Tomorrow we have a podcast right here, 8 o'clock, the Not Relevant podcast. It's sort of a way to step away from some of the seriousness of the crimes we follow every day and the cases we follow, and just have a little laugh and hang out together. 8 o'clock p.m. Join us for that one. That's Eastern time. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. It will be tomorrow morning, probably around 8:30, 9:30, somewhere around there. Maybe 10. depends. We've got some catch-up to do for the trial with Judge Boyd. We already followed day one. That is a manslaughter trial involving a driver who was driving a Tesla while drunk and struck and instantly killed a pedestrian. He's claiming that he was being shot at. He was sort of fleeing for his life, but he did also flee the scene. So that's going to be a fun case as we pick up on day 2, which happened today. All right, we're going to start day 2 of Judge Boyd in the morning, and we'll have to do catch-up. So it's going to go fast. We'll skip the breaks and work through lunch. So we'll have something for everybody. Guys, I cannot keep up with all the gifts that are coming in. The disco balls and the tulips and the everything. You guys are amazing. Have a great night. Be good to each other. We will see you in the morning. Bye-bye.
Because he's the guy. What more do you need to see?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.